Hogwarts, my magical girlfriend Hermione. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 76, Star Vein Reshaping in Palm Temperature, Part 2. Buzz, the probe gently pierced his skin. Almost instantly, Lynn's body tensed violently. The veins on his forehead and neck bulged immediately. A muffled groan, suppressed to its limit, escaped from between his clenched teeth. The pain in that sound squeezed Hermione's heart. She could clearly see his left hand gripping the edge of the metal platform tightly, his knuckles white from the effort. On the crystal ball image, the dark green shadow representing the toxin, under the combined action of the moon-white light and purple smoke, began to be peeled away, decomposed, and evaporated, like dirt encountering its nemesis. But with each bit peeled away, Lynn's body trembled more intensely, and sweat immediately soaked his temples and the collar of his surgical gown. The soft white light of the calming charm enveloped him, yet it could only slightly alleviate the excruciating pain that penetrated his bones and soul. Outside the barrier, Hermione clasped her hands tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, as if this could share his pain. She forced herself to remain calm, her mental energy highly concentrated, and through the invisible connection between them, she tried to transmit her steadfastness, support, and warm intentions. "Hold on, Lynn," she murmured silently, her eyes fixed on him without blinking, as if to inject her strength into his body through her gaze. The process of stripping was long and agonizing. When the last trace of stubborn dark green toxin was completely removed, Lynn looked as if he had just been pulled from water, soaked through, his face ashen, and his lips bitten until they bled. But he still kept his eyes open, his gaze, though weary, still maintaining an astonishing clarity and resilience. Phase 1 complete. Toxin clearance 98%, the assistant reported, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible admiration. "Excellent." Smeeswick's voice remained calm. "Prepare the star vein stent. Mr. Stone, next, guide your star power, like the finest starlight, under the guidance of the mithril nerve filaments. Miss Granger, prepare to enter." The magic barrier silently opened a gap just wide enough for one person. Hermione immediately rushed in, walking quickly to the side of the platform. She carefully avoided the precise probes and instruments, extending both hands to gently yet firmly grasp Lynn's left hand. His hand was cold, damp, and still trembling slightly. Hermione immediately enveloped it tightly with her warm hands, fingers intertwined, continuously transmitting warmth and strength. "I'm here, Lynn," she leaned in and whispered in his ear, her voice filled with undeniable determination. "Look at me, guide it, just like you guide starlight." Lynn's gaze focused on her close, worried yet incredibly firm face. He could clearly feel the warmth from her palm, the strength in her words, and the stream-like mental support transmitted through the starstone fragments. A powerful sense of calm miraculously soothed his intense pain and exhaustion. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With a slight shift of thought, a wisp of extremely faint but incomparably pure silver starlight, like an awakened firefly, slowly flowed from his heart. The origin of the starstone, carefully probing towards the injury on his right arm along the nearly invisible silver network constructed by the mithril nerve filaments. Smeeswick and his assistant were fully focused, their wand-tips guiding complex magic, controlling the mithril nerve filaments like the most precise weaving. On the crystal ball image, that faint wisp of silver starlight, under Lynn's astonishing willpower, precisely attached to the edges of the fractured bone fragments. Hiss, an extremely subtle sound, like melting ice crystals, echoed in the silent treatment room. Under the starlight calcination of the star power, those stubborn bone fragments began to soften and melt, and then, guided by the mithril nerve filaments, like being pulled by an invisible hand, they returned to their correct positions, their edges fusing and connecting. The entire process was slow and precise, like a delicate stellar arrangement in the microscopic world. Hermione held his hand tightly, clearly feeling the subtle trembling of his body due to extreme concentration and mental exhaustion, and feeling the star power within him being precisely guided and output like a trickling stream. She held her breath, dedicating all her mental energy to supporting him, as if she were the fulcrum for the extension of his strength. Time passed minute by minute. The reshaping process was even more mentally taxing than stripping the toxins. Lynn's face grew paler and paler, his breathing became rapid and heavy, and sweat continuously dripped along his chiseled jawline. Hermione's palm was also dampened by his sweat, but she held on tighter, her gaze never leaving his face, constantly whispering words of encouragement. Finally, when the last major bone fracture perfectly joined under the calcination of the starlight, forming a solid and smooth overall outline, Smeeswick's voice sounded with a hint of relief. Bone reshaping complete. Structure stable. Prepare for magic circuit dredging. The assistant quickly adjusted the instruments. The starving stent constructed by the mithril nerve filaments glowed with a soft silver light, beginning to guide Lynn's star power, like the gentlest spring water, slowly flushing towards the magic circuit nodes that were eroded, blocked, dull, and twisted by the toxin. This time, the pain was greatly reduced, replaced by a strange tingling sensation and a warm flow of energy. Wherever the star power passed, the dark green erosive shadows receded like melting ice and snow, and the dull circuit nodes, as if infused with vitality, re-emitted a soft blue light, beginning to slowly and firmly self-repair and regenerate. Hermione felt Lynn's tense body gradually relax and his breathing stabilize, her suspended heart finally settling. She looked at his tired but relieved profile, at the image of the magic circuits on his arm gradually regaining vitality in the silver light, and a great joy and heartache intertwined, turning into warm tears in her eyes. She still held his hand tightly, her fingertips gently caressing the red marks on the back of his hand from overexertion, conveying silent comfort and the reassurance that everything is fine. When the last trace of erosive shadow was purified and the main body of the magic circuit was reconnected, flickering with a healthy and stable blue halo, Smeeswick let out a long breath, and his wand light extinguished. The surgery was successful. The magic circuits are initially connected, and the regeneration process has begun. His voice carried a hint of imperceptible fatigue, but more satisfaction in all. Mr. Stone, your willpower is astonishing. Miss Granger, your mental support was indispensable. The magical instrument stopped humming. The assistant carefully removed the probes and mithril nerve filaments. Lynn slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with extreme exhaustion, but deep within there was a sense of relief and a faint glimmer of light. He looked at Hermione first. Hermione was also looking at him, tears in her eyes, but her lips were turned up in a smile brighter than the sun. She leaned down, gently resting her forehead against his, feeling his cool skin and gradually steadying breath. It's over, you did it. Her voice was a soft murmur, filled with choked joy. Lynn used his last bit of strength to slightly turn his head, and a very gentle kiss, salty with sweat and the fatigue of surviving a great ordeal, landed on her temple. He responded hoarsely, his voice filled with unparalleled dependence and satisfaction. He turned his hand, gripping hers tighter, as if it were his only support at that moment, and the source of all his strength. The warmth of their touching palms dispelled the coldness of the treatment room, and also dispelled all pain and gloom. Though the starlight was faint, the path ahead was clear. Chapter 77, Peering and Tenderness. The light in the star-quiet room on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's was much softer than in the treatment rooms. A faint lavender scent, replacing the smell of disinfectant and potion, wafted from a slowly rotating silver censer in the corner. Lynn lay on a specially made bed, wider and more comfortable than a standard hospital bed, his right arm still fixed by a magical brace. However, it was no longer covered by a cold metal platform, but by a breathable, light gold magical bandage, faintly revealing the stable silver glow of his reshaped bones. Within the immense exertion of the surgery had plunged him into deep sleep, his breathing long and steady. Hermione hadn't left. She sat in the familiar armchair by his bed. Though its cushion had been replaced with softer goose down by a house elf, she held a thick copy of Advanced Spell Principles in her hands, but her gaze lingered on Lynn's sleeping face. The painful wrinkles from the surgery on his brow had smoothed out, and his slightly pale face appeared exceptionally peaceful, almost fragile. In the soft light, Hermione's heart melted into a puddle, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the faint red marks on the back of his left hand, the imprints left from him clenching the platform tightly. Time slipped away quietly. The London scene reflected in the magical water curtain outside the window had transitioned from the bustling traffic of afternoon to the first twinkling lights of dusk. Lynn's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes the moment consciousness returned. The first thing he felt was a prolonged, warm, dull ache deep in his right arm, along with a peculiar fullness, as if a previously blocked river channel had been cleared. Though the current was still weak, life had begun to stir. Immediately after, he became aware of the sensation in his left hand, warm, soft, and with a familiar slight callous texture. He tilted his head slightly, meeting Hermione's eyes, which instantly brightened. Filled with concern and joy. "You're awake," she whispered, as if afraid of startling something. "How do you feel? Is the pain bad?" She immediately put down her book, leaning forward to carefully observe his complexion and gaze. "I'm alright, much better than when the toxins were being stripped away." Lynn's voice was a little hoarse. He tried to move his left-hand fingers, only for Hermione to grip them even tighter. "It's just, I'm a bit thirsty." "Right away." Hermione immediately stood up, deftly picking up a magical thermos inlaid with tiny sapphires from the bedside table and pouring a small cup of perfectly temperate water. She didn't hand it to Lynn, but naturally sat by the bed, carefully supporting the back of his neck with one hand while gently holding the rim of the cup to his lips with the other. Lynn wanted to say his left hand could move, but meeting her persistent yet gentle gaze, the words died in his throat. He obediently drank the sweet water in small sips from her hand. The warm liquid slid down his parched throat, bringing an indescribable comfort. He could clearly feel the steady strength from her fingers supporting his neck, and her faint, comforting scent, a blend of books and lavender, a warm current, a feeling of surviving a disaster and being carefully protected, quietly surged through his entire body. After he finished drinking, Hermione meticulously wiped away the water from the corner of his lips. Her movements as gentle as if treating a fragile treasure. Healer Smithwick said the surgery was a great success. The magical circuit is already open, and the star vein scaffold in your bones will slowly integrate as it's nourished by your star power, eventually becoming even tougher than before. Her voice carried an irrepressible excitement, her eyes sparkling. He said your willpower and control over star power are simply incredible. Without you, I wouldn't have made it to the third step. Lynn looked at her, his gaze deep, filled with undisguised gratitude and reliance. He raised his movable left hand and gently placed it on the back of her hand resting by the bed, his fingertips brushing against her delicate skin. "Outside the barrier, your voice, your gaze, they were my anchor." Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed, struck by his direct and sincere words. She turned her hand to intertwine her fingers with his, warmth spreading from their joined hands. "I said I'd always be there," she murmured, with a shy but firm resolve. The ward fell silent for a moment, with only the faint whirring of the magical censer and their intertwined breaths. The warm light of dusk filtered through the water curtain window, casting a gentle golden edge on the white ward and outlining their silhouettes as they leaned against each other by the bed. Lynn gently stroked the back of Hermione's hand with his thumb, feeling the warmth of her palm. Hermione carefully avoided his right arm's brace, sitting sideways by the bed, her head gently resting on his uninjured left shoulder. No more words were needed. This quiet companionship, after surviving a brush with death, filled with unspoken sweetness, flowed silently in the air. After an unknown period, an extremely faint click sound, almost muffled by the censor's rotation, came from outside the door. It was the sound of the ward door being pushed open. Hermione immediately sat up alertly, and Lynn also frowned slightly. The senior ward area of St. Mungo's was very quiet, and visits had strict regulations. There shouldn't be a routine checkup or treatment at this time. A short, stout man, wearing a standard gray St. Mungo's cleaner's uniform, matching mask and cap, pushed a cleaning cart with a bucket and mop, and walked in with his head down. His movements were somewhat clumsy, as if he wasn't very familiar with controlling the cart, and the wheels made a slight scraping sound on the floor. "Sir, madam, routine cleaning," he mumbled indistinctly, his accent a bit strange. As if he had something in his mouth. He didn't look up at the patient, his gaze seemingly fixed on the floor, and he pushed the cart directly towards the washroom in the corner of the ward. Hermione's frown deepened. There was an indescribable strangeness about this cleaner's behavior. Cleaning at St. Mungo's was usually scheduled for early morning or late night, and the cleaning staff were swift and professional, never intruding into the senior ward during what was clearly a patient's rest period. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lynn's hand. Just then, Lynn's heart gave a sudden leap. It wasn't pain, but an extremely abrupt, cold palpitation. It was as if a block of ice had suddenly pressed against his chest. He instinctively raised his hand to press the left side of his chest. There, the starstone fragment was pressed against his skin through his hospital gown. The fragment was burning. It wasn't the gentle, guiding warmth of treatment, but a scorching heat with a strong warning connotation. At the same time, a faint, extremely uncomfortable, sticky, cold sensation, like a cold viper flicking its tongue, surged into his perception, guided by the starstone's resonance. "Ugh," Lynn groaned, his face instantly paling a few shades, and the hand pressed to his chest clenched his gown tightly. The starstone's abnormal reaction was unprecedented. That icy malice felt almost tangible. Lynn, Hermione immediately noticed his sudden change in expression and movement, her heart leaping into her throat. "What's wrong? Does your wound hurt?" Lynn didn't answer immediately. He endured the burning pain in his chest and the cold invasive sensation, his sharp gaze, like a tangible blade, suddenly darting towards the cleaner who had reached the washroom door and was bending down, seemingly to retrieve tools from the bucket. The moment Lynn's gaze locked onto him, the short, stout cleaner's body stiffened in an extremely unnatural way. His hand, reaching into the bucket, seemed to pause, then quickly grabbed a rag, but his movements carried an unmistakable panic. "It's nothing, just a bit of chest tightness," Lynn whispered to Hermione, his eyes, however, fixed on the man's back, his mental energy highly concentrated. Trying to capture and discern the source and nature of the cold aura the Starstone was transmitting. That aura carried the putrid smell of betrayal, deep to the bone, and, a rodent-like cowardice. A name flashed through his mind instantly: Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. Hermione was incredibly perceptive. She immediately followed Lynn's gaze to the cleaner, and at the same time, caught the man's momentary stiffness and unnatural movements. Alarm bells rang loudly in her mind. This cleaner was definitely problematic. Connecting this to Lynn's abnormal chest reaction, she didn't know about the Starstone's existence but knew Lynn had a connection to mysterious power. A terrifying thought emerged. Someone wanted to harm the weakened Lynn. The instinct to protect instantly overwhelmed everything. Hermione abruptly stood up, leaning slightly forward, like a lioness protecting her cub. Blocking Lynn's bed, she didn't draw her wand. That would be too conspicuous. But her eyes became exceptionally sharp and cold, her voice carrying an unquestionable demand, ringing clearly through the quiet ward. "Stop right there. Cleaning work is usually done in the early morning. Who are you? Who sent you? Please show me your work identification." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with the authority of a Hogwarts top student and a future minister of magic. The cleaner's back completely froze. His hand, holding the rag, hung in mid-air, seemingly trembling violently. He slowly, extremely slowly, turned around. Above his mask, a pair of small, round eyes were revealed, filled with undisguised terror and guilt. His gaze quickly swept over Hermione's cold face, then, as if burned, darted towards Lynn, whose eyes on the hospital bed were as sharp as a hawk's. Upon meeting Lynn's gray eyes, which seemed to pierce through everything, carrying a star-like cold scrutiny, the cleaner's, Wormtail's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks. A fear originating from the depths of his soul instantly seized him. He seemed to have seen something more terrifying than a Dementor. Sorry. Wrong way. He let out a short, sharp shriek, completely unlike a man's, his voice distorted by extreme terror, like a startled rat. He abruptly threw the rag in his hand towards Hermione. It landed uselessly on the floor, not even bothering to steady the cleaning cart, turned and bolted for the ward door. His movements were so frantic and clumsy, comically contrasting with his short, stout figure, and he crashed into the door frame with a clang but didn't stop, instantly disappearing into the corridor outside the door. "Stop!" Hermione shouted, about to chase after him. "Don't chase!" Lynn immediately stopped her, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue but exceptionally firm. The burning and cold sensations from the Starstone in his chest quickly receded after Wormtail fled. But the lingering palpitations and the nauseating aura still made his face look unwell. Hermione paused, turning to look at him worriedly. "Are you sure? He's clearly problematic." "It might be. I know who he is," Lynn interrupted her, his gaze as cold as frost, looking towards the door, uttering the name word by word. "Wormtail Peter Pettigrew." Hermione gasped, her eyes instantly filled with shock and lingering fear. "It's him. What is he doing here? Could it be serious?" "No." Lynn shook his head, his brow tightly furrowed, trying to recall a subtle hint of another familiar aura mixed in with the sticky, cold sensation the Starstone had transmitted. That aura was like cold snake scales gliding over skin, carrying pure blood, arrogance and calculation. "He has someone behind him. It's Lucius Malfoy," he stated his judgment with absolute certainty. The Starstone's sensitivity to soul auras, at close range, was more direct than any detection magic. Hermione's face became exceptionally grave. "Malfoy?" They had just undergone life or death surgery, and the shadow of the House of Malfoy clung to them like a maggot to bone, and he had sent that despicable traitor. "I'll notify Professor Dumbledore and Kingsley immediately," Hermione said decisively, turning to grab the two-way mirror for communication. "Wait," Lynn, however, called out to her again. He took a deep breath, suppressing the lingering fear in his chest and his churning thoughts. Looking at Hermione the way she had unhesitatingly stood in front of him just now, her eyes filled with protective instinct, made his cold heart once again enveloped by a warm current. He reached out his left hand, gently taking her hand, which was somewhat cold from tension, and pulled her towards him. Hermione, yielding to his strength, sat back down by the bed. "There's no rush for this moment," Lynn's voice deepened, carrying a weary and gentle tone, a desire to simply grasp the reality before him. After surviving a brush with death, he gazed intently at her face, still shaken but trying to appear calm, his thumb gently stroking the back of her cool hand. He ran, and he won't dare to come again for a while. Notify the professors. But, right now, I just want, his voice trailed off, with a hint of barely perceptible plea, I just want you to be here. Hermione's taut nerves slowly relaxed under his focused gaze and gentle words. The intertwined emotions of lingering fear, anger, and worry were gradually replaced by a stronger sense of stability, conveyed by the warmth in his palm and his undisguised reliance. Yes, what he needed most now was rest and recovery. Malfoy and Wormtail's schemes could wait until he was confirmed safe. Okay, she responded softly, turning her hand to grip his even tighter, leaning back against him, resting her head gently in his uninjured shoulder. Dispelling the encroaching gloom with her actions, I'm not going anywhere, I'll stay right here and watch over you. Inside the ward, the scent of lavender once again filled the air, and the warm light of dusk gently enveloped the two leaning against each other. The prying eyes and schemes outside the door were temporarily isolated beyond the cozy tranquility. However, the Starstone's warning and Wormtail's terrified eyes, like pebbles cast into a calm lake, foretold a greater storm brewing. But at this moment, the warmth of their intertwined palms was enough to sustain them through anything. Chapter 78 Morning News and Thunder. Wormtail's disturbance was like a stone thrown into water, the ripples quickly swallowed by the unique tranquility of St. Mungo's quiet room. After Hermione immediately sent an encrypted alert via the two-way mirror to Dumbledore and Kingsley, the ward was once again enveloped in an unspoken vigilance and a deeper interdependence. The Starstone on Lynn's chest resumed its gentle calm, but the icy throbbing sensation was etched into his memory. Hermione insisted on keeping watch, and only after Lynn fell into deep sleep again due to exhaustion and medication did she curl up in the armchair, wrapped in a blanket, lightly dozing, her wand always clutched in her hand. The morning sunlight pierced through the magical water screen window, painting the ward in a warm golden hue. The scent of lavender mixed with a faint bird song, illusionary, from outside the window, bringing the tranquility of a new day. Lynn woke first. The dull ache in his right arm had significantly lessened, replaced by a warm, tingling sensation deep in his bones, a sign of new growth and repair. He turned his head slightly and saw Hermione still sleeping soundly in the armchair. The morning light outlined her soft profile, her curly brown hair falling beside her cheek, and her long eyelashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes. Even in her sleep, her brows were slightly furrowed, as if still immersed in last night's tension. And the hand holding her wand had not loosened. An indescribable soft emotion spread through Lynn's heart. He watched her quietly, as if to engrave this protective silhouette into his memory. He did not move, afraid of disturbing her rare peaceful sleep. Not long after, Hermione's eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was still a little hazy, but when she first looked at the bed and met Lynn's clear and gentle eyes, she instantly woke up, and a sleepy yet incredibly genuine smile immediately bloomed on her face. Good morning, how are you feeling? Her voice was hoarse from just waking up, but full of concern. She immediately got up, deftly tidied her hair and robes, walked to the bedside, and naturally reached out to feel his forehead, her movements gentle and practiced. Much better, Lynn said softly, letting her examine him, his gaze always following her. You didn't sleep well. He looked at the faint dark circles under her eyes. I'm fine. Hermione shook her head, avoiding his gaze, and turned to get the thermos to pour water. Not sleepy at all. You're the one who needs to rest properly. She still stubbornly insisted on feeding him water. Lynn didn't refuse this time. He enjoyed the intimacy of being cared for. The warm water moisturized his throat and also warmed his heart. Hermione's actions in feeding him water were more natural and fluid than yesterday, her eyes focused on his lips, as if this were an extremely important task. Knock, knock, knock. A cheerful knocking sound was heard, accompanied by a familiar loud voice. Lynn. Hermione. Are you awake yet? Look what good things I brought you. It was Ron Weasley's voice. Hermione put down the water glass and quickly walked to open the door. Ron stood at the doorway with messy red hair, dressed in casual clothes, holding a huge, enticingly fragrant paper bag, a brilliant smile on his face. Harry followed behind him, his green eyes also showing a concerned smile. Ron. Harry. Why are you so early? Hermione was a little surprised and stepped aside to let them in. Mum baked a ton of rock cakes and jam tarts, and insisted I bring some for the patient to replenish his energy. Ron walked in, placing the bulging paper bag on the bedside table, and the aroma immediately filled the ward. He leaned in to look at Lynn. Wow, you look much better than yesterday. Is St. Mungo's food good? It's Hermione taking good care of me. Lynn looked at Hermione, a barely perceptible curve forming on his lips. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson again, and she glared at Lynn playfully, but the smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She took the tarts Ron brought, chose the softest-looking gem tart, carefully tore it into small pieces, and prepared to feed it to Lynn. Tisk tisk tisk. Ron folded his arms, looking at Hermione's actions with a mischievous expression. Miss Granger personally feeding him? Huh? Even the prefect hasn't enjoyed such treatment, has he? Ronald Weasley. Hermione's face grew even redder, and she made to throw the tart in her hand at him. Harry laughed and interjected, "All right, Ron. Stop messing around. Lynn needs to rest." He walked to the bedside, looked at Lynn. "Are you feeling all right? Last night Uncle Kingsley came to the burrow and mentioned something." His tone became a little serious, clearly referring to Wormtail's intrusion. Lynn nodded, his gaze also becoming calm. "It's fine. Professor Dumbledore has arrangements." He didn't want to talk too much about the gloom on a morning of recovery, and his gaze shifted to the large paper bag Ron had brought. The tarts smell great. Mrs. Weasley's cooking, of course. Ron's attention was immediately diverted, and he puffed out his chest proudly. "I dare say you won't find better tarts in all of Britain than my mum's." As he spoke, he pulled out a folded newspaper from the bottom of the paper bag, still smelling of ink. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. This is today's The Daily Prophet. I just bought it downstairs. There seems to be some big news on the front page." All noisy, Ron casually handed the newspaper to Hermione, who was closest to him. Hermione took the newspaper indifferently, and while continuing to tear the tart, she habitually scanned the front page headline, usually some Ministry of Magic decrees or Quidditch star gossip. However, just as her gaze fell upon the huge, bolded, black headline that occupied most of the page, her hand suddenly froze. The tart crumbs she was pinching silently fell onto the pristine white bedsheet. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and the color instantly drained from her face. The gentle smile from feeding him earlier vanished without a trace, leaving only extreme shock and disbelief. Hermione, Lynn immediately noticed her drastic emotional change and rigid body. "Merlin's beard, what's wrong?" Ron also leaned over. Harry also looked at the newspaper in confusion. The front page headline of the Daily Prophet, printed in huge, eye-catching font, read, "Sensational Escape. First in Azkaban history, extremely dangerous criminal serious black escapes." Below the headline was a magical photograph. In the photo, a gaunt, hollow-eyed man with hair like black withered grass stared intensely at the camera through the rusty bars of Azkaban prison. With a pair of green eyes burning with madness and hatred, his gaze was like that of a demon from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Next to the photo was a small caption, "Black. Sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban for the murder of 13 people, including Muggles, and the betrayal of the Potters." A deathly silence instantly enveloped the ward. Ron gasped, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Sirius Black. He escaped. That madman who killed so many people. Harry's face instantly turned pale. He stared intensely at the mad face in the newspaper, his body trembling slightly, and his emerald eyes churned with extremely complex emotions, fear, hatred, and a hint of an unbelievable pain. Black, the murderer who betrayed his parents and caused his family's ruin. Lynn's gaze was as sharp as a knife, quickly scanning the key information in the report. Massive mental disturbance last night. Black's cell found empty at dawn. Ministry of Magic has launched the highest level of manhunt. Minister Fudge called him an unprecedented threat to the safety of the magical world. He understood in his heart that the storm had indeed come, and it was more violent and directly impacted Harry than he had expected. Harry, Hermione was the first to react from the shock. She abruptly dropped the newspaper, rushed to Harry's side, and tightly gripped his cold, trembling arm, her voice filled with urgency and worry. "Harry, look at me. Are you all right?" Harry seemed startled awake by her voice, suddenly regaining his senses, but his eyes were still somewhat vacant and pained. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, but his voice was still tight. I'm fine." He really escaped. He looked at Lynn, then at Hermione and Ron, his eyes filled with immense unease. He's coming for me, isn't he?" the report said. He kept shouting, "He's at Hogwarts." The report quoted an anonymous guard saying Black had screamed frantically during the riot. "Don't talk nonsense," Ron immediately retorted loudly, though his own face was very pale. "The Ministry of Magic will catch him. Professor Dumbledore is there, and so many Aurors. He can't get into Hogwarts." Hermione gripped Harry's arm tightly, her eyes unusually firm. "Ron's right, Harry. Hogwarts is the safest place. Professor Dumbledore will never let him harm you." As she spoke, her gaze subconsciously turned to Lynn on the bed. With a hint of seeking confirmation and support, Lynn met her gaze. His eyes, calm and deep, did not immediately comfort Harry, but calmly analyzed. Black's escape from Azkaban is in itself extremely unusual. There are dementors there, and ancient magical enchantments. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Fudge's feigned authoritative photo in the newspaper. The Ministry of Magic's reaction will be huge, and Hogwarts security will be upgraded to an unprecedented level. He looked at Harry, his voice steady and strong. What you need now is calm, not fear. Fear only gives the enemy an opportunity. Harry looked at Lynn's gray eyes, which seemed to calm people, felt the strength of Hermione's tight grip, and listened to Ron's nervous yet still supportive exclamations by his side. His violently beating heart finally settled down a little. He nodded vigorously, the fear in his eyes not yet gone, but replaced by a newfound determination. I understand. The atmosphere in the ward was heavy and tense. The cozy morning, which had just been filled with the aroma of tarts, was completely shattered by this thunderclap from Azkaban. The news of Black's escape was like a huge, cold stone, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Hermione released Harry's arm, bent down, and picked up the tart crumbs that had fallen on the bedsheet. Her movement somewhat mechanical, her brows were tightly furrowed, and her gaze moved complexly between the newspaper and Lynn. Black's escape, Wormtail's prying, Malfoy's shadow, and Lynn's still recovering body. All of this intertwined, forming a huge web full of unknown dangers. She felt a strong chill. Lynn looked at Hermione's worried profile and extended his left hand to her. Hermione immediately walked over and placed her hands in his warm palm. The familiar touch and strength brought a slight calm to her turbulent thoughts. The storm has come. Lynn squeezed her hand, his voice low but with a strange comforting power. But we will face it together. Hermione squeezed his hand back, feeling the firmness and warmth from his palm, took a deep breath, and nodded vigorously. Fear wouldn't solve the problem. Protecting Harry, guarding Lynn, finding the truth, crushing the conspiracy. This was what they should do now. Her eyes once again became sharp and focused, like a sharpened blade. The shadow of Azkaban loomed over the magical world, but in the ward, clasped hands conveyed a silent vow and courage. Chapter 79. Silver Oak Leaves and Prying Eyes. The shadow of Black's escape hung like a heavy, dark cloud over the magic world, and also enveloped the recuperation room on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's. Harry and Ron left with heavy hearts. They needed to return to Hogwarts to face the sudden crisis under Dumbledore's protection. Only Lynn and Hermione remained in the ward, and the lingering scent of pie in the air was replaced by a tense worry. Hermione sat by the bed, holding the weight of the Daily Prophet, her brow furrowed as she repeatedly read the detailed reports of Black's escape, trying to glean more information. Lynn, meanwhile, closed his eyes to rest, his mental power sinking into his body, carefully guiding the faint star power, like the most delicate trickle, nourishing the newly formed bones in his right arm and the slowly repairing magic circuits. Each flow of starlight star radiance brought a warm, tingling sensation, a sign of recovery, but also accompanied by the consumption of mental power. The Ministry of Magic claims Black escaped single-handedly, which makes no sense at all, Hermione said, putting down the newspaper, her voice tinged with suppressed anger and confusion. Azkaban's defense system, the number of dementors, unless there was powerful external assistance, or, she looked at Lynn, her gaze serious, or there was a serious loophole within the prison, or even, betrayal. Lynn slowly opened his eyes, his gray eyes deep. Both possibilities exist. Fudge is eager to stabilize public morale and will only release the information he wants the public to know. He thought of Wormtail and a trace of Malfoy's aura that the Starstone had sensed, and his suspicions grew stronger. Was Black's escape related to these shadows? Just then, a slightly noisy footsteps approached from outside the ward, mixed with a deliberately lowered but still arrogant official tone. "Minister, this way please. Mr. Stone is in the recuperation area," a strange, fawning voice said. Mind the impression, Thickness. We are here to commend a hero, not to disturb a patient's rest," a feigned authoritative, slightly oily voice responded. It was Cornelius Fudge. Hermione and Lynn exchanged glances, both seeing wariness in each other's eyes. They came so fast. The ward door was politely knocked upon, then pushed open. "Minister for Magic." Cornelius Fudge walked in. He was still wearing his expensive pinstriped robes, his bowler hat in his hand, and his plump face was adorned with a perfectly appropriate smile of pity and approval, as if he had just personally witnessed a great victory. Behind him followed two men. One was a pale-faced official with an arrogant expression and sharp, eagle-like eyes, pious Thickness, and the other was a house elf carrying a tray covered with dark blue velvet, on which rested a glittering medal. "Ah, Mr. Stone. Miss Granger." Fudge's voice was booming, With an exaggerated enthusiasm that broke the ward's tranquility, he quickly walked to the bedside, his gaze swiftly sweeping over Lynn's splinted right arm and slightly pale face, a barely perceptible glint flashing deep in his eyes. "Please forgive our abrupt visit. It's truly gratifying to hear that your surgery was successful. The magic world needs brave and fearless young people like you." Hermione stood up, maintaining a polite but distant smile on her face. "Minister Fudge, Mr. Thickness." She nodded slightly, but subtly shifted half a step forward, moving closer to Lynn's bedside. "Minister," Lynn said, leaning against a pillow, his voice calm, with a hint of appropriate weakness, his gaze looking frankly at Fudge. "I'm relieved to see you recovering well." Fudge rubbed his hands, his smile growing wider. "Mr. Stone, the courage you displayed during the Chamber of Secrets incident and your protection of your classmates, especially Miss Granger's," he gave Hermione a meaningful glance. "Selfless devotion is simply the perfect embodiment of the Hogwarts spirit. The Ministry of Magic attaches great importance to this." He turned sideways, gesturing for the house elf to step forward. The elf trembled as it lifted the velvet cloth from the tray. A beautifully crafted metal gleamed in the soft light. The main body was a silver oak leaf entwined with ivy, with a small, stardust-like sapphire embedded in the center. After deliberation and approval by the Ministry of Magic's Emergency Special Committee, it has been decided to award you the Silver Oak Leaf Medal of Courage. Fudge's voice rose, carrying the solemnity of announcing a major event. "This is one of the highest recognitions for outstanding courage and protective acts. Mr. Stone, please accept the Ministry of Magic's respect." He extended his hand, seemingly wanting to personally pin it on Lynn. "Minister," Lynn's voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable refusal. "Thank you for the Ministry of Magic's recognition, but as you can see, I am unable to move easily, and I'm afraid I cannot pin it on myself. Besides," he paused, his gaze sweeping over the medal, "protecting my companions is instinct, not for a medal." Fudge's outstretched hand froze in midair, his smile momentarily hardening, then he retracted it as if nothing had happened, giving a chuckle. "I understand. I understand. Modesty is a virtue in young people, Miss Granger. Perhaps you could hold on to it for him." He then turned his gaze to Hermione, a probing look deep in his eyes. Hermione suppressed her distaste for Fudge's exaggerated performance, and her wariness of his attempt to use the award ceremony to probe Lynn's true condition. She reached out and took the heavy medal from the house elf's trembling tray. It felt cold in her hand, and the craftsmanship was indeed exquisite, but at this moment, in her hand, it felt more like a hot potato. "Thank you, Minister, I will keep it safe for Lynn," she said calmly, holding the medal in her palm, her fingertips clearly feeling the delicate patterns and cold touch on its surface. "That's good. That's good." Fudge nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject, his concern becoming somewhat forced. "By the way, Mr. Stone, your injuries, what did Healer Smithwick say? I heard the surgery involved some very unique power guidance." His gaze was like a probe, locking onto Lynn's eyes, trying to catch any emotional fluctuation. "The Ministry of Magic is very concerned about the recovery of outstanding talents, especially those with special gifts." Thickness stood half a step behind Fudge, sharply scrutinizing Lynn's complexion and the brace on his arm, then glancing at Hermione's tightly clasped hand holding the medal, silent but like an iceberg radiating invisible pressure. "Here it comes. This is the real purpose." Lynn sneered inwardly, but his expression remained calm, even deliberately making his breathing slightly more rapid, showing a hint of weakness. "Thank you for your concern, Minister." Healer Smithwick said the surgery was very successful, but recovery will take time. As for the power, he slightly lowered his eyelids, concealing the starlight star radiance in his eyes. "It's just a small trick from an ancient family legacy, which fortunately worked with a healer's guidance. Nothing to mention." "Oh? Family legacy?" Fudge's eyebrows shot up, clearly dissatisfied with the vague answer, and he pressed, "Which ancient family is it?" "The Ministry of Magic has always respected inherited powers, Minister," Hermione suddenly interjected, her voice clear and undeniably firm. Cutting off Fudge's questioning, she stepped forward, gently placed the medal on the cabinet beside Lynn's bed, then picked up a glass bottle containing a pale golden potion, and naturally sat down by the bed. "Lynn needs to take his medicine. The healer specifically instructed that the potion must be taken when his magic is stable." She unscrewed the cap, and a medicinal scent with a strange floral aroma permeated the air. She looked at Fudge, her eyes clear and frank, with a hint of appropriate apology. "You see," Fudge was choked by Hermione's sudden medical advice. He watched Hermione intently pouring out the potion, then looked at Lynn on the bed, who seemed a bit tired and had slightly closed his eyes from being interrupted, and the smile on his face finally faltered. He glanced at Thickness, who almost imperceptibly shook his head. Yes, recovery is important. Recovery is important. Fudge immediately adopted an understanding expression, as if his previous questioning had never happened. We've disturbed you, Mr. Stone. Please rest well. The Ministry of Magic will continue to monitor your recovery. Miss Granger, you've worked hard. He said a few more polite words, and finally, with Thickness and the house elf, left the ward with a false cheer. Just as they had arrived the moment the ward door closed, Hermione's tensed shoulders relaxed slightly. She brought the potion to Lynn's lips and whispered, "How do you feel?" A flock of vultures. Lynn's voice returned to its usual coolness. With a hint of sarcasm he cooperatively drank the potion. The bitter taste dissolved on his tongue. But it was far less nauseating than Fudge's hypocritical probing. He looked at Hermione, his gaze softening. Just now, thank you. He knew that she had keenly sensed his impatience and weakness, and used the medical advice to timely defuse Fudge's deeper probing. Hermione put down the empty potion bottle and picked up the cold silver oak leaf medal, her fingertips firmly rubbing the patterns on it, as if wanting to wipe away the hypocrisy clinging to it. They didn't come to award a medal at all. Her voice carried suppressed anger. They came to confirm your condition, to probe the extent of your power. Fudge is afraid of anything he can't control, especially at a time like Black's escape. I know. Lynn extended his left hand and gently covered her hand, which was gripping the medal. Her hand was somewhat cold from anger. His warm palm enveloped her hand, and also the cold medal. The medal is bait. The probing is the hook, but at least for now, they don't dare to cause trouble in St. Mungo's. He gently pried open her fingers, took the medal from her hand, and casually tossed it back onto the bedside table, where it landed with a soft clink. Hermione looked at the medal he had tossed aside, then at his large hand covering hers, feeling the steady warmth radiating from his palm. And the anger and chill in her heart gradually dissipated. Yes, no matter how many vultures circled outside, as long as they were together, protecting each other, there was nothing to fear. She intertwined her fingers with his, relaxed her body, and gently leaned against his uninjured left shoulder. I just hope you get better soon. Her voice was muffled, filled with deep concern and reliance. Lynn turned his head, his chin gently brushing the soft crown of her head, inhaling the faint lavender scent in her hair. I will, he promised softly, his voice light yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. He squeezed her hand, his gaze fixed on the London sky reflected in the magic water curtain outside the window. Fudge's probing was just the beginning. Black's shadow loomed over Harry, and Malfoy and Wormtail lurked in the shadows. The storm had gathered, but the warmth of their intertwined palms was his strongest armor at this moment, and the source of his motivation to recover quickly and protect everything. The cold light of the silver oak leaf dimmed on the bedside table, while the warmth in their clasped hands spread. Chapter 80 Phoenix Feather and the Dust-Sealed Truth. After Fudge departed with his tentative and insincere medal, the air in the St. Mungo's ward seemed to lose a layer of superficiality. Settling back down, Hermione carefully placed the silver oak leaf medal of bravery into the bottom drawer of the bedside table, as if it were not an honor but some ominous mark. Lynn continued to close his eyes and regulate his breathing, star power slowly flowing through his mending circuits, bringing warm vitality while also consuming his precious energy. The magical water curtain outside the window reflected the gloomy London sky, just like the gloom that now enveloped the magic world. Stirred by Black's escape from Azkaban, Hermione sat in the armchair, holding a thick copy of Advanced Analysis of Ancient Runes, but she couldn't read a single word. Her gaze occasionally drifted to Lynn's serene sleeping face, then fell back to her open book, her brow slightly furrowed. Fudge's probing, Black's threat, Malfoy's shadow, all tangled in her mind like a messy knot. What worried her most was Harry's state. The mad look in Black's eyes on that newspaper was enough to become anyone's nightmare, let alone Harry's. Knock, knock, knock. A very faint knocking sound, yet with a strange rhythm, echoed. It was different from the clamor of Fudge and his entourage, and unlike the gentle taps of a nurse, this sound seemed to knock directly on one's heart. Hermione immediately looked up. Alert. Lynn also slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding in his gray gaze. The ward door slid open silently. Standing at the entrance was Albus Dumbledore himself. He wore deep purple robes adorned with silver stars, and his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles were deep and wise, carrying a calmness that seemed to perceive everything. He was alone, without attendants, his long silver white beard hanging down to his chest. Most striking was the exquisitely beautiful creature perched on his shoulder, Fawkes the Phoenix. Its golden red feathers flowed with a molten gold luster in the soft light of the ward, its long tail feathers elegantly draped, and its obsidian-like eyes quietly observed the room. Principal, Hermione immediately stood up, her face showing genuine respect and a hint of imperceptible relief. Dumbledore's arrival itself brought an invisible calming force. Professor Lynn also nodded slightly in greeting. Good afternoon, Hermione. Lynn. Dumbledore smiled gently as he walked in, and Fawkes lightly flapped its wings, emitting a clear, melodious cry. He walked to the bedside, his gaze gently sweeping over Lynn's splintered arm. It seems you're recovering well. St. Mungo's Star Ward lives up to its reputation, and of course, he looked at Hermione. It also owes much to a meticulous guardian. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she pulled over a chair. Please sit. Principal. Dumbledore sat in the armchair, and Fawkes gracefully flew from his shoulder, landing on the high window ledge, preening its magnificent feathers, its golden red glow adding a touch of warm brightness to the ward. I received your warnings, Dumbledore began directly, his voice low and clear, regarding Wormtail snooping, and that unsettling Malfoy presence. His gaze behind his half-moon spectacles sharpened. Kingsley has already set up stricter surveillance at St. Mungo's and is pursuing leads, but Wormtail is as slippery as a rat, and has temporarily vanished. Hermione's heart sank. Lynn calmly interjected, they won't give up easily, indeed. Dumbledore nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the Daily Prophet in Hermione's hand, where Black's wild photo was still prominent, especially now. A greater storm has arrived. The shadow of Azkaban looms over everyone, especially Harry. At the mention of Harry, Hermione's heart immediately tightened. Principal, Harry, he's very scared. Black, is he really after Harry? This was her deepest fear. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, the only sound in the ward being the faint rustle of Fawkes preening its feathers. He pressed his fingertips together on his lap, his blue eyes looking deeply at Hermione and Lynn through his spectacles, a gaze that seemed to penetrate their souls. Hermione, Lynn, his voice was unusually serious, carrying a heavy weight. What I am about to tell you is absolutely confidential. It concerns a bare truth, Harry's past, and the stigma Black has carried for 12 years. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, until Harry is ready to face it, until he has enough strength and mental fortitude to bear it. This truth can only be known by the two of you. You must swear never to reveal it to a third person, including Ron, and especially not Harry himself. Hermione and Lynn both trembled. Stigma, a bare truth. Hermione's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Lynn's gray eyes, however, constricted sharply. And fragmented rumors about the Black case and the subversive twist in the original story, Peter Pettigrew, flashed through his mind. I swear, Hermione said almost without hesitation, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. She instinctively looked at Lynn, seeking his support. I swear. Lynn's voice was low and firm, meeting Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze. Dumbledore slowly nodded, as if confirming a certain trust. He took a deep breath, his voice, like a sound traveling through heavy dust of time, resonated lowly. 12 years ago. On that Halloween night in Godric's Hollow, the person who betrayed James and Lily Potter was never Sirius Black. This sentence exploded in Hermione's ears like a clap of thunder. She clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes white and round, her pupils filled with extreme shock and bewilderment. Not Black. How could this be? The newspapers, the Ministry of Magic's archives, everyone said he was the murderer, the traitor. Dumbledore's gaze turned to Lynn, as if confirming whether he had already guessed. Lynn's expression remained calm, but deep in his eyes, a ripple stirred, and he slowly nodded, indicating that he understood. The real traitor was the hero everyone thought had died bravely. Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of cold irony. It was Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail, Wormtail, Hermione gasped, her voice sharp with shock. That short, timid man, like a rat, that despicable traitor who had just disguised himself as a cleaner to sneak into the ward. She felt her worldview completely overturned. A huge sense of absurdity and anger instantly overwhelmed her. Yes, Dumbledore affirmed, a sharp glint in his blue eyes. He was the spy Lord Voldemort planted beside the Potters. It was he who leaked their secret keeper change plan, and it was he who led Lord Voldemort to Godric's Hollow. The old man's voice was filled with sorrow, and serious. He was the true secret keeper chosen by James and Lily at the time, but he had a sudden idea. Out of a overly confident desire to protect them, at the last moment, he secretly transferred the secret keeper identity to Pettigrew, whom he believed to be the most inconspicuous and least likely to be suspected. Hermione felt a chill run down her spine. Oh my God, what a deadly trust and misunderstanding this was. After the disaster, Black immediately went to confront Pettigrew. Dumbledore's voice continued the narration. With a heavy sense of destiny, Pettigrew knew his betrayal was exposed, and he chose the most despicable way to escape. He caused a huge explosion on a Muggle street, killing a dozen innocent Muggles, and in the chaos, he cut off one of his own fingers, faking his death at Black's hands, then transformed into his animagus form, a rat, and completely disappeared into the sewers. A deathly silence filled the ward. There was only Hermione's hurried breathing and the occasional soft chirping of Fawkes outside the window. The truth was so cruel, so suffocating. Black. Hermione's voice choked, immense guilt and sympathy making it hard for her to breathe. She remembered the burning green eyes of madness and hatred on the newspaper. Did they also contain the despair and pain of being betrayed by the whole world, of being slandered for 12 years? When he stormed into Azkaban, did he just want to kill the traitor with his own hands? He was arrested on the spot, and faced with irrefutable evidence and overwhelming accusations. He didn't say a word in his own defense. Dumbledore's voice carried deep regret. Perhaps it was due to extreme grief and self-blame, or perhaps the anger of Pettigrew's betrayal made him lose his mind. In any case, he silently bore it all, spending 12 hellish years beside the Dementors in Azkaban. Lynn listened silently, his heart in turmoil although he knew the plot. Hearing Dumbledore recount this buried truth firsthand, feeling the profound sorrow and betrayal within it, still brought a strong impact. Black, a man utterly destroyed by friendship and fate, he escaped. Hermione's voice trembled, with a hint of understanding. Was it for Harry, to get revenge on Wormtail? Yes. Dumbledore's gaze grew exceptionally deep. I believe that in the desperate abyss of Azkaban, the only thing that kept Black alive was finding Pettigrew, avenging James and Lily, and protecting James and Lily's only son. Harry. He saw the Daily Prophet's photo of the Weasley family on vacation in Egypt, and recognized a rat with a missing toe on Ron's shoulder. The truth was revealed, all the clues instantly connected. Black's goal in escaping Azkaban was not Harry, but Wormtail, who was hiding in Hogwarts. His roar of "He's at Hogwarts" referred to Peter Pettigrew, and Harry was the godson he would die to protect. The immense amount of information overwhelmed Hermione, leaving her speechless for a moment. Shock, anger, sympathy, worry, all these emotions intertwined, almost suffocating her. She instinctively reached out and tightly grasped Lynn's hand beside her, as if it were her only lifeline. Lynn immediately clasped her cold, trembling hand, conveying silent support and strength with the warmth of his palm. He looked at Dumbledore, his voice low and clear. So, now Black is secretly searching for Wormtail. Wormtail is lurking in Hogwarts under Malfoy's protection, and the Ministry of Magic, and most people believe Black is a madman coming to kill Harry. The situation is very dangerous, very dangerous. Dumbledore nodded heavily. Fudge will not believe the truth. And the Ministry of Magic will only fully pursue Black and Malfoy? His protection of Wormtail must have an ulterior motive, very likely related to Lord Voldemort's remaining forces. His gaze swept over Lynn's splinted arm. I need your strength, and even more, your wisdom and caution until Harry knows the truth. Protect him from the Ministry of Magic's overreactions, and be wary of the venomous snakes and rats lurking in the shadows. Hermione squeezed Lynn's hand firmly, taking a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down after the shock. A strong sense of responsibility and protectiveness surged through her. She looked at Dumbledore, her eyes once again firm and sharp. We understand, Principal. We will protect Harry. And we will also keep an eye on Wormtail and Malfoy's movements. Excellent. Dumbledore's face showed a relieved smile. He stood up, and Fawkes on the window ledge gave a clear chirping sound, flying back to his shoulder. Truth is sometimes a heavy burden, but it is also a torch that illuminates the path ahead until the right time comes. Please guard it well, and guard each other. He pointedly glanced at their tightly clasped hands. Dumbledore left. As silently as he had arrived, the ward returned to quiet, with only the flowing light and shadow reflected by the magical water curtain outside the window, and a golden red phoenix feather, still warm, that had fallen onto Hermione's lap. Hermione looked down at the beautiful feather, then looked up at Lynn. Her eyes still held the aftershocks of shock, but more than that, a determination and solemnity born from being cleansed by the truth. Black, he has suffered too much, she whispered, her voice filled with deep sympathy. Harry, he has the right to know the truth, Lynn said in a low voice. But not now, Hermione immediately interjected, her eyes firm. Until he is strong enough, until Professor Dumbledore deems it safe, we must guard this secret, and guard Harry. She tightened her grip on Lynn's hand. The warmth in their palms dispelled the chill brought by the truth. The future was filled with unknown dangers, a godfather on the run, a lurking traitor, insidious pureblood nobles, and the Ministry of Magic watching intently. But at this moment, they held each other's hands tightly, and also held the heavy truth and the promise of protection. Lynn turned his head, looking at Hermione's profile, which appeared particularly resolute against the phoenix feather's glow, and softly hummed in affirmation. The sky outside remained gloomy, but inside the ward, their clasped hands and that golden red feather seemed to be the warmest and most peaceful harbor in this stormy world. Chapter 81, Echoes Woven by Starlight. The truth Dumbledore brought was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, its ripples lingering. Black's injustice, Wormtail's baseness, Harry's dangerous situation, all weighed heavily on Hermione's heart. But looking at Lynn, who was sitting beside her with his eyes closed, regulating his breath, his face still pale, she forcefully suppressed her chaotic thoughts. The most urgent task was to help him recover as quickly as possible. St. Mungo's Starlight Recuperation Room truly lived up to its reputation with Hermione's meticulous care and the potions customized by healer Smithwick. The tingling sensation deep within Lynn's right arm bones became increasingly apparent, a sign of new growth and healing. More crucially, the faint yet pure star power within him, in the process of slowly nourishing his magic circuits, seemed to have formed a peculiar resonance with a specially designed ward. This afternoon, the ward was exceptionally quiet. Hermione sat by the window, writing a carefully worded letter to her parents, omitting the dangers of the wizarding world, only emphasizing that she was looking after an injured friend. Lynn, meanwhile, sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, his mental focus highly concentrated, guiding the faint strands of silver starlight within him to cautiously probe deep into his right arm. This time, he was no longer content with merely nourishing. He attempted to guide the starlight more actively, like the most nimble weaving needle, to touch and comb through those magic circuit nodes that had just been reconnected but were still fragile and sensitive. During the surgery, Smithwick guided him to use star power to purify blockages and stimulate regeneration, but that was with the aid of powerful external forces. Now, he relied on his own control and perception of the power. The process was extremely subtle and mentally taxing. The starlight was like tiny currents. Each time it touched a damaged node, it brought a strong sensation of soreness, numbness, and stinging pain. Like fine needles pricking nerves, fine beads of sweat seeped from Lynn's temples, and his breathing became light and prolonged. He blocked out all external disturbances, his entire mind immersed in that microscopic world of energy. Hermione quickly noticed the abnormality in his state. She put down her quill and watched Lynn, holding her breath. A very thin, almost imperceptible silver halo seemed to surround him, and a strange, fresh scent, like cold stardust, permeated the air. She did not interrupt, but gently put down what she was holding, stood up, and quietly walked to the bedside. Waiting silently, she took out a bottle of calming potion for stabilizing mental energy that she always carried, ready at any moment. Time passed. Minute by minute Lynn guided the starlight, painstakingly weaving through a node that was particularly twisted and fragile due to basilisk venom corrosion. Just as the starlight flowed through, attempting to smooth its wounds and stimulate its renewed vitality, buzz, an extremely faint hum, yet one that seemed to resonate directly in the depths of the soul, vibrated. Lynn's body suddenly shook. The area of his right arm covered by the magic bandage suddenly erupted in clearly visible, brilliant light like liquid silver threads. The light was not an outward energy blast, but rather shone through from within the bandage, outlining the intricate and complex network of magic circuits inside his arm. The silver thread-like light flowed rapidly through the circuits. Wherever it passed, those originally dim and twisted nodes seemed to be infused with powerful vitality, instantly becoming bright, stable, and even more condensed and resilient than before the injury. Ugh, Lynn grunted, the violent energy flow bringing not pain, but an indescribable sense of fullness and complete connection. It was as if a riverbed blocked for years had been completely cleared, and the rushing river water flowed joyfully. The magic bandage on his right arm moved without wind, emitting faint crackling sounds. And the splint also trembled slightly. Lynn, Hermione's heart leaped into her throat. She saw the brilliant silver light and felt the sudden surge of magic fluctuations in the air. Imbued with the coldness and vitality unique to the stars, she immediately unscrewed the potion bottle cap. Just then, the ward door was suddenly pushed open. Healer Smithwick and another female healer wearing a dark blue healer's robe, with graying hair and a shocked expression, Sheena Windermere, a senior researcher at the Healers Association, rushed in. Clearly, the sudden burst of powerful and pure magic fluctuations in the ward, far exceeding that of a normal recovery period, had triggered St. Mungo's precise monitoring array. Merlin's beard, Healer Windermere exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the silver glowing circuits flowing like living things from Lynn's right arm. This is autonomous accelerated regeneration and strengthening of magic circuits. How is this possible? Though equally shocked, Smithwick, as the attending physician, reacted faster. He quickly drew his wand, its tip glowing with a soft white light, and a complex detection spell instantly enveloped Lynn's right arm. A crystal ball image immediately appeared in the air. In the image, the magic circuit network, which originally would have required weeks or even months of slow repair, was now being cleansed, nourished, and reshaped by pure silver energy at a visible rate. Those minute damages and blockages melted away like ice and snow under sunlight, and the entire circuit structure became more solid, smoother, and even subtly exuded an indescribable stellar quality that surpassed ordinary wizards. Unbelievable. Smethwick's voice trembled with disbelief. He is guiding an unprecedented, pure source energy to actively repair and optimize his own magic circuits. This regeneration speed, it's a miracle. Hermione ignored the shock of the two healers. She saw Lynn sway slightly after the silver light erupted, his face becoming even paler, clearly indicating immense exhaustion. She immediately stepped forward, carefully avoiding the still slowly flowing silver radiance, and brought a calming potion to his lips. "Lynn, drink this." Her voice was urgent and brooked no argument. Lynn obediently opened his mouth and sipped the cool, slightly bitter potion. The medicinal power quickly spread, soothing the dizziness and stinging pain caused by his excessive mental exertion. As the potion took effect, the brilliant silver radiance emanating from his right arm slowly receded and disappeared like a tide, eventually returning to tranquility. Only the faint, lingering scent of stardust in the air proved that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. An eerie silence fell over the ward. Lynn leaned against the headboard, eyes closed, breathing rapidly, sweat soaking his temples and collar. But Hermione keenly noticed that the last trace of weakness left by the surgery seemed to have dissipated from his brow, and although his overall aura was tired, it exuded a more contained and stable sense of power. On the magic bandage of his right arm, a few silver patterns, like the trails of stars, lingered, slowly fading. Hermione's suspended heart finally settled, a mixture of immense joy and lingering fear intertwining, making her eyes slightly warm. She immediately picked up a soft towel and carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead, her movements as gentle as if handling fragile glass. "How do you feel?" she whispered, her voice still trembling slightly. Lynn slowly opened his eyes. Though tired, his gray eyes shone astonishingly, as if a river of stars flowed within them. He tried to move the fingers of his right arm, and an unprecedented sense of flexibility and power came from deep within. Though still somewhat weak, it was a world apart from the previous sluggish, blocked feeling. "The circuits are open," he said softly, his voice hoarse but with a hint of relieved ease, his gaze falling on Hermione's worried face. "And stronger." This was not merely recovery, it was a deep tempering of his magical essence by star power. Mr. Stone, Healer Windermere finally recovered from her extreme shock. She quickly walked to the bedside, her eyes gazing at Lynn with fervent intensity, as if you were a rare treasure. "That energy you just guided, that pure life force and power of order, what was it? How did you do it?" This completely overturns modern healing magic's understanding of magic circuit regeneration. She was so excited she was incoherent. Smethwick also walked over, looking at Lynn with a complex gaze, filled with deep inquiry and a hint of awe. "Lynn, what you just displayed far exceeds the scope of a family trick. This power, it is my origin." Lynn interrupted him, his voice calm but with an undeniable sense of boundary. He did not want to explain the secret of the Star Stone too much, especially after Fudge's probing. He looked at Hermione, his eyes conveying reassurance and a leave it to me message. "It requires specific conditions and powerful mental guidance. Just now, it was an accidental breakthrough during the recovery process." He lightly dismissed this miracle, which was enough to shake the magical healing world, as an accident. Hermione immediately understood. She stood beside Lynn, like a firm shield, and said to the two excited healers, "Mr. Smethwick, Madam Windermere, Lynn is very weak now and needs absolute rest. Any questions, please wait until he has recovered a bit to discuss." "Okay." Her tone was polite, but carried an undeniable insistence. Smethwick looked at Lynn's tired but unusually calm face, then at Hermione's protective stance, and finally, reason overcame excitement. He took a deep breath and nodded. Of course, Windermere, let's go out first and let Mr. Stone rest." But he gave Lynn a deep look. "I must report this healing data and phenomenon to the highest committee of the Healers Association. This is too important." Though Windermere was full of reluctance, she knew it was not appropriate to press for questions at this moment. She could only follow Smethwick out of the ward, looking back repeatedly, her eyes still fixed on Lynn's right arm, as if trying to penetrate the bandage to see the mystery within. The ward door closed again, isolating them from the outside world's fervent inquiry. Hermione let out a long breath, her body relaxing slightly, and only then realized that her own back was also covered in a thin layer of sweat. She sat back down by the bed, picked up the towel, and continued to gently wipe the sweat from Lynn's cheeks and neck, her movements even softer. "You scared me to death," she complained softly, her voice filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and pride. "But, it's amazing, Lynn, you did it." Her eyes sparkled, brimming with pure joy and adoration. Lynn looked at her face, so close to him, feeling the gentle touch of her fingertips and her undisguised concern, his heart filled with immense warmth. The joy of the breakthrough, the return of power, none of it compared to the light in her eyes at this moment. He raised his left hand, which had recovered a good deal of strength, and gently grasped her wrist as she was wiping him. Hermione's movements paused, and she looked up at him. Lynn said nothing, just gently pulled her towards him. Hermione obediently leaned down. An extremely gentle kiss, carrying the slightly salty taste of sweat and the bitter freshness of the calming potion, landed on her forehead. There were no excessive words, but it was filled with all the gratitude, dependence, and unspoken promises. Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, her heart feeling as if lightly tickled by a feather. Completely numb, she closed her eyes, feeling the cool touch of his lips and the silent intimacy that spoke volumes, all her worries and the tension of moments ago melting away in the simple touch. She leaned her head against his uninjured left shoulder, her cheek resting against the cool skin of his neck, listening to his gradually steadying heartbeat. His right hand gently rose, and though still somewhat weak, it firmly wrapped around her waist. In the ward, the scent of stardust had not completely dissipated, and sunlight streamed through the water curtain window, gilding the embracing pair with a warm, golden edge. The breakthrough in healing had startled the outside world, but at this moment, the satisfaction of power's return and the intimate warmth of surviving a crisis were their peaceful haven. A storm was brewing outside, and they, in a stronger state, were preparing to face everything. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82: Moonlight Under the Mold. Lynn's breakthrough in the autonomous regeneration of his magic circuit was like a giant stone thrown into the calm lake of St. Mungo's. The reaction from the Healers Association's High Council was faster and more fervent than expected. Not long after Smeeswick and Windermere left, several subtle yet powerful monitoring magic fluctuations appeared outside the ward, and the air was filled with an invisible sense of inquiry and curiosity. Hermione could clearly feel the studied gaze, which made her both proud of Lynn's breakthrough and slightly uneasy and irritated, especially after learning the truth about Black. This feeling of being spied upon by multiple forces was even more suffocating. Lynn, however, was calm. He leaned against the headboard, closed his eyes, and adjusted his breathing, adapting to the reconnected and even stronger magic circuits within him. The weakness brought by the immense consumption of star power was slowly fading under the effects of the potion and rest, and a continuous, warm tingling sensation came from deep within his right arm, a testament to the return of his power. He blocked out external attention, his mental power as still as water. But Hermione couldn't sit still. Lynn needed rest, and she herself needed to do something to dispel the anxiety and powerlessness in her heart. Research was the method she was best at, and that brought her the most sense of control. "I'm going to St. Mungo's archives reading room," she whispered to Lynn, who had his eyes closed, picking up her dragonhide bag, to look up case files on ancient curses and magic erosion. Maybe it will help with his subsequent recovery. What she didn't say aloud was that she might also find snippets of information about Azkaban's ancient wards or the Dementor's weaknesses. Lynn slowly opened his eyes, his gray eyes clear and filled with knowing comprehension. "Be careful," he didn't stop her, only caution her. He knew she needed space and action. I'll be back soon." Hermione gave him a reassuring smile, adjusted her robes, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. The monitoring magic outside the door subtly fluctuated as she passed, like invisible tendrils. St. Mungo's archives reading room was located on the third basement level of the hospital. The air was filled with a mixed scent of old parchment, dust, and dry herbs, ancient and tranquil. Giant oak bookshelves stood like silent giants, extending up to the dimly lit ceiling, crammed with dusty files, heavy leather-bound tomes, and countless patient records tied with magical ribbons. Only a few healers or researchers quietly consulted materials in the corners, the rustling of quills on parchment being the main melody here. Hermione presented Dumbledore's specially approved high-level access badge, under the guise of assisting with Lynn's treatment research, and the administrator reluctantly allowed her into the core area. The air here was even colder, and the dust on the bookshelves was thicker. She purposefully headed towards the rare spell damage and after effects classification section. Time passed with the subtle sounds of turning yellowed pages. Hermione quickly immersed herself, temporarily forgetting the outside world's distractions. She consulted ancient cases of deep basilisk venom erosion, compared treatment plans from different periods, and rapidly jotted down key information and questions in her portable notebook with her quill just as she stood on tiptoe, trying to pull out a thick, dust-covered tome from the top shelf whose spine read persistent magic erosion, theory and countermeasures. Her fingertips accidentally brushed against a stack of crooked, seemingly long-forgotten loose parchment scrolls nearby. Whoosh! The stack of scrolls, already precarious, immediately scattered when she touched them, like a small parchment avalanche, raining down on her and kicking up a cloud of choking dust. Cough, cough. Hermione stumbled back a few steps, frantically brushing dust from her hair and shoulders, looking annoyed at the scattered, yellowed scrolls on the floor. She sighed and resignedly knelt to start tidying them up. These were clearly unfiled, scattered research notes or discarded drafts, with messy handwriting and disorganized content, mostly involving obscure or even proven ineffective healing remedies. She quickly gathered them, preparing to hand them over to the administrator. Just as she picked up the last few stacked, moldy and curled-edged parchments, her gaze inadvertently swept over the messy handwriting on them. It was not a record of treating basilisk venom. The title was written in a very old, ornate script: Lunar Phases, Wormwood, and Silver Fern, Attempts to Improve Type II Wolfsbane Potion Stability and Failure Analysis. Wolfsbane Potion. Hermione's heart gave a sudden leap. She immediately stopped, ignoring the dust, and carefully spread out the moldy parchments on a nearby empty desk. Although the handwriting was messy, the recorder clearly had a deep foundation in potion making and a rigorous experimental spirit. The notes detailed dozens of attempts to modify the Wolfsbane Potion's formula. The core idea was to introduce wormwood essence extracted under specific lunar phases and silver fern spore powder, attempting to enhance the potion's stability and suppressing the werewolf's violent instincts during the full moon, thereby reducing the user's suffering. The first half of the notes was filled with experimental data and optimistic analyses, but the further it went, the messier the handwriting became, revealing the recorder's frustration. The date of the last record was 15 years ago, and the conclusion was shocking: the 47th full moon experiment failed. Subject, code-named Silver Moon, voluntarily signed risk agreement, experienced increased suffering under the potion's effects, irreversible magic circuit burns, and mental confusion. The direction of modification was incorrect. Wormwood essence and the core components of Wolfsbane underwent unknown drastic changes under the full moon magic tide. Project terminated. All data sealed. Warning: this approach carries significant hidden dangers. Do not attempt again. Failed modification. Subject severely harmed. Project terminated and sealed. Hermione's heart sank. The Wolfsbane potion itself was known to have limited effects and significant side effects. But these dusty notes revealed a bold but failed attempt at modification, with a heavy price. She looked at the words Subject Silver Moon and felt a chill. Could this be Professor Lupin? The timing seemed to match. She was engrossed in the shock and thoughts brought by the notes when a gentle, slightly weary voice sounded behind her. A very dangerous approach, isn't it? Using wormwood to challenge the moon's curse? Hermione jumped, turning around sharply. Lynn, she realized, had silently appeared behind her. He was wearing straight Mungo's blue hospital gown, with a dark green cloak Hermione had brought draped casually over him. His face was still somewhat pale, but he stood very steadily. He had clearly recovered a good deal of strength and was worried about her being alone here. How did you get here? Hermione quickly stood up, instinctively wanting to steady him. You should be resting in bed, couldn't lie still, Lynn said simply, his gaze falling on the moldy notes she had spread out. His mental power was strong. As he approached, he had caught the faint echoes of pain and magic burns remaining on the parchment. What did you find? He asked, his eyes sweeping over the glaring failure analysis and project terminated. Hermione quickly and quietly told him the contents of the notes and her own deductions, including her conjecture that the subject might be Lupin. Lynn listened, and a flash of understanding crossed his gray eyes. He picked up one of the most moldy parchments, his fingertips brushing over the messy handwriting, his mental power like the most precise scanner, capturing the extremely faint emotional imprints left on it: pain, regret, despair. The direction of modification wasn't wrong, Lynn suddenly spoke, his voice low. What was wrong was the material ratio and the timing of extraction. He pointed to the part of the notes about wormwood essence extraction. New moon night, 3 days before the full moon. Use meltwater from northern glaciers instead of moonlight for cold extraction. Silver fern spore powder needs to be purified 3 times by morning dew and added during the waning moon phase. His tone was calm, as if stating an obvious fact. This was the Starstone's instinctive perception of the inherent magic of plants. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. Lynn didn't have deep expertise in potion making, but his insight into the essence of energy was unparalleled. She immediately took out her quill and quickly jotted down Lynn's pointers in her notebook, her brain working rapidly, analyzing the original data from the notes combined with her own knowledge. Cold extraction reduces the pungency of wormwood. Morning dew purification for the moon phase interference of silver fern. This really might bypass the drastic change. The flame of academic inquiry rekindled in her eyes. The previous frustration was swept away, replaced by the excitement of discovering a new approach. She completely forgot her surroundings, clutching her notebook, and turned excitedly to Lynn. If we adjust it this way, and then combine it with... Her words stopped abruptly because Lynn wasn't looking at her excited deductions, but was focused on her. His gaze fell on the tip of her nose, which had a bit of dust on it, and a faint gray smudge on her cheek that she had accidentally gotten while tidying the scrolls. Hermione felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively touched her face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lynn responded softly. He extended his left hand. His right arm still couldn't make large movements, and the pad of his thumb, warm to the touch, very gently brushed her cheek, wiping away the gray smudge. The action was as natural as breathing. The warm touch of his fingertip was like a faint electric current, instantly shooting from her cheek throughout Hermione's body. All her academic fervor instantly solidified. Her mind went blank, leaving only the skin where his fingertip had brushed, faintly burning. She stared blankly at his handsome face, so close, still a little pale but incredibly focused, her heart pounding like a drum. Lynn wiped away the smudge, but his thumb didn't immediately leave, instead gently stroking her smooth skin, as if confirming it was clean. His gray eyes were deep, reflecting her instantly flushed face and stunned expression in the dim light of the reading room. Dust motes slowly danced in the light beams. The two stood beside the scattered parchments, one looking down intently, the other looking up blankly. The fierce discussion about the wolfsbane potion modification plan was now completely replaced by a silent, dust-scented intimacy. A deliberately suppressed cough came from behind a nearby bookshelf, breaking the ambiguous silence. Hermione recoiled sharply like a startled rabbit, her cheeks so red they almost dripped blood. Lynn also withdrew his hand, his expression returning to its usual calmness, though his earlobes seemed to have also acquired a faint blush. A wizard wearing a new tailor's robe, with a gentle but visibly weary face, emerged from behind the bookshelf. It was Remus Lupin. His gaze swept over the scattered parchments on the floor, finally resting on the moldy notes in Hermione's hand, his eyes complex and unreadable. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Lupin's voice was still gentle, but with a hint of an almost imperceptible hoarseness. Miss Granger, the notes in your hand, may I see them? His gaze lingered on the title. Attempts to improve and failure analysis, carrying a heavy and distant recollection. Hermione's heart tightened abruptly. She instinctively tried to hide the notes behind her, then thought better of it. She looked at Lynn, seeking support. Lynn gave her an almost imperceptible nod. Hermione took a deep breath and handed over the heavy notes, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly. Professor Lupin, do you recognize these notes? Lupin took the moldy parchments, his fingertips trembling slightly. He didn't answer immediately, but silently, very slowly, turned the pages, his gaze lingering on the messy handwriting and the glaring words like failed and increased suffering. The reading room was dead silent, with only the rustling of his turning pages. Heavy as a sigh after a long while, he finally looked up, a very bitter smile on his face, yet his eyes were unusually calm. I do. This was a dear friend's last attempt to grasp the moonlight in despair. He carefully closed the notes and handed them back to Hermione, his voice low and clear. Thank you for finding it. And thank you, Mr. Stone, for your insights just now. He looked deeply at Lynn, his eyes containing so many complex emotions, gratitude, understanding, and an indescribable hint of hope. Improving the wolfsbane potion, alleviating the pain of the curse, this path of exploration has never stopped. Lupin's voice carried a steadfastness that came from enduring hardship. Perhaps a new moonlight will illuminate a new direction. After he finished speaking, he nodded slightly to the two of them, turned, and left the reading room, his back appearing somewhat lonely in the dim light, yet also radiating an indomitable strength. Hermione held the moldy notes, watching Lupin disappear, then turned to look at Lynn, who was silent beside her but gave her infinite strength. The dust in the archive slowly settled, the moonlight drafts beneath the mold stains were heavy and bitter. But at this moment, her heart was filled with warmth and the power of hope, thanks to that simple touch that brushed away the dust, and the rekindled glimmer in Lupin's eyes. The storm still raged, but hope and guardianship were never extinguished. Chapter 83, The Snake's Tongue in the Shadow and the Warmth in the Palm. The dust-laden notes in the archive, and Professor Lupin's heavy departure cast an enduring pall over the tranquility of St. Mungo's. Hermione carefully placed the notes about the failed wolfsbane potion improvements into her dragonhide bag, her heart heavy. Professor Lupin's words, "The new moonlight will illuminate a new direction," gave her hope, but the suffering of Silvermoon also weighed on her. Lynn's condition had visibly improved. The sense of power from his reconnected magic circuits was steadily returning. Although the magical brace on his right arm had not yet been removed, he could already walk slowly around the ward with Hermione's support and even attempt some simple magic manipulation exercises with his left hand. The Healer Association's monitoring magic was still present, but Lynn seemed to have found a way to block its interference. And the private space within the ward regained a relative quiet for the two of them. That evening, Hermione was sitting at a small table by the window, organizing the information she had found in the archives about the deep purification of basilisk venom into notes, her quill scratching softly on the parchment. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the magical water curtain window, painting the ward in warm orange and casting a soft glow on her focused profile. Lynn stood by the window, a faint but solid ball of silver starlight star radiance hovering in his left palm. Like a firefly dancing on his fingertips, he was attempting the most precise control, making the starlight star radiance transform into simple geometric shapes with his thoughts. With each success, the starlight in his eyes brightened a bit. The sense of control over his returning power was the best shield against external prying. Hiss hiss, a faint magical fluctuation, like a snake's hiss, abruptly penetrated the ward's quiet barrier, triggering the alert spell array Lynn had set outside the door. The starlight star radiance in Lynn's palm instantly dissipated, his gray eyes suddenly sharp as an eagle's. Turning towards the door, Hermione also immediately stopped writing, raising her head alertly, her hand already gripping the wand in her sleeve. It wasn't a healer, nor was it Dumbledore's people. This fluctuation carried a cold, pure-blood arrogance and a strong malevolence. The ward door did not open, but beneath a crack, a piece of parchment with ornate art gold borders was slowly pushed in by an invisible force. Hermione immediately stood up, tapped her wand, and used an Accio to draw the parchment into her hand. It was cold to the touch, carrying the scent of expensive perfume and a faint hint of snake wood. Lynn walked to her side, his gaze falling on the parchment. There was no signature, only a line of magical instructions written in ornate script, beneath which was a crest Hermione knew all too well, a venomous snake coiled around a flamboyant letter M, pursuant to Article 7. Section 3 of the Special Talent Control Regulations. The Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries hereby orders a comprehensive magical essence assessment and danger review of patient Lynstone, ID, SHC 1991-0731. The review team will arrive at St. Mungo's within 3 days. This order is copied to the Wizengamot and the Auror headquarters, below. The instructions was the official seal of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, but Hermione and Lynn both knew that the true force behind this order was the surname represented by that crest, Malfoy. Lucius. Hermione gritted her teeth, her voice filled with anger. He really made his move. He's using Fudge's panic and the Ministry of Magic's regulations to try and control you as a dangerous individual. She recalled Fudge's probing during the awards ceremony, and Wormtail's prying. It was all Malfoy manipulating from behind the scenes. Lynn's expression was cold. He took the parchment, his fingertips brushing the cold, serpentine crest, his mental power like an invisible blade, easily piercing a very subtle tracking and prying magic attached to the instructions. The parchment instantly turned to dust in his fingertips, fluttering down. Review team. Lynn's voice carried a hint of cold mockery. It's just another group of people coming to probe. He looked at Hermione, his eyes deep. Fudge fears uncontrolled power, especially during the sensitive period of Black's escape. Lucius only needs to give a gentle push to kill with a borrowed knife. They won't get away with it. Hermione clenched her fists, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. We have Professor Dumbledore. We have Kingsley. And we have the record of your successful recovery. Healer Smuswick and Madam Windermere both witnessed that your breakthrough was a benign recovery. Evidence is sometimes pale in the face of power. Lynn's voice was calm, yet it spoke of a cruel reality. He walked to the window, watching London sinking in the sunset outside the water curtain window, his gray eyes reflecting the orange clouds and the deep undercurrents. Lucius's target isn't just me. He wants to muddy the waters, distract Dumbledore, and even create an opportunity for Wormtail. At the mention of Wormtail, Hermione's heart tightened again. That despicable traitor was still hiding in Hogwarts. And Harry was in constant danger. A huge sense of pressure and powerlessness washed over her again. Black's injustice, Harry's danger, Lucius's conspiracy, the impending review. It was like an invisible net, tightening more and more. Hermione felt a wave of fatigue and irritation. She walked to Lynn's side and also looked out the window. The warm light of the setting sun could not dispel the chill in her heart. What should we do? Her voice carried a hint of imperceptible confusion and reliance. Lynn did not answer immediately. He turned his head, looking at Hermione's slightly tired and worried profile in the sunset. The golden light of the evening glow fell on her furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips. He raised his left hand, and without a word, gently, with a comforting force, placed it on her head. Hermione's body stiffened slightly. Lynn's palm was warm, his movements exceptionally gentle, carrying an undeniable sense of calm. His long fingers ran through her fluffy, soft brown curls, like stroking the feathers of a startled bird, with a reassuring rhythm, gently caressing the top of her head. This sudden, protective, intimate gesture instantly froze Hermione. All the anger, anxiety, and confusion seemed to be gently smoothed away by this warm hand. An indescribable warmth spread from the top of her head, instantly sweeping through her entire body, dispelling all the cold and fatigue. Her tense shoulders unconsciously relaxed, and her tightly furrowed brow slowly smoothed out. She tilted her head slightly, looking up at Lynn. The golden glow of the setting sun fell on his sharply defined profile, outlining a resolute contour. His gray eyes were downcast, looking at her intently, his gaze deep and calm, with no superfluous words, only the continuous warmth transmitted from his palm and the silent promise, "I'm here, don't be afraid." Time seemed to stand still at this moment outside the water curtain illusion. The Muggle world's traffic flowed endlessly, and the sun slowly sank into the city's skyline. Inside the ward, there was only the faint sound of his fingertips gently brushing her hair, and her gradually steadying breathing. Hermione didn't move or speak, just quietly savored this comfort that transcended words. Like a small animal that had found a safe harbor, she instinctively tilted her head slightly, letting the top of her head press closer to his warm palm, even unconsciously emitting a very faint, satisfied sigh. Like hum. Lynn's lips curved into a barely perceptible, soft arc. His fingertips moved even more gently, sliding from the top of her head to her soft hair ends, with infinite patience and cherish. The tense atmosphere that had just been present was completely melted by the silent intimacy. Lucius's insidious order, the Ministry of Magic's review threat, the lurking crisis, all were now isolated outside the warmth flowing between the two of them after an unknown period. When the last ray of the setting sun also disappeared and the soft magical lights in the ward automatically turned on, Lynn slowly withdrew his hand. Hermione felt an emptiness on top of her head, and her heart also felt a pang of emptiness, immediately followed by a strong sense of attachment. She looked up, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her eyes were much brighter than before, filled with the serenity of being comforted and renewed courage. "We'll meet trouble as it comes." Lynn's voice was low and steady, with the confidence of someone in control. "If the review team wants to come, let them come. Good. I also want to see what tricks Lucius can play." A cold glint flashed in his gray eyes, then vanished. Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes becoming firm and sharp again. "I'll be with you. They want evidence. We have plenty. They want to probe." She clenched her small fists. "Then let them see what true benign recovery means." She was no longer the girl who choked on dust in the archives and grieved over failed notes. The warmth in his palm dispelled the gloom, and the lingering warmth on her head was her armor. No matter how the serpent's tongue in the shadows spewed venom, or how the storm approached, as long as they stood together, protecting each other, they would fear nothing. Lynn looked at her renewed fighting spirit, his eyes showing undisguised admiration and warmth. He reached out his hand. Hermione immediately placed her hands in his warm palm, fingers intertwined. Power merged outside. London's lights were coming on. Inside the ward, the light was soft. The order in the shadows turned to dust, and the warmth in their palms was their strongest fortress against all conspiracies and storms. Chapter 84. Cold night's starlight breaks the long night. Malfoy's insidious command, like poison bait cast into a deep pool, was crushed by Lynn, yet it stirred dangerous undercurrents beneath St. Mungo's calm surface. News of the Department of Mysteries review panel impending arrival spread like wildfire, and the atmosphere among the hospital's senior staff became subtle and tense. Healers looked at Lynn's ward with more scrutiny and apprehension, and even routine rounds were conducted with extra caution. Lynn seemed oblivious to all this. He used this brief period of calm to focus on restoring and mastering his power. With his magic circuits fully connected, the flow of star power became even more fluid and natural. Under Hermione's protection, he even attempted a small-scale spatial displacement within the ward. His figure blurred for an instant like a ripple, then reappeared in another corner of the room. Although the distance was short and the consumption immense, this was undoubtedly a sign of a qualitative change in his power. Hermione, meanwhile, was busy organizing materials to deal with the review, and simultaneously, using St. Mungo's authority, she secretly collected research data on Azkaban's ancient wards and Dementors, preparing for the potential storm ahead. She was like a vigilant lioness, guarding Lynn's sanctuary of recovery, and the heavy secret they shared night deepened. The Starlight Ward on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's fell into slumber-like silence. The London nightscape reflected by the magical water curtain outside the window also dimmed, with only scattered lights remaining. Inside the ward, only a bedside lamp was left on, emitting a soft, dim glow. Hermione did not return to her own common room. She was curled up in the armchair by the bedside, covered with a thin blanket, still clutching a scroll about ancient protective runes. But her head had slowly drooped, and her breathing was even and long. Several consecutive days of guarding and dealing with pressure had left her utterly exhausted. Lynn sat up in bed, not asleep. He had his eyes closed, his mental power, like an invisible spiderweb, covering the entire ward and a small section of the corridor. This was a new warning method he had mastered after regaining his strength, far more concealed and sensitive than magic circles. The brace on his right arm gleamed with a faint metallic cold light in the dimness. Suddenly, an extreme, soul-freezing cold pierced through St. Mungo's powerful protective wards without warning, sweeping across the entire 5th floor like an invisible cold snap. The temperature in the ward plummeted, the flame of the bedside lamp flickered wildly, almost extinguishing. Eerie frost flowers condensed on the walls. Ugh! The sleeping Hermione woke with a start, her body shivering uncontrollably. An icy despair and sorrow that went deep into her bones instantly seized her. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, or been dragged into the darkest nightmare. She saw her parents' disappointed eyes, saw Lynn lying in a pool of blood, saw Harry being captured by Black. No, it was Wormtail. Seized. Immense fear instantly suffocated her, her face as pale as paper. Hermione, Lynn's low roar exploded in her ears like thunder. He had already opened his eyes the moment the cold invaded. An unprecedented sharp, cold light burst forth from his gray eyes. The starstone fragment in his chest glowed intensely, emitting a silent shriek. The scene captured by his mental power made his pupils contract sharply. Outside the ward's heavy oak door, the corridor lights were swallowed by an even thicker darkness. 3 floating, terrifying black figures, cloaked in tattered robes and reaching the ceiling, were gliding forward like weightless ghosts. They exuded a nauseating, soul-devouring stench of decay. Beneath their cloaks was an empty darkness, with only a skeletal, scab-covered hand exposed, radiating an absolute coldness and despair that drained all joy. Dementors. Azkaban's guards. They had actually breached St. Mungo's defenses and appeared here. Their target was clear: Linstone, expecto patronum. In extreme fear and despair, Hermione, with powerful willpower, instinctively drew her wand and shrieked with all her might. A silvery white, slightly thin mist spewed from her wand tip, barely coalescing into a blurry, struggling otter shape, bravely charging towards the door. However, facing 3 powerful, prepared Dementors, Hermione's hastily summoned Patronus was too weak. The otter Patronus's light flickered violently and dimmed like a candle in the wind the moment it touched the viscous darkness. The bone-chilling cold and sense of despair, like ice picks, fiercely stabbed into Hermione's brain. She groaned, her wand nearly slipping from her grasp, her body swaying precariously. "Get behind me," Lynn's voice carried an unquestionable authority. He suddenly threw off the covers, moving as fast as lightning. The magical brace on his right arm hummed with a low resonance as star power infused it, but he paid it no mind. With his left hand, he yanked the stumbling Hermione behind him, completely shielding her with his body between her and the door. Just as the Dementor's skeletal hands penetrated the ward door, St. Mungo's protective doors were like paper in front of them. Brilliant starlight erupted in Lynn's eyes. He did not draw his wand, but instead poured all his will and mental power, along with the surging power from the starstone fragment in his chest, into a low command, as if from the ancient starry sky. "Star domain, activate." A reverberation, not heard by the ears but roaring directly in the depths of the soul, erupted, centered on Lynn. A visible pure silver light domain with a diameter of about 3 meters suddenly unfolded. The boundaries of the light domain flowed with brilliant radiance like a liquid star river, and countless tiny star runes flickered and circulated within it. The entire ward was instantly illuminated by this cold, sacred light, filled with endless vitality and the power of order, as if it were daytime. Sizzle, like a hot iron piercing through ice, the skeletal claws of the three Dementors emitted a piercing, scorched sound the moment they touched the silver star domain. Their viscous dark cloaks twisted and churned wildly. They no longer emitted a silent suckling, but rather a soul-piercing shriek filled with pain and terror. The soul, freezing cold and despair, like defiled snow meeting its nemesis, rapidly melted and evaporated under the illumination of the brilliant starlight. Within the star domain, it was as warm as spring. The bone-chilling cold and despair that had just frozen her marrow instantly vanished without a trace. Hermione, protected by Lynn behind him, only felt a warm and powerful force enveloping her, dispelling all negative emotions, as if she were beneath the most peaceful starry sky. She watched this incredible scene in shock. Lynn's back was as straight as a pine, the silver light domain enveloped him, like a Star-Lord descended upon the human world. Those three Dementors, which made the entire wizarding world tremble in fear, were now painfully twisting and recoiling outside the star domain, as if they had encountered their natural enemy, starlight. Resonance, Lynn's low voice sounded, carrying a strange guiding power. He still maintained the star domain, the immense consumption making his face even paler, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but his eyes were incredibly bright. He slightly turned his head and said to Hermione behind him, "Hermione, feel it, guide your patronus, with a light in your heart." Hermione instantly understood what he meant. This star domain not only protected her but also purified the Dementor's despair field, creating an excellent opportunity for her. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her mind was no longer filled with fear, but with the warmest, most steadfast images, her parents' proud smiles, Ron's goofy grimaces, Harry's trusting eyes, and this back in front of her, holding up a clear sky for her with starlight. Expecto Patronum. Hermione raised her wand again, her voice no longer trembling, but filled with unprecedented determination and power. This time, what spewed from her wand tip was no longer a thin mist, but a solid, dazzling silver beam of light. The moment the light beam left her wand tip, it seemed to be drawn and enhanced by Lynn's star domain, and it actively merged into the flowing starlight of the Star River. Boom! Hermione's patronus, the silvery white otter, underwent an astonishing transformation the moment it merged into the star domain. Its size suddenly expanded, becoming more solid and agile. The silver light flowing around it perfectly blended with Lynn's starlight, exuding an even warmer, more powerful, and majestic aura filled with protective will. The otter was no longer a blurry outline, its eyes were like the purest sapphires, sparkling with the light of wisdom and courage. Go! Hermione's and Lynn's voices seemed to overlap. The giant silver otter patronus, infused with the power of the star domain, let out a clear, soaring cry, like an arrow shot from a bow, and fiercely rushed out of the star domain, pouncing on the three Dementors still struggling painfully at the edge of the star domain. Roar! The patronus's light, like the hottest sunlight, slammed violently into the Dementors. A shriek more piercing than before erupted. The viscous darkness melted wildly like grease meeting fire. One Dementor's cloak was completely torn, revealing its even more nauseating, constantly disintegrating dark essence underneath. The other two also suffered heavy injuries, no longer able to maintain their form, and like tattered rags ripped by a hurricane, they shrieked and turned into a few lingering wisps of foul-smelling, cold black smoke, retreating in disarray and instantly disappearing into the impenetrable darkness deep in the corridor. The silver outer patronus, like a victorious general, circled the corridor once, letting out a clear cry of triumph, before dissipating into specks of silver light inside the ward. The star domain supported by Lynn also slowly retracted. As the light faded, only the lingering, faint scent of stardust and the warm afterglow remained in the air. The moment the star domain withdrew, the immense consumption made Lynn's body sway violently, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat instantly soaking the back of his hospital gown. He leaned against the wall with his right hand to barely stand steady, his breathing rapid and heavy. Lynn, Hermione immediately rushed forward, grabbing his swaying body and letting him lean against her. Her palm could clearly feel his body trembling and cold. "Are you alright? Don't scare me, I'm fine, just a bit drained." Lynn's voice was hoarse, tinged with fatigue, but his eyes were incredibly bright. He turned his head, looking at Hermione's face, so close, filled with worry and lingering shock, yet a very faint curve, bearing victory and satisfaction, appeared at the corner of his lips. "We cooperated very well." Hermione looked at his pale face and tired but bright eyes. The earth-shattering starlight resonance just now, the shocking feeling of fighting side by side to dispel the darkness, instantly washed away all her lingering fear. A huge wave of pride, heartache, and an indescribable emotion overwhelmed her. She could no longer hold back, and she opened her arms, hugging him tightly, tightly. Her face buried deep into his cool neck, feeling his rapid heartbeat and the faint scent of sweat and stardust on him. "You scared me to death, you madman." Her voice was choked, and her arms tightened even more, as if she wanted to knead him into her own body, using her body heat to dispel his coldness and weakness. Lynn's body stiffened for a moment, then completely relaxed, letting her hold him. He extended his usable left hand and also tightly wrapped it around her waist, resting his chin gently on the top of her soft hair. The dizziness and weakness brought by the consumption miraculously eased a lot in her warm embrace and real touch. The ward was a mess. 3 charred holes were left where the Dementors had penetrated the door, and the frost flowers condensed on the walls were melting and dripping in the warmth. Outside the corridor, frightened shouts and running footsteps of healers could be heard, and alarm bells rang loudly. But in the center of the storm, the 2 embracing figures seemed to be in a world of their own. Starlight dispelled the Dementors' darkness, and now, the post-calamity embrace, with their mutual warmth and heartbeats, became the warmest, most solid fortress in the cold night. Hermione's tears silently soaked Lynn's shoulder. They were not tears of fear, but of the lingering fear of successful protection, the excitement of fighting side by side, and the immense relief of having him back. Lynn's arms tightened around her, silently conveying comfort and the promise of "I am here." The Dementors' ambush was a warning, a test, and a declaration of war. But tonight, the resonance of starlight and Patronus illuminated the darkness, and also illuminated their shared path forward. Whether the enemy came from Azkaban or Malfoy Manor, they would face it together, with starlight, with protection, and with their closely beating hearts. Chapter 85: The Weight of Time and the Anchor Point in the Palm. Though the chilling cold of the Dementor raid was dispelled by starlight, it still caused a massive uproar at St. Mungo's and throughout the Ministry of Magic. Elite Aurors from the Ministry of Magic headquarters and the Department of Mysteries sealed off the 5th floor within minutes of the alarm, the corridors filled with tense whispers, the glow of wands, and the pungent smell of charring, the scent emitted when the Dementor's dark residue was purified. Lynn and Hermione, as direct witnesses, underwent multiple rounds of urgent interrogation. Hermione clearly described the Dementor invasion, emphasizing the passive defensive nature of her Patronus charm and Lynn's unknown defensive magic. Lynn maintained a weakened state after his power was overdrawn, with Hermione speaking for him most of the time, only adding a few crucial sentences to describe the star domain as an uncontrollable family defensive instinct triggered by extreme danger. The Malfoy directive he had crushed now served as a leverage against the other party, who told you to apply pressure through unofficial channels. The timely intervention of Dumbledore and Kingsley, as well as healer Smithwick's report on the benign recovery of Lynn's magical circuit, omitting the core description of star power, ultimately led the Ministry of Magic's investigation to temporarily lean towards Azkaban's defensive loopholes, causing Dementors to lose control. Fudge, though full of suspicion, had to grudgingly accept it due to the lack of direct evidence and the irrefutable fact that Dementors had indeed breached St. Mungo's defenses. He then strictly ordered the strengthening of control over Azkaban and the protection of St. Mungo's. Though everyone knew this was more like locking the stable door after the horse had bolted. The storm had temporarily subsided, but the atmosphere in the ward did not lighten. Hermione was like a sparrow, even more vigilant after being startled. She barely left Lynn's bedside, her wand always within reach. Every sound of the ward door opening or closing made her instantly tense up. The shocking image of Lynn repelling the Dementors was deeply etched in her mind, followed by immense post-fear. What if his power hadn't recovered then? What if there had been one more Dementor? What if? She dared not think further. This fear transformed into intense anxiety and deep self-reproach for not being strong enough. She began to become exceptionally busy. Besides taking care of Lynn's daily needs and assisting him with recovery exercises, she devoted almost all her waking hours to studying. The small table in the ward was piled high with thick tomes borrowed from St. Mungo's archives, and even urgently requisitioned by Harry from the Hogwarts library via a two-way mirror. Essentials of Advanced Patronus Charm, on the Amplification of Spell Power by Willpower, Principles of Ancient Magical Wards, Restricted Section Excerpt, Introduction to Soul Defense. The rustling of a quill flying across parchment almost became the background sound of the word. Lynn watched the dark circles under her eyes grow heavier, watched her fingers tremble slightly as she turned pages, a sign of extreme mental tension, and watched the worry and fear flash in her eyes when she occasionally zoned out. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter this afternoon. Lynn was trying to manipulate starlight with his left hand to condense into simple rune chains, an advanced magic control exercise, while Hermione was hunched over the desk, her brow furrowed, studying an abstruse document on the basic theory of time magic. Beside it, a parchment schedule filled with dense course names and times was spread open. No, not enough time. Hermione irritably ran her fingers through her messy curly hair, muttering to herself, defense against the dark arts combat simulations must be strengthened, advanced analysis of ancient runes can't fall behind, and alchemy basics. Her gaze fell on several time slots on the schedule that she had specially marked with red circles, almost squeezed together, her eyes struggling. Lynn stopped the starlight runes in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the schedule beside her. When he saw the course arrangements, so compressed there was almost no breathing room, and the several course names marked with red circles, clearly exceeding the regular class hour load, his gray eyes instantly deepened. What is this? He walked to the table, picked up the schedule, his voice calm but with an undeniable interrogative tone. Hermione seemed startled, suddenly looking up. Seeing the schedule in Lynn's hand, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, then she forced herself to be calm. Oh, nothing, just some course plans for next semester. Thought I'd plan ahead. Course plans. Lynn's fingertip tapped on the glaring red circles. Professor McGonagall would allow you to take 3 advanced practical courses simultaneously and pack your schedule so full that you don't even have time to eat. His gaze was sharp as a knife, cutting directly through her pretense. This is an overloaded timetable prepared for a time turner, isn't it? Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed, as if her most secret thoughts had been exposed. She stood up abruptly, her voice tinged with the excitement and grievance of being found out. So what? Lynn, you saw it. Dementors. They can breach St. Mungo's. Black is still out there. Wormtail is hiding at Hogwarts. Malfoy is eyeing us covetously. The Ministry of Magic can't be relied on. Professor Dumbledore, no matter how powerful he is, can't protect everyone all the time. Her voice grew louder and louder, laden with long-suppressed fear and anxiety. I need power. Stronger power. Power to protect you. To protect Harry. To protect everyone. Time. I need more time to study. A time turner is the only way. She spoke excitedly, her eyes slightly red, her hands tightly gripping the edge of the table, knuckles white from exertion. That heavy sense of responsibility and helplessness was almost crushing her. Lynn watched her silently, watching the tears she was holding back in her eyes, watching her body tremble slightly from anxiety and exhaustion. He understood her fear, understood her urgency to become stronger. But he knew even more clearly that the cost of a time turner, the mental burden and unpredictable risks of overdrawing life and distorting time, was far beyond what she could bear. He didn't immediately refute, nor did he lecture. He simply put down the heavy schedule, then reached out, very gently, with an irresistible force, and held her tightly clenched, cold and trembling hands on the table's edge. Hermione's body stiffened abruptly. Lynn's palm was warm and strong, carrying a strange, calming power. He gently but firmly pried open her tightly clenched fingers one by one, then completely enveloped her cold hand with his own palm. Look at me, Hermione. His voice was low and steady, carrying a soothing magic. Hermione instinctively looked up, meeting his deep gray eyes. There was no blame, no negation in them, only unfathomable understanding and a reassuring, calm strength. Your existence. Lynn's voice was very soft, yet each word clearly struck her heart. You standing here, standing by my side, with your wisdom, your courage, your unwavering will to summon a patroness, that itself is the strongest power. His thumb gently rubbed the back of her cold hand, transmitting a warm current. A time turner won't give you power, it will only overdraw your soul, taking you further and further away from true strength. He looked directly into her eyes, his gaze incredibly serious. True power comes from focus, from accumulation, from doing the right thing at the right time. Pushing yourself to the limit like this, as you are now, will only be counterproductive. The excitement and grievance in Hermione's eyes melted away little by little in his words and the continuous warmth of his palm. Her tense body gradually relaxed. She could feel the sincerity and concern in his words. That heavy sense of anxiety felt as if it were truly being smoothed out by the warmth of his palm. But, time, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of confusion and lingering unwillingness. "Time is in our hands." Lynn tightened his grip on her hand, pulling her slightly closer. "You don't need to shoulder everything alone. Together, we are the best arrangement of time." He raised his other hand, his fingertips gently brushing away a stray lock of hair on her forehead, damp with sweat, his movement as tender as if you were handling a priceless treasure. "Promise me, give up that plan. For me, and for yourself." His fingertips, cool to the touch, brushed her forehead, yet ignited a burning flame in her heart. His low voice, his focused gaze, his warm palm enveloping her hand, continuously transmitting a sense of security, formed a haven more reassuring than any magical barrier. Hermione stared blankly at his face, so close to hers, seeing her own panicked and exhausted reflection clearly in his eyes. All her arguments, all her anxieties, seemed pale and powerless before his gentle gaze and the warmth of his palm. A tremendous weariness, followed by a bittersweet feeling of being understood, welled up in her nose. She sniffed hard, forcing back the dampness in her eyes. Finally, she slowly, very slowly, nodded. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but incredibly clear. "Okay. I promise you." The taut strings suddenly loosened, and a huge sense of exhaustion immediately swept over her. Hermione's body swayed. Lynn noticed immediately, gently tightened his arm, and drew her softly into his embrace, letting her lean on his uninjured left shoulder. Hermione didn't resist, obediently resting her forehead against his shoulder and closing her eyes. His faint scent, a mixture of herbs and stardust, lingered in her nostrils, and his steady, strong heartbeat filled her ears. The anxiety and fear that had been churning moments before miraculously subsided, leaving only a post-ordeal weariness and the peace of being completely accepted. Lynn wrapped one arm around her waist, supporting her slightly weak body, while his other hand still held hers. His fingertips gently and rhythmically stroking the back of her hand, silently conveying comfort in the ward. The afternoon sun filtered through the water screen window, casting warm patches of light on the floor. On the desk, the schedule filled with overloaded courses lay quietly, beside the spread open, abstruse tomes. But at the center of the storm, the two embraced figures were immersed in silent tranquility. The weight of time, the fear of the future, were gently lifted by the warmth of his palm. He didn't need her to overdraw her life for illusory power, he only needed her to stand safely and focused by his side. This silent guardianship and understanding gave her more courage to move forward than any time-turner. Outside, the echoes of St. Mungo's alarms had faded, and inside the ward, the rhythm of heartbeats was the only echo, and the most solid anchor against all storms. Chapter 86, Cold Wave and Silent Star Region. On the return journey, the gloom of St. Mungo's and the shadow of Malfoy were temporarily left behind. Lynn's recovery speed far exceeded Smeeswick's most optimistic expectations. The magic brace on his right arm was finally removed, leaving only faint silver lines faintly visible beneath his skin, marks of new bone and reinforced circuits under Dumbledore's arrangements. The two were quietly discharged a day early, avoiding the swarming Daily Prophet reporters and the Ministry of Magic's cleanup personnel. The hustle and bustle of King's Cross Station was as usual. The massive steam locomotive spewed white mist, mixed with the excited screams of young wizards, the hooting of owls, and the anxious admonitions of parents in front of the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Hermione held Lynn's left hand tightly, her vigilant gaze sweeping over the crowded people, as if every unfamiliar face harbored danger. Lynn, however, appeared much calmer, his gray eyes serene, his mental power like an invisible radar, covering the surrounding space. "Hermione. Lynn. Over here." Ron's distinctive loud voice pierced through the crowd. He and Harry pushed their luggage carts through, both their faces showing the joy of reunion, but the lingering gloom deep in Harry's eyes only slightly faded upon seeing Lynn and Hermione. "Merlin's beard. You're finally back." Ron exaggeratedly let out a sigh of relief, patting Lynn's shoulder forcefully, carefully avoiding his right arm. "How was St. Mungo's? I heard you had Dementors there?" "That's quite something." He lowered his voice, his green eyes sparkling with gossip. Harry, however, looked at Lynn with more concern. "How do you feel? Are your injuries completely healed?" "Much better." Lynn nodded, his gaze lingering on Harry's face for a moment. Seeing the hidden tension, he said nothing, only conveying a silent reassurance with his eyes. Hermione briefly dealt with Ron's curiosity, emphasizing security breaches and already resolved, her gaze constantly scanning the surroundings vigilantly. "Let's get on the train quickly. Find a quiet compartment," she urged, pulling Lynn's hand and leading the way towards the Hogwarts Express. They were lucky, Finding an empty compartment in the middle of the train, Hermione immediately cast a few simple alarm and silencing spells, only then slightly relaxing her tense nerves. Outside the window, the scenery of London rapidly receded, gradually replaced by open fields and rolling hills. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon the four of them, bringing a long-lost sense of ease belonging to Hogwarts. Ron eagerly tore open a large bag of fizzing whiz-bees, while Harry took out his newly bought A Monster Book of Monsters. Trying to appease the unruly book, the fangs on its spine bit him hard, and he had tied it up with a belt. Hermione took out her textbooks, but her mind was somewhat elsewhere, her gaze occasionally drifting to the window, then settling on Lynn, who was sitting beside her with his eyes closed. Resting. Lynn appeared to be resting, but in reality, his mental power was highly concentrated, like an invisible net, covering the entire carriage. And even further, the starstone fragment in his chest emitted a warm glow, and also conveyed a subtle, chilling sensation from the north. The further north they went, the more pronounced this feeling became. The train entered a desolate area surrounded by low hills, and the sky had somehow turned gloomy. Thick, leaden gray clouds hung low, making it hard to breathe. In the howling wind outside the window, there seemed to be a faint, heart-stopping wail. Strange, why did it suddenly get so cold? Ron rubbed his arms, shivering, his words muffled by the candy in his mouth. He was just about to reach out and close the window. Whoosh! A piercing, icy, soul-freezing whistle suddenly tore through the air. It wasn't from the train. The sound came from outside the window. Immediately after, all the lights in the carriage suddenly went out, as if extinguished instantly by an invisible hand. The warm carriage instantly plunged into an ice cellar. A bone-chilling cold, like countless icy needles, fiercely pricked every pore. Thick, eerily patterned frost condensed on the window panes at a visible speed. No, don't! Harry let out a pained groan, clutching his ears tightly with both hands. His body curled up in the seat, trembling violently. His face was ashen, his emerald eyes wide with extreme fear and pain. He heard his mother's dying scream. Harry! Ron jumped up in fright, wanting to help him, but a stronger wave of despair and sorrow instantly overwhelmed him like an icy tide. He saw spiders, countless giant spiders surging towards him. He froze in place, unable to move, his teeth chattering. Hermione, too, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The biting cold and immense despair stiffened her whole body. She saw Lynn's pale face on the St. Mungo's hospital bed, saw the Dementor's withered claw reaching for his heart. The immense fear almost suffocated her. She instinctively reached out, wanting to grab Lynn beside her, but her fingers were too cold and stiff to move. Just at this moment of despair, a warm and powerful hand firmly grasped her cold, stiff fingers. It was Lynn. He had opened his eyes at some point. There was no fear in his gray eyes, only a cold, sharp light like Arctic ice. He held Hermione's hand tightly with his left hand, a continuous stream of warm power flowing through their clasped palms, like a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly dispelling the wave of despair that enveloped her. At the same time, Lynn made no unnecessary movements. He didn't even draw his wand. He simply raised his left hand, which was holding Hermione's, his 5 fingers splayed, his palm facing the compartment door. Buzz, an extremely faint resonance, yet it seemed to echo directly on a soul level. An extremely thin, almost imperceptible pure silver halo instantly spread out from him and Hermione, enveloping the entire compartment. This halo was not as dazzling as it had been at St. Mungo's. Instead, it was like the finest filter, silently isolating the biting cold and despair. Within the halo, the temperature suddenly rose, the frost stopped spreading. Harry's pained groans and Ron's chattering teeth also instantly became clear. Hermione snapped back to her senses. Warm power surged from Lynn's palm, dispelling all negative emotions. She immediately understood what Lynn was doing. He was using the least consumption and most covert method to create a miniature star radiance, isolating the external power. Who? Harry gasped for breath like a drowning person pulled from the water. Although his face was still pale and covered in cold sweat, the fear and pain in his eyes had noticeably lessened. Ron also slumped onto the seat, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Still shaken. It's them. Hermione's voice trembled with lingering fear. Her gaze fixed on the window outside. Through the gaps in the condensed frost, several floating, terrifying dark figures in tattered cloaks could vaguely be seen, gliding rapidly alongside the train. Beneath their cloaks was a darkness that swallowed light, exuding the decaying scent of happiness being devoured. Dementors. And more than one. They were ambushing the Hogwarts Express. Lynn. Hermione looked at him anxiously, noticing his face was even paler than before. fine beads of sweat seeping from his temples. Maintaining this miniature star radiance, even with minimal consumption, was a huge burden on his not yet fully recovered body. Just then, the compartment door was suddenly pulled open. The biting cold and despair, as if finding a breach, frantically tried to surge in, but the miniature star radiance Lynn had created acted as an invisible barrier, firmly blocking most of the intrusion. Standing at the door was a man in a worn but clean robe. He looked weathered, his face gentle but with an undeniable weariness. His brown hair streaked with gray. He held no wand, yet an aura of calm and reassurance emanated from him. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin. Lupin's gaze quickly swept over the situation inside the compartment, a shaken Harry and Ron, a pale but sharp-eyed Hermione, and the black-haired young man, Lynn, with his back to the door, his left hand raised, palm facing outwards, his body slightly tense. Lupin's gaze lingered for a moment on Lynn's raised left hand, that thin yet exceptionally resilient, peculiar halo that blocked the Dementor's despair field, caused a flicker of an almost imperceptible shock and extreme vigilance in the depths of his calm eyes. No light of a patroness. No magical fluctuations, merely raising a hand, and silently resisting the erosion of several Dementors. This was certainly not something an ordinary wizard could do. It even exceeded the scope of any defensive magic he knew, but this was not the time for inquiry. Lupin quickly composed himself, and his gentle yet undeniably powerful voice rang out, "Stay put, don't panic." He stepped into the compartment, closing the door behind him. After isolating most of the cold from outside the door, he immediately turned to Harry, who was in the worst state, and took out a few pieces of chocolate from his old satchel. "Eat this, Harry, it will do you good," he said gently, placing the chocolate into Harry's cold, trembling hand. Then he turned to Ron and Hermione. "You two have some too. Stay calm, concentrate and think of happy things." His gaze once again swept over Lynn's back, and his hand, still steadily raised, maintaining the invisible barrier, his eyes becoming even more profound. Having done this, Lupin did not linger. He pulled open the compartment door, faced the surging darkness and mournful wails outside, and drew his wand. A warm, powerful, silver light like the clear radiance of a full moon erupted from his wand tip, instantly dispelling the cold and darkness outside the door. That light was not a corporeal patroness, yet it carried a powerful will of protection, fiercely striking at the Dementors attempting to approach. Piercing shrieks rang out again, and the Dementors retreated in a panic under the compulsion of the silver light. Lupin strode out, closing the compartment door behind him, leaving the battle in the corridor inside the compartment. With Lupin's departure and a burst of silver light outside the door, Lynn's tense body finally relaxed. He slowly lowered his raised left hand, and the faint starlight star radiance enveloping the compartment completely dissipated. With it he let out a soft breath, his face pale, more cold sweat on his forehead. Lynn, Hermione immediately supported his slightly swaying body, helping him lean back into the seat, her voice filled with heartache and worry. "How are you?" "I'm fine, just a bit drained." Lynn closed his eyes, feeling the warm touch of her hand on his arm, and whispered. He looked out the window. The shadows of the Dementors, driven away by Lupin's powerful silver light, were reluctantly disappearing into the leaden gray clouds. The lights in the carriage came back on, the heating resumed operation, and the frost rapidly melted. The crisis was averted. Hermione held his cold hand tightly, warming him with her palm. That silent protection just now, that barrier of tranquility conjured with the raised hand, left her with overwhelming shock and lingering fear. She looked at his tired yet still calm profile, all her worries and fears transforming into deeper reliance and a resolve to protect him. Harry and Ron, still shaken, ate their chocolate, feeling their bodies gradually warm up, their gazes towards Lynn filled with gratitude and an indescribable trust. Although they weren't sure exactly what Lynn had done, the feeling of being protected by that warm barrier was real. The train's jostling returned to a smooth ride, and a faint glimmer of light appeared in the gloomy sky outside the window. The cold wave of the journey was repelled, and the compartment was filled with the sweet scent of chocolate and the tranquility of having survived a great danger. Hermione did not release Lynn's hand. Instead, she held it even tighter, using her body heat to dispel the cold from his fingertips. Lynn leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, regulating his breath, letting her hold his hand, a barely perceptible curve forming at the corner of his lips. And outside the compartment, the faint residual aura of star radiance in the corridor, and the image of that back silently constructing a barrier with a raised hand, had been deeply imprinted in Professor Lupin's vigilant and inquisitive mind. The new school year, amidst the shadow of Azkaban and silent protection, had begun. Chapter 87, Observation under the New Moon and the Warmth of the Palm. The Hogwarts Express's jolting smoothed out, the heating dispelled the biting cold, and a few struggling rays of light pierced through the lead gray clouds outside the window. Inside the compartment, the sweet scent of chocolate mingled with the air of relief after a narrow escape. Harry and Ron devoured the chocolate Professor Lupin gave them, their faces gradually regaining color, but the lingering fear in their eyes had not completely dissipated. Hermione sat close to Lynn, one hand still firmly grasping his slightly cool left hand, continuously transferring her body warmth. Her gaze occasionally swept over his slightly pale face and the cold sweat still on his forehead. The power that had silently opened a barrier, isolating the Dementor's desperate erosion, had clearly consumed more than he could currently bear. "Are you feeling better?" she asked in a low voice, leaning close to his ear, her warm breath caressing his earlobe. Lynn nodded slightly, his eyes closed, his mental energy sinking into his body, guiding the slowly recovering star power to nourish his overconsumed circuits. He didn't speak, but instead clasped Hermione's hand, gently tapping her hand twice with his fingertips. "I'm fine, don't worry." Just then, the compartment door was pulled open again. Professor Remus Lupin stood at the doorway, the hem of his robe still carrying a hint of lingering cold and a faint scent of silver light, remnants of a patroness charm. He looked a bit tired, but his eyes were still gentle. He first looked at Harry and Ron with concern. "How are you feeling? Did the chocolate help?" "Much better, Professor." "Thank you." Ron nodded quickly, his voice still carrying a lingering echo of fear. Harry also nodded vigorously, his emerald eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Lupin." Lupin's gaze finally fell on Lynn and Hermione, lingering for a moment on Lynn's slightly closed eyes and pale face, then sweeping over their tightly clasped hands. His eyes were calm, but a hint of extremely subtle scrutiny flickered in their depths. "Mr. Stone," Lupin's voice was gentle, with just the right amount of concern. "Earlier at the door, I noticed you seemed a bit unwell. Do you need help? Healer Smithwick should have prescribed you emergency potions," he asked very naturally, as if you were just a conscientious professor caring for an injured student. Lynn slowly opened his eyes, his gray gaze meeting Lupin's, calm and unruffled. "Thank you for your concern, Professor. It's just an old injury reacting a bit. A rest will do." His answer was watertight, perfectly attributing his previous exhaustion and weakness to an old injury. Hermione immediately interjected, her tone carrying a touch of well-placed worry and explanation. "Yes, Professor, Lynn's surgery at St. Mungo's was very successful, but Healer Smithwick said the recovery period requires rest and no excessive magic consumption. Earlier, he might have been startled by the sudden incident." She cleverly avoided the fact that Lynn had actively intervened, attributing his state to passive reaction. Lupin nodded, not pressing further, but the gaze behind his half-moon spectacles deepened a few shades. He had seen clearly from outside the door, that thin yet exceptionally resilient, silently isolating the Dementor's despair-inducing force field. The strange halo of light originated from this seemingly weak young man. That could not be explained by old injury reaction, that pure, stable power fluctuation carrying the will of order and protection, gave him a strange sense of familiarity, yet also an inexpressible alert. This power was too special, and too strong. It definitely did not belong to an ordinary student. "That's good then," Lupin said gently, taking out a few more chocolates from his old briefcase and handing them to Lynn and Hermione. "Have some more to replenish your energy. The chocolate on the Hogwarts Express works very well." The piece he handed to Lynn seemed a bit larger than the others. "Thank you, Professor." Hermione took the chocolate, thanking him politely. Lynn also took the slightly larger chocolate, his fingertips gently caressing the smooth wrapper, his expression unchanged. "Thank you." Lupin's gaze lingered on Lynn's hand holding the chocolate for a moment, as if wanting to confirm something, but Lynn's fingers were steady, without any abnormality. He finally just smiled gently. "You rest. We'll be at Hogwarts soon, and if you feel any discomfort, you can always come find me." He gave Lynn a meaningful look, then nodded to the four of them, turned and left, carefully closing the compartment door. As soon as the door closed, the atmosphere in the compartment seemed to truly relax. "Phew," Ron let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. "This new professor seems pretty good. Much better than that incompetent Lockhart. That silver light was really something." Harry also nodded. "Yeah, and the chocolate he gave really works." He looked at Lynn, his eyes filled with genuine concern. "Lynn, are you really okay? Your face was so scary just now." "I'm fine now." Lynn tore open the chocolate wrapper and took a bite. The rich cocoa aroma mixed with a gentle, invigorating magic melted in his mouth, effectively alleviating fatigue. He naturally offered the remaining half to Hermione's mouth. Hermione was slightly startled, looking at the chocolate he offered, then at his calm eyes, Her cheeks flushed, but she still took a small bite from his hand. The sweet taste spread on her tongue, carrying the slightly cool touch lingering on his fingertips, causing a warm current to surge in her heart. "It tastes good." Lynn watched her chewing, commenting in a low voice, a hint of imperceptible softness in his eyes. Hermione's face grew even redder, and she gave him a chiding glare, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. She took out her handkerchief and naturally wiped a bit of chocolate stain from the corner of his mouth. Ron, watching from the side, grimaced. "Hey! Watch your behavior. There are bachelors here too," he deliberately shouted loudly, dissipating the tense atmosphere from earlier. Harry also couldn't help but laugh, looking at the wordless intimacy and understanding between Lynn and Hermione. The gloom in his heart caused by black seemed to dissipate a little. Lynn ignored Ron's teasing, simply letting Hermione wipe his mouth, his gaze fixed on the rapidly passing Scottish Highlands outside the window, gradually tinged with autumn colors. Lupin's last look, seemingly concerned but actually scrutinizing, felt like daggers in his back. This new professor was far more perceptive than he appeared on the surface. His vigilance towards star power even surpassed that of the healers at St. Mungo's. "Professor Lupin," Hermione finished wiping Lynn's mouth, put away her handkerchief, her brow slightly furrowed, and she lowered her voice. "Did he discover something?" She had also noticed the probing in Lupin's eyes. "Possibly," Lynn said concisely. He moved his right arm, feeling the sense of strength from the newly formed bones and circuits. After the magical brace was removed, only faint silver lines remained, faintly visible beneath his skin. He tried a few clenching and stretching motions, smooth and stable. "Don't move around." Hermione immediately pressed his arm nervously, carefully avoiding the silver markings. Healer Smithwick said the new bones are still very fragile and need to be strengthened gradually. "I know." Lynn obediently stopped moving, a slight curve on his lips as he watched Hermione's anxious expression. He extended his left hand, palm up, in front of her. Hermione looked at him questioningly. "Help me move my fingers." Lynn's voice carried a hint of natural request. To prevent stiffness, Hermione's heart skipped a beat. This excuse was so clumsy. But she didn't expose him. Instead, she felt a sweetness from this intimate dependence. She reached out and gently placed her fingers in his palm. Lynn's fingers were long and strong, his palm warm with thin calluses. Hermione carefully used her fingertips to gently massage the pressure points on his knuckles, her movements soft and focused. Her fingertips were slightly cool, with a delicate touch unique to a young girl, each pressed like a feather brushing against her heart. Lynn leaned back in the seat, relaxed, his eyes slightly closed, feeling the gentle touch from his fingertips, imbued with her affection. The fatigue from the exertion, in the warmth of the chocolate and the massage of her fingertips, dissipated little by little. His taut nerves also completely relaxed. Only the rhythmic clatter of the train and the low voices of Ron and Harry discussing the new school year remained in the compartment. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light on their intertwined hands. Hermione lowered her head, diligently massaging each of Lynn's fingers, from base to tip, with moderate pressure. She could clearly feel the warmth of his palm, the hard contours of his finger bones, and even his steady, strong pulse. An indescribable sense of peace and contentment flowed in her heart. The Dementor from earlier, Lupin's scrutiny, the future crises, all seemed to be isolated outside this small, warm space. Lynn's breathing was even and long, as if he had truly relaxed. His left hand's fingers curled slightly, gently enclosing Hermione's fingertip as she massaged his index finger. Hermione's movements paused, and she looked up at him. Lynn's eyes were still closed, as if it were just an unconscious action. But his slightly tightened fingers clearly conveyed a silent longing and possessiveness. Two red clouds flew to Hermione's cheeks. She didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she gently caressed the back of his hand, which was enclosing her fingertip, with a pat of her thumb. A small but deeply understood response. The corners of Lynn's lips curved into an extremely faint, yet genuinely present, smile. The scenery outside the window rapidly receded, and the outline of Hogwarts Castle was vaguely visible. A new school year, new storms, new challenges. But on the speeding train, in the warm compartment, in the silent communication between intertwined palms and fingertips, their tranquility and protection, like the starlight under a new moon, silently but firmly illuminated the path ahead. Lupin's vigilance was an undercurrent, and the warmth of their palms was their most solid anchor. Chapter 88, Phantom Shadows and Star Tracks on Fingertips. The familiar lights of Hogwarts Castle dispelled the chill of the journey, but the shadow of Azkaban, like an invisible mist, permeated the air of the new term. The great hall's ceiling, unusually, did not reflect a clear starry sky, but instead hung with oppressive lead-gray clouds, as if cold rain could drip down at any moment. On the teacher's table, Professor Lupin's gentle but slightly weary face was the only bright spot on the defense against the dark arts class. Professor Snape's gloomy gaze, like a cold snake's tongue, swept over the Gryffindor-long table from time to time, lingering especially on Lynn and Harry. The sorting ceremony ended, and the bustle of the feast couldn't completely dispel the students' whispers about their encounter on the express train. Hermione sat close to Lynn, and under the tablecloth, her hand still habitually rested on his left hand, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the thin calluses on his palm, conveying silent concern. Lynn's recovery was astonishing. The paleness he had at the train's arrival had faded, but Hermione knew that the depletion of his star power would take time to settle. The first defense against the dark arts class of the new school year was scheduled for Thursday afternoon. The classroom was no longer Lockhart's flamboyant stage but had returned to its original spaciousness and practicality. Practical protective rune charts and strange creature skeleton models hung on the walls, and the air was filled with a faint scent, similar to camphor and moonstone powder. Professor Lupin stood at the front of the podium, a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were sharper and clearer than they had been on the train. "Good afternoon, class. Welcome back to Hogwarts, and welcome to what might be your most practical class this term." His opening remarks carried a hint of imperceptible self-mockery. "I know that the little incident during the journey to school has given everyone a deeper understanding of certain dark creatures." Lupin's gaze swept across the class, briefly pausing on Harry's still somewhat tense face, on Hermione's posture sitting close to Lynn, and on Lynn's calm, unruffled gray eyes. "Fear is not shameful. What's important is how to face it, and even use it." He tapped his wand on the podium, and a large, cloth-covered trunk appeared out of thin air in the center of the classroom. The trunk vibrated slightly, emitting dull thuds, as if something alive was trapped inside. "Today, our teaching aid is this, a bog art." Lupin's voice carried a guiding sense of mystery. "It's a shape-shifting creature that transforms into whatever you fear most. The spell to defeat it is simple, ridiculous. The key is strong willpower and the ability to turn fear into laughter." He demonstrated a wand movement and pronunciation essentials of the spell, clearly and infectiously. The students were both nervous and excited, whispering guesses about what the bog art in the trunk would become. "So, who wants to try first?" Lupin asked with a smile. Neville Longbottom, encouraged by Lupin, and Professor Snape's icy stare, shakily stood up. The moment Lupin lifted the lid, the bog art instantly transformed into Professor Snape, wearing an exaggerated frilly dress and holding a giant quill. The whole class burst into laughter, and Neville, guided by Lupin, successfully turned Snape into a comical figure in a ballet tutu. His fear dispelled by laughter, the classroom atmosphere became lively. Parvati Paddle's feared mummy turned into a comical mannequin covered in hair rollers. Ron's feared giant spider turned into a wobbly octopus on roller skates. Each successful transformation drew bursts of laughter. Lupin's gaze always kept an eye on the back of the classroom. When it was Harry's turn, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly grew solemn. Everyone held their breath. The trunk opened. The bog art did not turn into the anticipated Dementor. Lupin had cast an interference charm outside the trunk, but it still became the deepest manifestation of Harry's fear, a hooded, blurry, black silhouette emanating a chilling sense of despair. The silhouette floated silently, though it lacked the specific form of a Dementor. It exuded the same suffocating fear and coldness. Harry's face instantly turned ashen. The scar on his forehead burned. His wand-holding hand trembled violently, and the word ridiculous was stuck in his throat, unable to be shouted out. He felt as if he was back in that night, hearing his mother scream, "Harry! Focus! That's not real." Lupin immediately guided him, his voice steady and strong. "Think of happy memories. Quidditch matches. Winning the house cup." But fear, like a cold tide, engulfed Harry. He stumbled backward, the silver light at the tip of his wand flickering weakly, on the verge of extinguishing. Just then, an extremely faint, yet unusually warm and stable aura, like a warm stone dropped into ice water, instantly dispelled the sticky feeling of fear around Harry. That aura was not the silver light of a Patronus charm, it was more like an invisible force field imbued with peaceful order. Harry's breathing suddenly cleared, as if a drowning man had grabbed a piece of driftwood. He abruptly looked in the direction of the aura's source. It was Lynn. He was still sitting next to Hermione, not even looking at the podium, just tilting his head slightly, seemingly listening to Hermione whispering something. His left hand rested casually on the table, his fingertips unconsciously, and extremely slowly, sliding along the edge of an open textbook, leaving faint, almost invisible silver traces with a weak starlight. The traces were like the most precise runes, or fleeting star trails, emanating a calming power. It was this seemingly unintentional sliding of his fingertips that constructed that invisible force field, dispelling fear. Harry's eyes instantly cleared. He took a deep breath. His mind was no longer filled with cold silhouettes and screams, but with the cheers that brushed past his ears when he caught a golden snitch on the Quidditch field last year. It was the comical scene in the Gryffindor common room, during victory celebrations, when Ron got cake smeared all over his face. Ridiculous, Harry shouted with all his might. An unprecedentedly bright silver light burst from the tip of his wand. It accurately struck the cold black silhouette. Bang! The silhouette instantly twisted and expanded, turning into a Dementor doll wearing an oversized ballet tutu, a ridiculous crown, and clumsily tap dancing. The comical appearance was a stark contrast to its previous terror. PFFT, Ron was the first to burst out laughing immediately after. The entire class erupted in deafening laughter and applause. Harry gasped for air, a relieved smile on his face, and looked gratefully in Lynn's direction. Lynn still didn't look up. The starlight traces on his fingertips had disappeared, as if everything just now was an illusion. But Harry knew that it was that power that had pulled him through at the most crucial moment. Professor Lupin led the applause for Harry, his eyes filled with relief, but when his gaze swept over Lynn, that relief was mixed with deeper scrutiny and shock. He saw it clearly. Lynn hadn't cast a spell at all. There wasn't even any obvious magical fluctuation. Just the unconscious sliding of his fingertips had constructed a stable force field capable of influencing others' minds and dispelling the Hogwarts fear projection. This could no longer be explained by special talent. This was almost absolute control over energy and will. He recalled the silent barrier on the express train, and the scattered mentions of star power in the St. Mungo's archives. A vague but astonishing conjecture formed in his mind. The class continued, but Lupin's mind remained unsettled for a long time. The bell rang, and students, still buzzing with excitement, discussed the comical transformations they had just witnessed. Leaving the classroom in twos and threes, Hermione packed her books and whispered to Lynn, "Harry, almost, good thing you." She didn't finish, but her eyes were full of lingering fear and gratitude. She had also felt that warm aura just now, faint but incredibly firm. "It was nothing," Lynn said lightly, closing his textbook, which he hadn't really looked at. His gaze swept over the podium. Professor Lupin was looking at him thoughtfully, his eyes behind his spectacles complex and unreadable. Lynn calmly met his gaze, giving an almost imperceptible nod as a farewell, then naturally took Hermione's hand. "Let's go." Hermione's cheeks were slightly flushed, but she was already used to his intimacy, and she obediently led him lead her to her feet. Their fingers intertwined, and under the teasing or grateful gazes of Ron, Harry, and others, they were the first to leave the classroom. Lupin stood behind the podium, watching their backs as they walked away side by side, his gaze finally falling on the spot on the table where Lynn's fingertips had just traced. He walked over, his finger gently brushing the area. There were no traces of magic left, it was smooth as before. But in his mental perception, there seemed to linger an extremely pure, faint afterglow with the order of the stars. "Fingertips, star trails," Lupin muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. This power, this control, it was too similar to descriptions in his memory that existed only in legends and forbidden texts. Who exactly was this Lynn Stone? What was his purpose in approaching Harry, in approaching Hogwarts? Doubts, like vines, entwined around Lupin's heart. But looking at Harry, surrounded by Ron and Seamus and others, leaving the classroom with a relieved smile, he suppressed his unease. Regardless, this boy had just saved Harry, that was a fact. Perhaps, he needed to observe more deeply, and he also needed to have a good talk with Dumbledore outside the corridor. Autumn sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting long shadows on the ground. Lynn held Hermione's hand, walking amidst the bustling student crowd. Hermione's fingers lightly tickled his palm, with a hint of playful coquetry. "Was that a big drain on you just now?" Lynn turned his head, looking at her bright eyes filled with concern and a touch of small pride. His lips curving slightly as he tightened his grip on her hand. "I'm fine." He paused, then added, "Observatory tonight? I'll show you, real star trails." Hermione's eyes instantly lit up, as if filled with starlight, and she nodded vigorously, the blush on her cheeks deepening. The shadows of the classroom were left behind, and the lingering star radiance on their fingertips transformed into a sweet invitation, belonging only to them. Lupin's vigilance was an undercurrent, while the warmth in their palms and the promise of the night sky were the light that pierced through the storm. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, The Starlight Under the Shackles and the Oath of the Night Sky. Lupin's star trails on fingertips, and the defense against the dark arts class was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, causing ripples in certain keen eyes at Hogwarts. But campus life on the surface continued as usual. The castle's stone walls filtered out the outside noise, the clamor of the Quidditch pitch, the quiet of the library, and the laughter and scolding in the corridors formed a familiar daily routine. However, beneath this calm, undercurrents surged on Friday evening. A cold, official letter bearing the double seal of the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries and the Wizengamot was delivered to Lynn's hand in Gryffindor Tower by a sharp-eyed barn owl. Simultaneously, another notice with similar content but a more tactful tone was delivered to the headmaster's office Saturday morning. Headmaster's office Fox preened his feathers on a gilded perch, and silver instruments on the table puffed out tiny wisps of smoke. Dumbledore sat behind a large desk, his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, calmly watching Lynn and Hermione. As Lynn's designated guardian witness, seated opposite him Minister Fudge sat on the other side, his plump face wearing an expression mixing false concern and bureaucratic authority. Behind him stood Thickness, maintaining his usual cold and arrogant demeanor. In the corner, Lucius Malfoy leaned elegantly against a bookshelf, propped on his snake-headed cane, his gray-blue eyes like cold glass beads, filled with undisguised scrutiny and a hint of triumphant satisfaction. Mr. Stone, Fudge cleared his throat, his voice booming. Your special abilities displayed at St. Mungo's, and the seemingly passively triggered defensive phenomena on the Hogwarts Express, have attracted the Ministry of Magic's serious attention. He deliberately emphasized passively and seemingly, but his gaze was fixed on Lynn, trying to catch any emotional fluctuation. Lynn was expressionless, his gray eyes as calm as water, as if listening to something unrelated to him. Hermione sat beside him, her back ramrod straight, but her hands on her lap were slightly clenched, given the security threat posed by Black's escape, and the uncertainty of your power's nature. Fudge continued, taking a thick document made of magical parchment from Thickness's hand. The Ministry of Magic's Wizengamot Special Committee, after deliberation, believes it necessary to provide appropriate guidance and restraint for you, to ensure the safety of all students and staff at Hogwarts. Thickness expressionlessly pushed the document onto the table in front of Lynn. The document's title was written in bold magical ink, Agreement on the Restriction and Monitoring of Magic Use for Special Magical Power Wielder Lynstone. During his enrollment at Hogwarts, Hermione gasped. She quickly scanned the key terms of the agreement. Wear a magic monitoring bracelet, specially made by the Department of Mysteries. It monitors the intensity and nature of magical fluctuations in real time. Exceeding the safety threshold will trigger an alarm and be recorded. Magic use scope restriction, limited to classroom learning, completing homework, and emergency self-defense, requiring a detailed report submission and approval afterward. Any form of offensive magic, high-level defensive magic, especially unknown powers not registered with the Ministry of Magic, spatial magic, and any actions that might cause large-scale magical disturbances are prohibited. Regular magic assessment. A deep magic state assessment will be conducted monthly by a Department of Mysteries specialist. Consequences of violation. Minor violations will result in warnings, detentions. Severe violations will lead to temporary suspension from studies and supervision and investigation by the Ministry of Magic. This was practically treating Lynn as a potential, dangerous item requiring strict monitoring. Hermione trembled with rage, her furious gaze shooting at Fudge, then glaring fiercely at Lucius Malfoy in the corner, who wore a sneer. She knew that Malfoy's instigation was absolutely behind this agreement. Professor Dumbledore. Hermione couldn't help but look at the principal, her voice filled with suppressed anger. This isn't fair. Lynn's power has never harmed anyone. On the contrary, he has always been protecting. Miss Granger. Fudge interrupted her, his tone arrogant and official. The Ministry of Magic is responsible for everyone's safety. Special times call for special measures. This agreement is based on extensive expert evaluations and the Wizengamot's voting results. It has legal force. He looked at Lynn. Mr. Stone, please sign. This is a prerequisite for you to continue your studies at Hogwarts. A dead silence fell over the office. Fawkes stopped preening, tilting his head to look down. Lucius's snake-headed cane tapped lightly on the floor, making a faint clicking sound. Dumbledore finally spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an invisible pressure. "Cornelius, are the terms of this agreement too harsh? It almost restricts Lynn's right to normal study and growth as a student." "Albus, safety is no small matter," Fudge replied with a fake smile. "This is also for Mr. Stone's own good, to prevent him from harming himself or others due to loss of control over his power. Besides," he glanced meaningfully at Lynn, "if his power is indeed benign and controllable as he claims, then adhering to this agreement should be no difficulty, shouldn't it?" This was naked threat and coercion. "Either wear the shackles, or leave Hogwarts." Hermione looked anxiously at Lynn, then at Dumbledore, hoping the principal could argue further. But Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his spectacles flashed with a hint of helplessness and solemnity. He knew Fudge's stubbornness and Lucius's influence in the Wizengamot. Direct opposition would only make Lynn's situation more difficult. Lynn's gaze swept over the cold agreement, finally resting on Dumbledore's face, seeing that solemn helplessness. He understood the principal's predicament. There was no ripple in the depths of his gray eyes, as if he had long anticipated this moment. He reached out, not looking at Fudge, nor at Lucius, but calmly picked up the quill. "Lynn!" Hermione cried out, wanting to grab his arm to stop him. Lynn's movement paused, and he turned his head to look at her. His gaze was deep and calm, without anger, without grievance, only a quiet understanding of everything and reassurance. He gently shook his head, conveying the message, "Trust me." With his eyes, Hermione's hand hung in midair. Looking at his calm eyes, the anger and grievance in her heart miraculously subsided. She bit her lower lip, eventually slowly lowering her hand, but her body remained taut. Lynn dipped the quill in ink and signed his name at the end of the agreement. The scratching sound of the pen on parchment was particularly clear in the silent office. Thickness immediately stepped forward, pushing a cold bracelet crafted from dark silver metal, covered in tiny runes, in front of Lynn. A small, eye-like black crystal was embedded on the inner side of the bracelet. Lynn didn't hesitate. He picked up the bracelet and, with a click, fastened it onto his left wrist. The icy touch instantly spread, and at the same time, an extremely faint magical fluctuation, carrying a sense of prying, emanated from the bracelet. Fudge's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Excellent. Mr. Stone, you are very sensible. The Ministry of Magic will continue to monitor your benign development." He deliberately emphasized the last few words. Lucius nodded slightly, his sneer deepening, and a triumphant glint flashed in his gray-blue eyes. The clicking sound of his snake-headed cane also stopped. Dumbledore watched all of this in silence, his gaze behind his spectacles deep and inscrutable. Leaving the headmaster's office, the oppressive atmosphere felt palpable. The sunlight in the castle corridor seemed to dim a few shades. Hermione followed closely beside Lynn, her gaze fixed on the cold silver bracelet on his wrist, as if it were some dirty brand. "How could they do this?" Hermione's voice was choked with suppressed sobs and anger. "This is practically imprisonment. It's Malfoy's scheme. Professor Dumbledore, he has his difficulties." Lynn's voice calmly interrupted her, his steps unbroken. He raised his left hand, the bracelet on his wrist reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. "Besides, it's just a bracelet." His tone carried a hint of subtle disdain. "But it will monitor you." "Restrict you?" Hermione urged. What if you need power to protect yourself?" "Or, it cannot restrict true power." Lynn stopped, turned to face her, his gray eyes reflecting her anxious face. "It can only monitor the quantity and appearance of magical fluctuations. As for the quality," a tiny, confident curve played on his lips, "it doesn't understand." Hermione was stunned. Looking at his calm yet powerfully confident eyes, the anger and worry in her heart dissipated like a punctured balloon. She remembered him silently unfurling his star radiance at St. Mungo's, remembered his composure as he guided the starlight with his fingertips. Yes, how could the essence of star power be understood by a crude Ministry of Magic monitor? And, Lynn's voice deepened, with a reassuring tone, "Do you remember our agreement from last night?" Hermione's heart skipped a beat. Last night, the Astronomy Tower, to see the real star trails. She had almost forgotten about it due to her anger and worry. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, but, this, she pointed to the bracelet on his wrist, a little hesitant. "Would this trigger an alarm? It monitors magic." Lynn looked at her, his eyes with a hint of mischief. "Not starlight." Hermione's eyes instantly lit up. "That's right. Lynn's power originated from star power, and while intertwined with wizard magic, its essence was different. The monitor might not be able to detect pure starlight at all." A huge wave of joy and relief washed away all gloom. She couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and quickly kiss Lynn's cheek. Her movement was as swift as a startled bird. Then what are we waiting for? Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. She pulled his hand and ran towards the astronomy tower. Let's go, let's go. I want to see the brightest North Star. Lynn was pulled along by her, and the cold bracelet on his wrist seemed to lose its deterrent power. He felt the warmth and exhilaration from her palm, and looking at her re-illuminated profile, the tiny curve on his lips finally unfurled into a genuine smile. Heavy shackles were on his wrist, and cold surveillance was a constant shadow. But at this moment, his steps towards the astronomy tower were light, and the girl's flushed cheeks and bright eyes were more brilliant than any starlight. The agreement was a chain, but also a disguise. And true power belonged to the night sky, to the stars, and even more to the warmth of a tightly clasped hand and their outspoken secret. Lucius's scheme had failed its first step. The real contest had just begun under the starlight. Chapter 90, Moon Mark, Wolf Hair and Starlight in the Palm. The agreement at the observatory dispelled the gloom brought by the agreement last night, at the pinnacle of the tallest tower in Hogwarts, far from the clamor and prying eyes of the ground. Lynn fulfilled his promise. No wand waving, no spells chanted, he simply raised his unbraceleted right hand. The agreement restricted magic power, star power had its own way, and his fingertips gently traced across the deep night sky. In that instant, myriad stars seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. The brilliant Milky Way rotated slowly like flowing liquid diamonds on deep blue velvet. The handle of the Big Dipper extended a clearly visible silver trail, a comet with a long, icy blue tail, guided by Lynn's fingertips. Elegantly streaked across the heart of Cygnus, true star trails silently unfolded before Hermione's eyes, vast, mysterious, and breathtakingly beautiful. Hermione nestled beside him, forgetting the cold bracelet, forgetting the Ministry of Magic's agreement, forgetting all her worries. Her eyes saw only the night sky illuminated by starlight star radiance, and the young man beside her who seemed to command the stars. The shock and sweetness of that moment were enough to withstand all the frost in the world. However, the clouds of reality had not truly dispersed. The cold silver bracelet on Lynn's left wrist, like a silent warning, constantly reminded them of Malfoy's shadow and the Ministry of Magic's restraint. Daily study life continued as usual, but Hermione became more astute. She noticed the deep-seated malice in Professor Snape's eyes when he looked at Lynn, noticed Professor Lupin's occasional glances filled with complex scrutiny, and even more, noticed Harry's instantly pale face whenever he heard any news about Black Saturday afternoon, a rare leisure time. The autumn sun warmly shone on the bustling streets of Hogsmeade Village. The sweet scent of Honeydukes, the clamor of the Three Broomsticks pub, and the crackling sounds from Zonko's joke shop intertwined to form the relaxed atmosphere unique to the weekend. Hermione, Lynn, Harry, and Ron walked along the cobblestone path with a crowd. Ron was carrying a large bag of freshly bought fizzing whizbees and blubbering super bubble gum, while Harry seemed a bit distracted, his gaze occasionally darting towards the Whomping Willow outside the village. That was the shortcut to the Shrieking Shack. Hey, look, Ron suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous alley branching off beside the Hogshead Inn. Something seems to be glowing over there. Could it be a new product from Zonko's? Hermione followed his gaze. Deep in the alley, some discarded wooden barrels and debris were piled up, seemingly nothing unusual, but she habitually drew her wand and whispered, "Loomis." The tip of her wand lit up with a soft white light, and she cautiously took a few steps into the alley. Lynn followed silently. His mental power, like invisible tentacles, instantly covered the area. "There's nothing there," Ron mumbled, chewing his candy. Harry also came over to look and shook his head, but Hermione's brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze fell on the muddy ground at the very end of the alley, right next to the forbidden forest edge near the Whomping Willow. Some dead leaves and small stones were scattered there. Looking unremarkable, however, under the light of Loomis, she keenly caught a few extremely faint, almost soil-integrated, silvery gray reflections. She squatted down and carefully pushed aside the dead leaves and loose earth with the tip of her wand. Several exceptionally thick, stiff, silvery gray hairs with follicles at their roots and a metallic, cold sheen more revealed they were longer and harder than ordinary dog fur, emitting a wild and cold aura. "This is..." Hermione picked up one with her wand tip and placed it in her palm to examine it carefully. The hair displayed a strange metallic texture under the sun, feeling cold and hard to the touch. "Werewolf hair," she murmured to herself, with uncertainty, but the color and texture of this hair were unlike any ordinary wolf species. She knew. Lynn's gaze fell on those hairs. His gray eyes slightly narrowed. He reached out, not touching the hair, but merely hovering his palm above it. A faint trace of starlight star radiance flowed at his fingertips, and instantly, within those silvery gray hairs, An extremely subtle, cold magic belonging to the moon seemed to be drawn and resonated by the star power. Not entirely. Lynn's voice was low. There's residual moon phase magic. The star stone was extremely sensitive to the moon's power. He could sense the cold imprint of a specific moon phase cycle branded deep within the hair. Hermione's heart stirred. Moon phase magic? Werewolf hair. She suddenly remembered the failed notes on Wolfsbane potion improvement she found in St. Mungo's archives, and Professor Lupin's bitter and complex gaze when he saw the notes. Just then, her gaze swept across the bottom of the damp wall nearby. There were several deep marks, as if made by the claws of a huge wild beast. The marks were fresh, with overturned soil, and tucked into a crevice in the stone next to the claw marks was a small, crumpled piece of parchment. Hermione immediately pulled out the parchment and carefully unfolded it. There were no words on the paper, only a line of constantly changing moon phase symbols drawn with magical ink, from waning gibbous to full moon, then to last quarter. Next to it were a few hastily noted date numbers, the last one of which was 3 days later. Hermione's heart sank sharply. 3 days later, it was the night of the full moon. Silvery gray werewolf hair, residual moon phase magic, huge claw marks on the wall, and a moon phase record marking the countdown to the full moon. All the clues instantly connected in her mind, pointing to a chilling answer. The unusual activity at the Shrieking Shack was related to a werewolf. And the time was the full moon 3 days later. Hermione? Did you find anything? Harry and Ron came closer, curiously looking at the hair and parchment in her hand. Hermione quickly crumpled the parchment into a ball and clutched it in her hand, carefully wrapping the special werewolf hairs in a clean tissue and tucking them deep into her dragon hide bag. She stood up, trying to maintain a calm expression. Nothing, just some strange rubbish. Maybe it's a prank prop from some student. She couldn't tell Harry and Ron the truth. It would only cause unnecessary panic, especially under the shadow of black. Oh, Ron didn't doubt her. His attention quickly drawn to the advertisement for new Dungbums outside Zonko's. Although Harry found Hermione's reaction a bit strange, he didn't think much of it. Only Lynn quietly watched Hermione's feigned calm profile. Seeing the worry and determination flashing deep in her eyes, he didn't press, but simply reached out and very naturally took her slightly cold hand. A familiar warmth spread from his palm, carrying a reassuring strength. Hermione's taut nerves relaxed slightly. She squeezed his hand back firmly, her fingertips gently scratching his palm, conveying the message, let's talk later. In the evening, the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room crackled. Ron and Seamus were playing wizard chess, and Harry had been roped in by Wood to discuss Quidditch training plans. Hermione pulled Lynn to a secluded corner near the window, far from the crowd. She took out the tissue from her bag, carefully unfolded it, revealing the silvery gray werewolf hairs, and then spread out the crumpled parchment with the moon phase record. Lynn. Hermione's voice was extremely low, with a hint of urgency. These, and this, it's the full moon in 3 days, the Shrieking Shack. Professor Lupin. She didn't finish, but the worry in her eyes was self-evident. Lynn picked up a werewolf hair, starlight star radiance flowing at his fingertips, and once again confirmed the cold magical fluctuation unique to the eve of the full moon contained within it. His gaze swept over the moon phase countdown on the parchment, his gray eyes deep. It's him. Lynn gave a definite answer. The star stone's perception of life essence wouldn't be wrong. The aura on this hair was of the same origin as Lupin, just more violent and uncontrolled. He's preparing, or, a precursor to losing control. He thought of the deep claw marks on the wall. Hermione's heart tightened. Then what do we do? Should we tell Professor Dumbledore? Or, remind Professor Lupin to be careful? She worried that Lupin couldn't control himself, and even more that someone might accidentally wander into the Forbidden Forest or Shrieking Shack area and encounter danger. Lynn was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Dumbledore should be aware. As for reminding Lupin, he thought of the deep pain and vigilance hidden beneath Lupin's gentle exterior. He knows his condition better than anyone. Bluntly pointing it out might be counterproductive. Then, Hermione looked at the date marked 3 days later, anxiety welling up again. Are we just going to do nothing? What if I'm here? Lynn's voice was low and firm. Interrupting her worries, he put down the werewolf hair, raised his left hand, the one with the monitoring bracelet, and gently covered her hand, which was clutching the parchment and trembling slightly. Hermione's hand was cold. Lynn's palm was warm, carrying an undeniable sense of stability. He enveloped her cold fingers, his thumb gently stroking her taut hand, as if comforting a startled small animal. The cold metal of the agreement bracelet pressed against her skin, but at that moment, the warmth of his palm overshadowed everything. On the night of the full moon, patrols in the Forbidden Forest and Whomping Willow area will be intensified. That's common knowledge. Lynn's voice was very soft, with a calm that suggested he was in control of the situation. Hogwarts defenses aren't just for show. What we truly need to worry about isn't Lupin, but," he paused, his gaze sharp as a knife, "those who want to exploit the full moon and the werewolf for their own ends." He thought of Malfoy, and the hidden wormtail. The chaos of the full moon was the best time to fish in troubled waters. Hermione instantly understood what he meant. Yes, Professor Lupin himself was the most pained and least willing to harm others. The real threat came from the poisonous fang and the rat in the shadows. She looked at Lynn's deep gray eyes, feeling the continuous warmth and strength flowing from his palm, and the anxiety in her heart miraculously settled. These pieces of evidence, she looked at the werewolf hair and the moon phase record, perhaps they might be useful later. She thought of the Ministry of Magic, and that harsh agreement if Malfoy and his cronies wanted to make an issue of it. Lynn affirmed her thought, released her hand, but his fingertips gently tapped the tissue wrapping the werewolf hair and the parchment. "Keep them safe. These are the keys." Hermione immediately understood, carefully putting both items away again. Keys. Perhaps they were the key to unraveling the plot, protecting Professor Lupin, and even fighting back against Malfoy in the future. The warm glow of the fireplace illuminated the two of them outside the window. Hogwarts night slowly descended, and the rising stars twinkled in the sky. The silver bracelet on Lynn's wrist reflected a cold light in the firelight, but the warmth of his palm warmed Hermione's hand, and also her heart, which was startled by the discovery of the secret. The shadow of the werewolf's howl approached, and the poisonous fang of the conspiracy lay hidden. But at this moment, by the fireplace, under the starlight star radiance, in the warmth of their touching palms, the belief in protection was stronger than any agreement. Hermione gently leaned her head on Lynn's shoulder, drawing in his reassuring presence. The full moon crisis was a challenge, and the evidence they held in their hands and their mutual trust were the faint light illuminating the path ahead. Chapter 91, Blade in Starlight. Within the bronze door, 3 days slipped by in a blur of tense preparations and outward calm. The werewolf hair and lunar phase records from the Shrieking Shack were carefully hidden by Hermione in a secret corner of the Room of Requirement. Like a dormant blade, the full moon night passed peacefully under Dumbledore's prearranged strict protection, and no one in the castle knew of the painful howls that had echoed on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. However, the true storm did not arrive with the full moon, but swept in immediately afterwards. From within the cold bronze gates of the Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot special hearing. The venue is on the second floor of the Ministry of Magic, a courtroom filled with a chilling solemnity. The towering dome cast a cold light, and on the dark wooden, circular tiered seats, a sparse dozen or so Wizengamot elders sat, most with serious expressions, their eyes filled with scrutiny and detachment. Minister Fudge sat in the center of the presiding judge's bench, his plump face trying to maintain an air of authority, but the glances he occasionally cast towards Lucius Malfoy in the corner of the jury box betrayed his lack of confidence. Thickness stood behind Fudge like a cold shadow. Lynn sat in the defendant's seat, still looking calm and unperturbed. The silver monitoring bracelet on his left wrist reflected a dazzling light under the cold illumination. Hermione, as his designated counsel and main witness, sat in the seat beside him, her back ramrod straight, like a bow poised to shoot. Before her lay a thick stack of magical law books and parchment notes, her quill dipped in ink. Dumbledore sat in the first row of the public gallery, his gaze behind his half-moon spectacles as still as water. Professor McGonagall sat close beside him, her lips pressed into a stern, thin line. Mr. Linstone, Fudge cleared his throat, his voice echoing in the empty courtroom. Monitoring data from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries indicates that over the past week, the monitoring bracelet you wear has triggered 7 abnormal magic fluctuation alarms. The peak intensity far exceeds the standard for an ordinary adult wizard, and the nature of the energy cannot be categorized within known magic systems. According to Chapter 3, Article 1 of the Special Magic Carrier Management Protocol, and Article 7 of the Restricted Magic Use Regulations, you are suspected of illegally possessing and using ancient magical power that is unregistered, highly uncontrollable, and threatens the public safety of Hogwarts and the wizarding world. What is your explanation? The cold accusation fell like shackles. Thickness stepped forward at the opportune moment, his wand lightly tapping, and several graphs of magic fluctuation curves recorded by the monitoring bracelet appeared in the air, with abnormally steep peaks, marked with glaring red alarm symbols. A low murmur arose in the courtroom. The eyes of the Wizengamot members grew sharper. Lynn didn't even bat an eyelid, as if the accusations weren't directed at him. Fudge was somewhat annoyed by Lynn's silence and intensified his tone. Mr. Stone, silence does not imply innocence. The Ministry of Magic's evidence is conclusive, Minister. Hermione's clear voice rang out, carrying a composure and sharpness beyond her years, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She stood up, her gaze fixed on Fudge. Your so-called evidence is merely one-sided fluctuation data generated by a monitoring device with severe design flaws and cognitive limitations. It cannot identify the essence of energy, and to rashly conclude illegal use of ancient magic based solely on excessive intensity and unknown nature is a trampling of procedural justice, and an insult to the wisdom of the Wizengamot. Her words were powerful and resonant. In the public gallery, Professor McGonagall's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. Fudge's face instantly flushed. Miss Granger, watch your language. The monitoring bracelet is the Department of Mystery's highest technology does not mean absolute correctness. Hermione interrupted him without fear, her voice rising, carrying powerful logical force. The International Magic Research and Control Convention, signed by 47 magical regimes worldwide, including Britain, its core appendix, the International Magical Exceptions Clause, IMEC, Article 12 clearly states, for non-standard magic system energy generated due to special bloodlines, ancient heritage, or primordial awakening, if its use is for passive defense, healing and repair, or controllable guidance, and has not caused actual harm, it should not be simply classified as illegal magic, but rather a higher level primordial nature identification procedure should be initiated, and the regulatory opinions of the holder's educational or research institution should be given priority. Her speech was rapid, yet every word was clear, like the most precise of spells. She didn't even need to consult a book, directly quoting the treaty number and specific article content. With a wave of her wand, a phantom of the IMIC clause, shimmering with a golden magical seal, floated in the air, with Article 12 highlighted. The courtroom erupted in an uproar. The Wizengamot members whispered among themselves, clearly surprised by this obscure yet weighty international clause. Fudge's face turned from red to green. He had not expected Hermione to bring up international law. He looked at Thickness for help, then glanced at Lucius. Lucius Malfoy elegantly stood up, his snake-headed cane gently tapping the ground, producing a crisp sound that drew everyone's attention. Esteemed members of the Wizengamot, his voice was like cold silk, carrying the arrogance unique to purebloods. Miss Granger's quoted clause, indeed exists. However, he changed tack, his gray blue eyes sharply piercing Lynn. The key to the clause lies in has not caused actual harm and controllable guidance. So, I ask, the abnormal Dementor riot on the Hogwarts Express, and the Dementor raid on the high-level ward area of St. Mungo's Hospital, are these two malicious incidents, which caused immense panic and nearly endangered the lives of students and patients, related to Mr. Stone's passively activated special power. Is this power truly controllable? Or is it, in itself, for attracting dark creatures, a damning accusation? Directly attributing the Dementor attacks to the nature of Lynn's power, twisting protection into bringing disaster. A few murmurs of agreement came from the jury box. Fudge, as if grasping a life raft, immediately echoed, Mr. Malfoy is absolutely right. Safety is the primary consideration. We cannot allow dangerous power to go unchecked because of a mere piece of paper. Safety. Hermione's voice suddenly rose. Filled with undisguised anger, she abruptly pulled out a transparent, magically sealed pouch from her dragon hide bag, and inside were several silver-gray werewolf hairs shimmering with a cold metallic luster. At the same time, her other hand held up the crumpled parchment with a full moon countdown written on it. Then I ask, Mr. Malfoy? Hermione's gaze was like burning flames, locked onto Lucius. While you are grandstanding about safety and accusing my client of attracting dark creatures, can you explain why the edge of your manor's private hunting grounds, near the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest area, is scattered with werewolf hair bearing strong lunar phase magic imprints? Why is there an activity record marked with a full moon date 3 days from now? It was like pouring cold water into boiling oil. The courtroom instantly erupted. Werewolf hair, lunar phase magic imprints, Malfoy Manor. Activity records. The shocked gazes of the Wizengamot members shot towards Lucius. Even Fudge's mouth hung open in astonishment. Lucius's elegant composure instantly froze. His gray-blue pupils abruptly contracted. He stared intently at the werewolf hair and parchment in Hermione's hand, his knuckles white from gripping his snake-headed cane so tightly. He had never imagined that Hermione Granger, this mudblood witch, could get her hands on this. And at such a moment, thrown out in such a way, nonsense. Lucius's voice lost its composure for the first time, carrying a barely perceptible sharp edge. Miss Granger, how dare you, in the sacred court of the Wizengamot, use dirty hair picked from some rubbish heap to slander an ancient pure-blood family? This is defamation. This is, whether it's defamation or not, there will be a fair judgment. Hermione stood her ground, Her voice firm and resonant, she turned to the presiding judge's bench and the jury. Esteemed minister, venerable elders of the Wizengamot. These hairs and records were found in a public area in the alleyway next to the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade Village. The residual lunar phase magic imprints on them are clearly discernible and perfectly match the time of the full moon night 3 days ago. I implore the Wizengamot to initiate the highest level of origin tracing and magic imprint comparison, to ascertain the true source of these hairs. To clarify the target of the actions indicated by this record. To see who, on the night of the full moon, within the protected confines of Hogwarts, allowed, or even possibly guided, extremely dangerous dark creature activity. To see who, in fact, is the true source of threat to the safety of Hogwarts students and staff. Her words were like a rapid-fire barrage, logically clear, and powerfully evidenced, at least on the surface, striking directly at the core. She sharply turned the spearhead of safety and thrust it towards Lucius Malfoy. The courtroom fell into dead silence. Only Hermione's slightly hurried breathing and the extremely faint hum from Lynn's monitoring bracelet on his wrist could be heard. All eyes were focused on Lucius's momentarily discomposed face, and on the silver-gray werewolf hairs in Hermione's hand, shimmering with an ominous glow under the cold light. Lucius's face was ashen, his lips pressed into a pale, thin line, his eyes so sinister they almost dripped with venom. He stared intently at Hermione, then coldly swept his gaze over Lynn, who remained as calm as water, and finally, his eyes fell on Dumbledore's serene face. He realized that his carefully prepared trap had been torn open by this mudblood witch in the most unexpected way, creating a huge crack that could potentially backfire on him. Fudge was completely flustered, looking at Lucius on the verge of rage, then at the aggressive Hermione, and then at the Wizengamot members in the jury box who were clearly swayed by the new evidence. Cold sweat beating on his forehead, Dumbledore slowly stood up, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable weight. Cornelius, members of the Wizengamot. The new evidence presented by Miss Granger is serious in nature and directly concerns the safety of Hogwarts. I believe that the accusations against Mr. Stone should be suspended. The immediate priority is to establish an independent investigation team to thoroughly verify the source of the werewolf hair, the magic imprints, and the area around Mr. Malfoy's manor until the truth comes to light. Any hasty judgment will be a desecration of law and justice. Dumbledore's statement was like a stabilizing force. Several members of the jury who had originally leaned towards Fudge nodded in agreement. Fudge was in a difficult position, his face changing constantly. Lucius knew that it was impossible to condemn Lynn today, and he might even get into trouble himself. He forcefully suppressed his towering rage, using all his lifelong cultivation, to force out an extremely cold, fake smile. How? Since Headmaster Dumbledore is so wise and righteous, then I also agree to first thoroughly investigate these hairs of unknown origin. I hope the investigation results can clear the House of Malfoy's name. He emphasized unknown origin and clear their name, his cold gaze sweeping over Hermione and Lynn like a venomous snake. The hearing is temporarily adjourned, Fudge announced, almost gritting his teeth, awaiting the results of the independent investigation team. Mr. Stone, the supervision agreement remains in effect. He didn't forget to emphasize the existence of the shackles at the end. The heavy bronze door slowly opened. The Wizengamot members left, discussing in low voices. Lucius was the first to sweep out, his robes billowing as if carrying a storm. Hermione's taut back finally relaxed, and she let out a long sigh, only then realizing her back was soaked with cold sweat. The confrontation had exhausted her mentally. A slightly cool hand gently covered her still trembling hand on the table. It was Lynn. He didn't speak, just gently wiped away the cold sweat that had seeped into her palm from tension with his fingertips. The movement was gentle, carrying silent approval and comfort. The silver bracelet on his wrist remained cold, but at this moment, it seemed more like an ironic metal. Hermione tightly clasped his hand in hers, feeling the warmth of his palm. Her lingering fear and excitement intertwined. The sharpness she had displayed in court now transformed into a reliance on his silent protection. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall walked over. The old principal looked at their clasped hands, then at Hermione, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and relief. An excellent defense, Hermione. You understand how to wield the weapon of law better than many Wizengamot elders. Thank you, Professor. Hermione's cheeks were slightly flushed, but her eyes were bright. The werewolf hair and records. Dumbledore's gaze deepened. Well done. The key has been inserted into the lock, he spoke with meaning. Lynn nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his gray eyes. The storm of the hearing was just the prelude. Lucius's counterattack and Wormtail's whereabouts were the real challenges to come. But at this moment, holding Hermione's hand, feeling the slight tremor and strength in her fingertips, it was as if he held a sharp sword to cut through all the gloom. Starlight might be bound by agreements, but wisdom and courage know no bounds. Chapter 92, Willow Shadow's Pupil Light and the Starlight in the Palm. The storm of the Wizengamot hearing was temporarily pushed back by Hermione's wolf hair evidence, but Malfoy's shadow and the Ministry of Magic's monitoring bracelet were like maggots clinging to bone, constantly reminding them of their delicate situation. Life at Hogwarts surged beneath a calm surface. Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts class grew increasingly popular. His gentle guidance and practical techniques gave students, especially Harry, more confidence when facing Boggart-transformed Dementor shadows. However, the deep-seated fear of black in Harry's eyes had not truly dissipated. The Starlight Rendezvous at the Astronomy Tower became their secret haven, a temporary escape from pressure. It was another chilly night, and Lynn and Hermione, avoiding the patrolling Filch and Madame Norris, once again arrived at the castle's highest tower. His right hand, free of the bracelet, lifted, fingertips gently tracing across the deep night sky. This time, Lynn didn't summon the magnificent spiral arms of the Milky Way, but instead condensed starlight into a miniature, lifelike autumn scene of the Scottish Highlands. Golden red mountains undulated beneath the deep blue sky, the forbidden forest's dark green canopy rippled with silver in the wind, and one could even see the warm, hazy, goose yellow light emanating from the window of the Three Broomsticks pub in Hogsmeade Village. Every detail flowed with tranquil starlight. Beautiful as an unending dream, Hermione nestled beside him, her head resting gently on his uninjured right shoulder, wrapped in his wide, dark green cloak. Only her small face, illuminated by starlight and bearing an intoxicated smile, visible. She pointed to the location of Honeydukes' sweet shop in the miniature landscape, whispering, "It should be a bit brighter here. The chocolate frog jars in the display window are reflecting light." Lynn's lips curved slightly, and with a gentle touch of starlight from his fingertip, the small sweet shop's display window instantly brightened, as if truly filled with tempting candies. Hermione sighed contentedly, hugging his arm tighter, as if to firmly grasp this starlight secret realm that belonged only to them. Beneath the cloak, their fingers intertwined, the warmth of their palms dispelling the tower's night chill and temporarily smoothing away the day's tension. Just then, meow meow, a shrill, distorted cat's cry, like a rusty blade tearing through the silent night sky, suddenly came from the edge of the forbidden forest, in the direction of the Whomping Willow. It was Madame Norris, but she had never let out such a cry. Filled with extreme terror, Lynn and Hermione instantly awoke from their starlight reverie. The starlight in Lynn's palm abruptly extinguished. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, snapped towards the forbidden forest, his mental power surging outwards like an invisible tide. Almost simultaneously, the silver monitoring bracelet on his left wrist emitted an extremely faint, yet clearly perceptible, high-frequency tremor. It wasn't an alarm, but more like a disturbance, caused by a powerful aura of darkness and chaos at close range. Forbidden forest. Whomping Willow. Hermione's heart instantly leaped to her throat, an ominous premonition coiling around her like icy vines. She remembered those silvery gray wolf hairs, remembered that the full moon had just passed, and most of all, she remembered black. Without any hesitation, she drew her wand. "Loomis, go." Lynn decided instantly, grabbing Hermione's wrist and pulling her towards the spiral staircase leading down the tower. The starlight condensed autumn scene silently dissipated behind them. Merging into the cold night, they rushed through the silent castle corridors at top speed, burst out of the oak doors, and stepped onto the cold grounds bathed in moonlight. The forbidden forest loomed like a crouching black beast, and at its edge, the Whomping Willow thrashed its branches wildly in the night wind, emitting a grating, teeth-on-edge creak. Madame Norris's shrill cries had ceased, but the air was filled with a chilling silence and a faint scent of blood. Hermione's Loomis was like the only light source in the darkness. Trembling as it illuminated their path, they carefully avoided the Whomping Willow's furiously lashing branches, quickly approaching the direction from which the scream had come, the back of the Whomping Willow's main trunk, an area unreachable by moonlight, shrouded by massive twisted roots and dense shadows. Suddenly, Lynn's footsteps halted abruptly. He pulled Hermione behind him. The aura around him instantly turned cold and wary, his gray eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. Hermione's heart pounded like a drum as she followed his gaze. Deep within the crevices of the Whomping Willow's massive, gnarled roots, in the impenetrable shadow, crouched a skeletal black figure. The black figure seemed to sense the light and the newcomers, and with an inhuman stiffness, very slowly, it lifted its head. In that instant, Hermione felt all the blood in her body freeze. 2 points of ghoulish green, burning with madness and deep-seated hatred, suddenly lit up in the darkness. They locked onto them. The green light was not for illumination, but pure, bestial malice and murderous intent. Colder than a Dementor's despair, more real than a Hogwarts sphere. The black figure's outline was barely visible in the dim light. Tattered, almost colorless prisoner's rags hung on his emaciated frame. A tangled mass of black hair like withered grass fell, covering most of his face, revealing only those chilling green eyes and a sharply defined jawline etched with deep lines of suffering. He was like a mortally wounded, yet still ferocious, trapped beast, emitting suppressed, sandpaper-like hoarse sounds from his throat. Sirius Black, he had appeared so abruptly, so strangely, at the edge of Hogwarts' forbidden forest, no more than 20 feet from them. Black, Hermione gasped, her wand instantly pointed at the black figure, its tip slight flickering violently due to her trembling arm. Although she knew the truth, facing this ghost-like, emaciated fugitive with mad eyes, the immense visual impact and instinctive fear still gripped her. The black figure, Black, trembled violently the moment he heard his name. The madness and hatred in those two green eyes fluctuated violently, like a deep pool into which a stone had been thrown. He stared intently at Hermione, as if trying to recognize something, the hoarse sounds from his throat growing more urgent. Just then, another change occurred. Stupefy, a sharp, fierce shout rang out from the side. A dazzling red light tore through the darkness, shooting directly towards the gaunt black beneath the tree roots. It was Snape. He appeared silently in the shadows of a nearby tree, like a black bat, his wand raised high. His sallow face bearing undisguised murderous intent and a twisted sense of pleasure. Black's reaction was astonishingly fast. The moment the red light reached him, his emaciated body rolled to the side with incredible flexibility and speed. Bang! The Stupefy spell struck the tree roots where Black had been hiding, exploding in a shower of splinters. Severus Snape! Black scrambled to his feet, his voice hoarse and broken, yet filled with bone-deep malice, those two green eyes shooting towards Snape like poison daggers. You gutter snake! Get out! You're the one who should get out, you filthy traitor! Snape's voice was like a snake hissing, his wand raised again, its tip glowing with dangerous light. Azkaban couldn't hold you, you mad dog! Today, I'll avenge Lily and James, Expelliarmus! Just as Snape's second malicious curse was about to be uttered, a crisp and firm shout rang out. A dazzling red light accurately struck Snape's wrist. It was Hermione. She had overcome her initial fear, seizing the moment when Snape's attention was completely drawn to Black, and acted decisively. Ugh! Snape grunted, his wand flying out of his hand, arcing through the air, and landing within the Whomping Willow's wildly thrashing branches. Granger! Snape clutched his wrist, turning furiously towards Hermione, his eyes so sinister they almost spewed fire. You dare! His words caught in his throat, because Lynn moved. At the same time Hermione's Expelliarmus was cast. Lynn's left hand had already risen, the silver monitoring bracelet on his wrist vibrated wildly, emitting a piercing hum, but he paid it no mind. His palm was not aimed at the enraged Snape, nor at Black, who was like a ghost beneath the tree roots, but instead pressed sharply into the cold, damp earth beneath his feet. Star imprisonment, forbidden technique, breath of the earth, a low incantation, like the earth pulse, buzz, centered on Lynn's palm. A ring of extremely condensed, liquid silver-like brilliant starlight instantly sank into the ground. Immediately after, the ground within a 10-meter radius seemed to come alive. Countless fine, pure starlight formed root-like tendrils burst from the earth, like sentient silver pythons, instantly coiling around the Whomping Willow's thrashing branches, and intertwining on the ground into a resilient net of light. The wildly thrashing Whomping Willow was as if put on pause, its branches tightly bound by the starlight tendrils, frozen in mid-air. Snape's dropped wand was also precisely caught by several starlight tendrils, hovering a foot above the ground, out of the Whomping Willow's attack range. At the same time, that net of light also stood between the gaunt Black and the enraged Snape. Starlight shone brightly, illuminating this small, chaotic battlefield. The tendrils swayed silently, emitting a powerful will of restraint and protection. Snape was stunned by this sudden, unheard of magic, momentarily forgetting his anger. Looking with disbelief at the starlight tendrils flowing on the ground, Black also stopped his low growl, his ghoulish green pupils rapidly contracting under the starlight, his gaze fixed on Lynn's hand pressed to the ground, his emaciated face for the first time showing an expression other than shock, a complex mix of bewilderment, pain, and disbelief. Hermione clutched her wand, standing beside Lynn, her chest heaving violently. She looked at Lynn's face, instantly pale from forcibly channeling his power, and at the silver bracelet on his wrist, buzzing madly, almost bursting, and her heart ached beyond measure, but she knew he had to do it. Only this way could Snape be stopped from killing, and the situation controlled amidst the chaos. Black, Hermione forced back the tremor in her voice, her gaze passing over the barrier of intertwined starlight tendrils to the gaunt black figure beneath the tree roots, speaking clearly with all her might. "We are not your enemies. We know the truth. About Wormtail." About that night, the three words Wormtail struck Black like a thunderbolt. His pupils, burning with insane green flames, suddenly widened. His gaunt body trembled violently as if struck by lightning. Hoarse, almost suffocating gasps escaped his throat. He stared intently at Hermione, then sharply at Lynn, the madness and hatred in his eyes receding like a tide, replaced by a light mixed with immense pain and a faint glimmer of hope, like a drowning person seeing driftwood. What did you say?" Black's voice was hoarse and broken, filled with extreme disbelief and a fragility on the verge of collapse just then. "What's happening here?" Professor Lupin's anxious voice came from a distance, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Clearly, the Whomping Willow's unusual silence and the recent spell light had alarmed him. Snape suddenly snapped back to reality, his sinister gaze sweeping over the starlight tendrils, Lynn's pale but calm face, Hermione's resolute eyes, and finally resting on Black, who seemed to have instantly lost all strength beneath the tree roots. He knew that tonight's opportunity was lost. He glared fiercely at Lynn and Hermione, then his figure quickly merged into the shadows of the Forbidden Forest and disappeared. The starlight tendrils slowly dissipated under Lynn's wool, like receding starlight, sinking into the earth. The Whomping Willow's branches, freed from their bonds, creaked again. Though seemingly quieter than before, Lupin's figure appeared in the moonlight, looking at the chaotic scene, the lingering traces of starlight on the ground, Lynn's incessantly buzzing bracelet, and Black, who has gone beyond human recognition in the shadows of the tree roots, staring intently at Hermione with those green eyes burning with complex flames. He instantly understood everything. His expression became extremely grave. Lynn slowly withdrew his left hand from the ground, his body swaying imperceptibly. Hermione immediately stepped forward, firmly supporting his arm, propping him up with her own body. She could feel the coldness and slight tremor of his body. "Professor," Hermione looked at Lupin, her voice urgent and filled with lingering fear, about to explain. Lupin, however, raised a hand to stop her. He took a deep breath, looking at Black beneath the tree roots with complex eyes, his voice heavy with weariness and understanding. "Sirius, long time no see." Black's ghoulish green pupils snapped towards Lupin, the flames in his eyes flickering violently, finally dissolving into a hoarse sob filled with endless pain, his emaciated body curling up as if enduring immense torment. The starlight completely faded, leaving only cold moonlight and scattered debris. The Whomping Willow's shadow twisted in the night wind, like a lurking beast. The gaunt black figure huddled deep within the tree roots, his ghoulish green pupils shifting between Hermione and the weakened Lynn, churning with the pain of 12 years of injustice, the bone-deep hatred for Wormtail, and a trace of vulnerability. Bewildered by the sudden truth and the impact of the starlight, Hermione held Lynn tightly, feeling the coldness of his body and the buzzing of his bracelet, her heart clutched by a cold hand. Professor Lupin's arrival was a buffer, but the shadows beneath the Whomping Willow had only just begun to reveal themselves. The faint tremor from his palm was both an exhaustion and a silent vow of protection, appearing especially heavy under the gaze of those green eyes. Chapter 93 Whispers in the Mirror and the Barrier at the Fingertips. The terrifying night under the Whomping Willow was like a giant rock thrown into a deep pool, stirring up turbulent undercurrents beneath Hogwarts' calm surface. Sirius Black's emaciated figure and his green eyes, burning with pain and madness, were deeply etched into Hermione's mind. Professor Lupin's appearance temporarily stabilized Black, who was on the verge of collapse, secretly moving him to the depths of the Shrieking Shack, a forgotten place, yet most suitable for hiding a monster. Dumbledore personally inquired about the matter. The starlight traces left under the Whomping Willow, Snape's sudden appearance and disappearance, and Black's violent reaction when Hermione shouted Wormtail all confirmed the gravity of the truth. Lynn's monitoring wristband, which was almost overloaded from forcefully activating star imprisonment, forbidden technique, and was still emitting a faint hum, became the most glaring accusation under Lucius's powerful influence. The Ministry of Magic's independent investigation team made slow, almost stagnant, progress on the Wolf Hair investigation. Malfoy Manor remained with its magnificent gates tightly shut, as if nothing concerned it. Invisible pressure, like a spiderweb, entangled everyone in the castle. Harry became even more silent. His fear of Dementors seemed to be replaced by another, deeper, more complex emotion, an agonizing mix of a craving for the truth and worry for his godfather's predicament. Several times he tried to ask Hermione and Lynn for details of that night, but Hermione's worried gaze and Lynn's silence turned him away. The truth was too heavy. Harry was not yet ready. Saturday afternoon, a rare warm sun shone through the tall French windows of the library, casting dappled light and shadow on the heavy wooden tables and mountains of books. Hermione and Lynn sat in a corner far from the crowd, with thick tomes of advanced charms class principles and on the origin of magic spread before them. Lynn's left wrist rested on the edge of the table, the silver monitoring wristband reflecting a cold gleam in the sunlight. Its faint hum-like background noise. Hermione's gaze, however, occasionally drifted to Lynn's slightly pale profile, forcefully activating star power to suppress the rampaging Whomping Willow and construct a starlight barrier. That night had exhausted him far more than expected. Even with her potion assistance and careful nursing, his recovery was much slower than before. It still hurt. Hermione put down her quill, her voice extremely low, filled with deep concern. She reached out, her fingertips carefully covering the back of his hand resting on the table's edge, feeling the cool temperature beneath his skin. Lynn's gaze moved from his book to her worried face, and he shook his head slightly. Much better. Turned his hand, gently hooking her index finger with his fingertips, a subtle movement with a reassuring strength. The hum from his wrist seemed to lessen slightly with this gentle touch. Just then, buzz, an extremely faint, yet rapidly vibrating magical tremor suddenly came from the depths of Hermione's dragon hide bag, which was placed on the corner of the table. Hermione and Lynn tensed simultaneously. It was the two-way mirror, the half that belonged to Sirius Black in the Shrieking Shack. Hermione's heart instantly pounded. Why would Black contact them at this time? Was he mad? Although the Shrieking Shack was hidden, the Ministry of Magic and Umbridge's eyes were everywhere. She immediately looked around. Thankfully, the surrounding students were buried in their studies, and no one noticed the subtle tremor. Lynn's eyes instantly sharpened. He suddenly condensed his mental power into threads, like the most precise radar, instantly covering the library entrance and the nearby corridor. Several familiar mental fluctuations with student auras were moving normally. No danger was approaching for now. Hermione took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She quickly pulled out the cold half of the two-way mirror from the depths of her dragon hide bag. The mirror's surface was trembling violently, its edges emitting faint, unstable magic fluctuations. She looked at Lynn, her eyes questioning. Lynn gave an almost imperceptible nod, his gray eyes calm, conveying silent protection. His left hand, placed under the table, quietly formed an extremely subtle starlight star radiance rune, and an invisible, wave-like ripple of energy spread out from him, covering their corner with extreme subtlety. Sound barrier. Hermione no longer hesitated, injecting a faint trace of magic into her fingertip to activate the mirror's communication. The mirror's surface rippled like water into which a stone had been thrown, gradually becoming clear. Black's emaciated face did not appear. There was only a swing, dimly lit background, seemingly the Shrieking Shack's decaying floor. A voice, suppressed by extreme pain, hoarse and broken, came intermittently, filled with neurotic ramblings and heavy respite. Harry, can you hear me? It's me, your godfather. Don't be afraid of me. I'm not a traitor, not Peter Wormtail. He's still alive. He's in the castle. He's that rat. Ron's rat Scabbers. Harry, you must know, The voice was filled with 12 years of accumulated injustice, bitter hatred, and extreme anxiety for Harry's safety. Clearly, Black's mental state was extremely unstable. The despair of Azkaban he had just escaped and his weakness after the full moon were consuming his reason. He desperately wanted to reveal the truth to Harry, but he ignored the immense risk. Hermione's heart pounded. Black had directly revealed Wormtail's identity, and mentioned Ron Scabbers. If anyone heard this, Mr. Black. Hermione immediately lowered her voice, urgently whispering into the mirror, "Calm down. Don't say another word. Harry isn't here right now. This is very dangerous, Hermione." The swaying floor in the mirror paused, and Black's bewildered and pained voice came through. "Hermione Granger, Linstone, is that you? Where's Harry? I need to tell Harry, now. Immediately. Wormtail. We know. We all know." Hermione's voice cracked with urgency. She saw Lynn's eyes suddenly turn incredibly cold and sharp, fixed intently on the heavy oak door leading from the library to the corridor. "But you must calm down now. Someone is listening in." "Cut the connection immediately." "Listening in? Who?" Black's voice suddenly rose, filled with startled fury and alertness. Just at this critical moment, the oak library door was suddenly pushed open. A dazzling, extremely uncomfortable pink figure, accompanied by a strong, cloying perfume, walked in like a parading queen, head held high, amidst the awestruck, or fearful, gazes of a group of younger students. It was Dolores Umbridge. Her characteristic toad-like smile was plastered on her round face, but her bulging, marble-like eyes now gleamed with an extremely sharp, excited light. like a hound that had caught the scent of blood. Her gaze, like a searchlight, instantly swept across the entire library, finally settling precisely on the corner where Hermione and Lynn were sitting. More precisely, it settled on the two-way mirror in Hermione's hand, which was emitting faint magic fluctuations and whose surface had not yet fully returned to calm. "Oh? My dear children, what are you studying in the library?" Umbridge's voice was sickeningly sweet, laced with faint concern, but her footsteps moved towards them with unusual speed, her pink high heels clicking crisply on the stone floor, like a death knell. "That little mirror, it looks very interesting, doesn't it? Could I borrow it for a look?" Hermione's heart instantly plunged into an ice cellar, her face was ashen. Umbridge had heard it, she must have detected the two-way mirror's magic fluctuations. She might even have heard snippets. In the mirror, Black also seemed to sense the great danger, letting out a suppressed growl filled with unwillingness and anger, and his magic fluctuations instantly became chaotic. "It's over." Hermione's mind went blank, just as Umbridge's plump, lace-gloved hand was about to reach for the two-way mirror. A long, slender, well-defined hand, moving faster, naturally covered Hermione's hand, which was holding the two-way mirror. It was Lynn. His movement looked as if he was trying to comfort his nervous girlfriend, incredibly natural, but the moment his palm covered Hermione's hand and the two-way mirror's frame, buzzed, an extremely condensed, almost imperceptible silver starlight star radiance, like the finest electric current, instantly entered the two-way mirror from his palm. The mirror's surface flickered violently. Black's painfully distorted image and chaotic magic fluctuations in the mirror were as if abruptly cut off by an invisible hand. The mirror instantly dimmed, reverting to the appearance of a cold, dull, ordinary mirror. It was so fast that Umbridge's outstretched hand froze in midair. "Professor," Lynn's voice was calm, even with a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. He withdrew Hermione's hand, along with the dead mirror. Together, placing it under the table, his gray eyes met Umbridge's scrutinizing gaze. "Frankly, we're reviewing charms class theory. This is just an ordinary mirror." Hermione was just, perhaps a little distracted. His tone was flat, as if stating a trivial fact. Hermione reacted immediately. She tried hard to suppress her pounding heart, forcing a hint of embarrassment and awkwardness onto her face, and in sync with Lynn's words, she mumbled softly, "I'm sorry, Professor, I was just a little distracted." She even blushed slightly, her acting perfect. Umbridge's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. She eyed the two suspiciously, especially Lynn's calm face and Hermione's perfectly timed embarrassment. Their gaze lingered for a moment on Lynn's wrist, where the silver wristband's hum seemed a little louder, then swept over their hands, clasped together under the table. That magic fluctuation just now, it had indeed disappeared. The mirror also looked unremarkable. Could it be, was this mudgled little witch really just distracted, playing with a mirror, or had this stone used some method she didn't know to interfere? Umbridge's toad-like smile stiffened on her face, her eyes shifting between scrutiny and suspicion. Ultimately, finding no conclusive evidence, she could only suppress her resentment and doubts, forcing out an even faker smile. "Oh, really? Do focus on your studies, dear. Hogwarts school rules are very strict." You now. She pointedly glanced at Lynn's wrist, then waddled her plump body away, leaving a strong waft of perfume. Her gaze, however, lingered on the two like a maggot on a corpse for a long time before moving on. It wasn't until Umbridge's glaring pink figure completely disappeared outside the library door that Hermione, as if drained of all strength, leaned softly against the back of her chair, cold sweat soaking her robes. She looked under the table with lingering fear. Lynn was still holding her hand tightly, along with a cold, lifeless two-way mirror. Lynn's face was paler than before, and fine beads of cold sweat seeped from his forehead, forcefully using star power to instantly annihilate the two-way mirror's communication magic and disguise it as an ordinary object, while also precisely controlling it not to trigger the wristband's alarm limit, was extremely draining and perilous. The wristband on his wrist was humming louder than before, and its red warning light was flashing wildly. "Lynn," Hermione whispered anxiously, turning her hand to tightly grasp his cold hand. "Your wristband? It's fine, just an overload warning. I won't die." Lynn's voice was tinged with a weary hoarseness. He closed his eyes, forcing down his churning blood. He released Hermione's hand, carefully picked up the temporarily dead two-way mirror, and tucked it deep into his robe's inner pocket. "The mirror can't be used for now." Black's situation, Lupin will handle. Hermione looked at his pale face and the wildly flashing wristband, her heart aching beyond measure. That lightning-fast reaction, that silent protection and extremely precise control. He had once again overextended himself, protecting them from Umbridge's poisonous fang, protecting Black, and also protecting that heavy truth. She no longer cared about the library setting, reaching out and gently covering the back of his left hand, which was trembling slightly from exhaustion, with her warm palm, her fingertips softly caressing his cool skin, conveying silent comfort and warmth. Lynn did not refuse. Allowing her warm hand to cover his cold hand, the dizziness and weakness brought on by the exhaustion were gradually dispelled by the warmth of her palm and her worried gaze. He turned his head slightly, meeting her eyes, so close, filled with heartache and lingering for next time. Hermione's voice was choked and firm. "Let me take the risk. You're not allowed to do this again." Lynn looked at her reddened eyes and the stubborn way she held back tears, a faint, gentle light flashing in the depths of his gray eyes. He did not answer, merely used his other hand, the one without the wristband, to gently brush away a strand of hair dampened with cold sweat from her cheek, his fingertips cool to the touch. His movements as gentle as if handling a rare treasure. Silent protection flowed in the touch of their fingertips and the warmth of their palms. The crisis with a two-way mirror was temporarily averted, but Umbridge's poisonous fang was now exposed, and Black's instability was an even greater heightened danger. The cold monitoring wristband hummed wildly on his wrist, like a harsh mockery, but the warmth of Hermione's palm was the only real light source at that moment, illuminating his overexhausted weakness and strengthening his resolve to continue forward. The storm was far from over, and they could only hold each other's hands, stumbling forward through the thorns. Chapter 94, Shadows of the Forbidden Forest and the Chains of Starry Imprisonment, Part 1. Umbridge's probing in the library was like a poisonous thorn, deeply embedded in Hogwarts' tense atmosphere. In the following days, the pink figures in the castle noticeably increased. Those junior students wearing special investigator badges roamed the corridors, their gazes filled with an unsettling prying curiosity. Lynn's silver bracelet became an even more conspicuous target, its continuous hum and occasional flashing red warning lights silently proclaiming the Ministry of Magic's concern and his own weakened state. Hermione was almost inseparable, her worry etched on her furrowed brow and the trembling fingertips each time she handed him a specially formulated soothing potion. However, external pressure failed to completely suppress the restlessness of adolescence. During Wednesday's dinner, a piercing shriek and the clatter of dishes erupted from the Gryffindor long table, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "My Scabbers! Scabbers is gone!" Ron Weasley's face was ashen, and he slumped onto the bench as if his bones had been removed, his hands frantically rummaging through his empty pockets, his voice distorted by extreme panic. He was just in my pocket eating breadcrumbs. He vanished in a blink of an eye." Fred, George, was it you two? The twin brothers, for once, poured away their playful grins and shook their heads seriously. Ginny also anxiously helped search around Ron. "Calm down, Ron." Hermione immediately put down her fork, trying to soothe him. "Maybe he just ran off to wander around. You know Scabbers is old, sometimes he gets confused." "No. Impossible." Ron suddenly stood up, knocking over a pumpkin juice goblet, spilling the orange liquid across the table. "He's been so scared lately. Especially scared. Ever since the news of Black's escape broke. He was trembling with fear. It must be Black. He snuck into the castle and grabbed him. He wants to kill him to silence him. Just like he wants to kill Harry." Ron's words were incoherent and illogical, but his worry for his pet rat and the fear brought by Black were real. Harry's face instantly drained of color, his knuckles white as he gripped his knife and fork. Black's name was like a piece of ice dropped into boiling oil. "Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall's stern voice rang out as she strode over. "Control your emotions. What kind of behavior is this, making a ruckus in the Great Hall? A rat, that's no ordinary rat," Ron almost shrieked, despair and anger making him lose his reason. "That's my Scabbers. He's been with me for 12 years. Black must be after him. He hates my dad. He hates our whole family." He was completely immersed in his own logic of fear, ignoring Professor McGonagall's increasingly grim expression and the bewildered glances of his classmates. "Enough." Snape's cold, oily voice slithered out like a venomous snake, as he rose from the shadows of the faculty table, his black robes billowing. "Gryffindor loses 20 points for Mr. Weasley's hysteria and baseless accusations. As for your rat," a cruel smirk played on his lips. "Perhaps he finally grew tired of your stupidity and found a better place. Or became a snack for some hungry creature in the Forbidden Forest." The Forbidden Forest. Ron looked up as if struck by lightning, a desperate light blazing in his bloodshot blue eyes. "Yes. The Forbidden Forest. He must have run into the Forbidden Forest in fear. I'm going to find him." He pushed his chair back and, disregarding everything, tried to rush out. "Ron, stop." Hermione and Harry rose simultaneously to block him. "Stop him!" Professor McGonagall shouted. Several older Gryffindor students tried to grab Ron's arms. The scene was chaotic just then. Lynn, who had been silently eating, put down his silver dinner knife. The slight metallic clink was unremarkable amidst the noise, yet it strangely tightened Hermione's heart, who had been intently watching him. She saw a fleeting, extremely subtle gravity in the depths of his gray eyes. The silver bracelet on his wrist suddenly intensified its hum for a moment. "Let him go." Lynn's voice was not loud, but it carried a peculiar penetrative quality that instantly silenced the chaos. Everyone was stunned, including the struggling Ron. Lynn's gaze calmly swept over Ron, then landed on Professor McGonagall's ashen face and Snape's amused eyes, finally settling on the main seat of the faculty table. Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles were quietly watching him, with a hint of understanding. "Weasley needs to take responsibility for his pet." Lynn's tone was flat, as if stating an objective fact. "But the Forbidden Forest is dangerous. Someone needs to accompany him to ensure safety and take supervisory responsibility." His gaze turned to Hermione. "Miss Granger is familiar with the paths at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. I will accompany." He deliberately paused, his left hand seemingly casually pressing his humming wrist. Hermione instantly understood his intention. Ron rushing into the Forbidden Forest so recklessly was not only dangerous for him, but also made him more likely to stumble into Umbridge's traps, or real trouble deep within the Forbidden Forest. Lynn's offer to accompany and supervise not only gave Ron an out but also allowed them to control the situation to the greatest extent possible. More importantly, he could legitimately leave the castle and avoid the omnipresent pink toad's eyes and ears. As for his weakened state, Hermione's heart clenched, but at this moment, there was no other choice. Professor McGonagall frowned, clearly weighing her options. Dumbledore nodded slightly, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable resolve. "A reasonable suggestion. Mr. Stone and Miss Granger will accompany Mr. Weasley to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to search for his pet. You must return before dark. Be careful." His deep blue gaze lingered on Lynn's wrist for a moment, implying a deeper meaning. Snape snorted, saying nothing more, but his gaze towards Lynn became even more profound. And so, as the setting sun painted the Forbidden Forest with an eerie golden red glow, Ron led the way, with Hermione and Lynn close behind, the three of them stepping into the dense, rapidly darkening area at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The air suddenly became cold and damp, mixed with the smell of decaying leaves, earth, and a certain wild animal's musk. "Scabbers. Scabbers. Come out. Don't be scared. It's me," Ron anxiously called out, pushing aside low-hanging vines, his voice echoing through the silent forest with a distressing tremor. Hermione clutched her wand, vigilantly observing her surroundings. The branches of tall, ancient trees twisted like ghostly claws, casting deep shadows. The thick, soft layer of decaying leaves underfoot made their steps silent, adding to the unease. She instinctively moved a step closer to Lynn, her shoulder almost touching his arm. She could feel the cool aura emanating from his body, and the continuous, annoying hum from his wrist. Lynn was not in good shape. The backlash from forcibly suppressing the two-way mirror communication had not fully subsided, and now, being in the unknown dangers of the Forbidden Forest, he had to dedicate most of his mental energy to being vigilant, as well as suppressing the alarm threshold of his bracelet. His face appeared even paler in the dim light, his thin lips pressed together, his gray eyes like the most precise scanner, surveying every suspicious shadow. "Ron, slow down. Don't go too deep," Hermione couldn't help but remind him. She saw fine beads of cold sweat on Lynn's forehead, but Scabbers. Ron had just turned around when his voice abruptly cut off, his eyes wide with horror, pointing to a hollow covered by giant ferns ahead. What is that?" Following his refer to, Hermione and Lynn's pupils constricted simultaneously. On the muddy ground at the edge of the hollow, several clumps of coarse gray hair, clearly not belonging to Rat, were scattered. Beside them, there were also several distinct, large claw prints not belonging to a human. The claw prints were deeply embedded in the mud, conveying a sense of wild power, and extended towards the deeper, darker reaches of the Forbidden Forest. A strong, nauseating smell of wild animal musk wafted towards them. "Wolf fur." Hermione's voice held an almost imperceptible tremor. She immediately recalled the uniquely scented potion bottles in Professor Lupin's office drawer that needed to be taken regularly, and the improved wolfsbane potion notes in the St. Mungo's archives. A terrifying thought instantly seized her. This was no coincidence. Professor Lupin, the full moon was approaching. He might have lost control. A woo As if to confirm her fears, a mournful, prolonged wolf howl, full of primal savagery and pain, suddenly erupted from the depths of the forbidden forest. The sound pierced through the layers of tree canopies, carrying a spine-chilling penetrative power, striking heavily at everyone's heart. Immediately following were the second and third howls, one after another. And the sounds were rapidly moving from far to near. As if startled and enraged by something, they were rushing towards their location. The ground even vibrated faintly. Wolves, a pack of wolves. Ron was scared out of his wits, his legs giving out, almost collapsing to the ground, his wand unsteady in his hand. Run! Run! He turned to flee but tripped over a thick vine. Chapter 95, Shadows of the Forbidden Forest and the Chains of Star Imprisonment, Part 2. Hermione's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She looked sharply at Lynn. Lynn's gray eyes instantly sharpened like blades, all fatigue and weakness forcefully suppressed in that moment. He stepped forward, unhesitatingly shielding Hermione and a stunned Ron behind him. The silver bracelet on his left wrist, sensing the sudden surge of magic within him, emitted a piercing, unprecedentedly sharp hum. Red light flashed wildly, like a death warning. Lynn! No! Your bracelet! Hermione shrieked, reaching out to grab him, but it was too late. Get down! Lynn roared, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The moment his words fell, the dense bushes ahead were ripped apart as if by an invisible giant force. Several massive dark figures, swift as ghosts, their eyes glowing with wild green light, rushed out with a fishy wind, roaring. Sharp fangs gleamed with a chilling light in the dimness, heading straight for Lynn at the front. A moment of extreme peril. Lynn's right hand shot up, fingers splayed, palm facing the pouncing wolf shadows. He didn't chant a spell, but the air around him suddenly solidified and compressed. Countless tiny, icy silver specks of light appeared out of thin air, swirling like stardust caught in a hurricane, instantly converging before him. Star imprisonment, forbidden technique. A cold syllable burst from between his teeth. Buzz, a translucent silver chain, purely composed of condensed starlight, appeared out of thin air. It wasn't physical, yet it carried the terrifying power to imprison space. The chain, like a living spirit snake, instantly branched into several strands, wrapping with uncanny precision around the necks and forelegs of each pouncing giant wolf. A woo, woo. The moment the leading giant wolf was ensnared by the starlight chain, it let out a pained and furious roar. Its wild charge was abruptly choked, as if it had slammed into an invisible wall. The starlight chain dug deep into its thick fur, emitting a sizzling sound, and the smell of burned fur filled the air. The other wolves were similarly immobilized, struggling and howling madly, but unable to break free from the seemingly slender shackles that, in reality, contained the immense power of the stars. Star imprisonment, forbidden technique. Lynn had once again used this forbidden power. Hermione's heart was in her throat. She saw Lynn's body violently sway the instant the starlight chains appeared. His right arm, supporting the chains, was tense to its limit, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and his face was transparently pale. And the monitoring bracelet on his left wrist was emitting a continuous, ear-splitting shriek, almost on the verge of breakdown. The red light was almost a solid blur, flashing wildly, as if it would explode any second. The immense magical output and the bracelet's forced suppression created a terrifying backlash, like two massive forces tearing at him from within. Lynn, Hermione rushed to his side, ignoring everything else, her hands tightly gripping his right arm, which trembled slightly under the immense pressure. She could clearly feel the spasms in his arm muscles and the nearly wild magic surging beneath his skin. That power was madly assaulting his physical limits, yet simultaneously being fiercely suppressed and rebounded by the bracelet. This was nothing short of torture. Hold on. I'll help you. Hermione's voice was tearful, and without hesitation. Her free left hand quickly formed a complex and ancient pact of protection hand seal, her palm pressed tightly against his ice-cold back. A warm, resilient stream of magic, carrying all her devotion and the power of the pact of protection, poured desperately into his collapsing body. The moment Hermione's protective magic surged in, Lynn's entire body trembled violently. An indescribable warmth forcibly cut into the icy backlash and magical tearing that ravaged his body. Though faint, it was like a solitary lamp lit in the darkness, instantly stabilizing his almost shattered will. He grunted, a thin line of crimson blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but the sharp light in his eyes grew even more concentrated. His right arm slammed downwards. Sink. The second command carried a chilling aura of slaughter. The starlight chains wrapped around the giant wolves suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling light. An irresistible, crushing pressure descended like a mountain. The ferocious giant wolves let out mournful howls, their massive bodies forcibly pressed to the ground, limbs sinking deep into the mud, unable to move an inch. Only unwilling, fearful whimpers escaped their throats. The imprisonment was complete, the crisis was temporarily averted, but Lynn also seemed to have exhausted his last ounce of strength, his body swaying violently, only held up by Hermione's desperate support. He gasped for breath, each inhale bringing a burning pain. Though the bracelet on his left wrist still hummed, its frequency and red light seemed to have diminished due to the instantaneous burst of suppression. It, too, seemed to have reached some limit. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining Hermione's wizard robe cuff with a striking crimson plum blossom. "Lynn, are you alright?" Hermione's voice was choked with tears, fumbling to wipe the blood from his mouth with her sleeve, yet afraid of hurting him. "I'm fine." Lynn's voice was terribly hoarse. He forced himself to stand steady, his gray eyes sweeping over the giant wolves suppressed by the star imprisonment, forbidden technique, on the ground, confirming they were temporarily no threat, finally landing on Ron, who lay limp on the ground, terrified and pale. His gaze was cold. "You're right." Ron had long been petrified by the battle, which transcended his understanding. Jolted by Lynn's icy gaze, he suddenly snapped back to reality, looking in horror at the wolf fur and claw marks at the edge of the hollow, then at the terrifying giant wolves immobilized on the ground, and finally recalling that mournful wolf howl. A terrible truth he had never dared to consider deeply washed over him like ice water, chilling him to the bone, making his teeth chatter. "Scabbers." Ron stammered incoherently, the immense fear and absurdity almost making him collapse. The right he treasured, that he had kept for 12 years, perhaps it wasn't a rat at all. Just then, a clearer, more ferocious wolf howl, full of warning, echoed from deeper within the forbidden forest. This time, the source of the sound seemed closer. Lynn's eyes narrowed. He suppressed a churning blood and dizziness, grabbing Hermione's supporting arm tightly. His voice was decisive. "Go. Leave immediately. We can't stay here." Hermione didn't hesitate for a moment, supporting him firmly while sharply ordering Ron, get up. Hurry." Her voice carried an undeniable command. Ron scrambled to his feet. And the three of them, supporting each other, stumbled and ran wildly towards the direction of light outside the forbidden forest. Behind them were the giant wolves' unwilling whimpers and an increasingly close, more powerful, and more dangerous dark aura. On Lynn's wrist, the bracelet's humming was like a persistent parasite, echoing through the dim forbidden forest with his heavy footsteps. Hermione, supporting his arm, felt his body's slight trembling and coldness. Her worry coiled like a vine, but her belief in protection had never been so firm. They had to get out alive, carrying this terrible secret about a rat that had almost cost them their lives. And in the shadows of the trees not far behind them, a pair of gray eyes, gleaming with triumph and malice, watched their desperate escape. Draco Malfoy's pale face showed a twisted smile as he carefully put away the spyglass in his hand, quickly turned, and sprinted towards the castle, towards that pink office. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Broken Starlight Under the Moonlight, Part 1. The escape on the edge of the forbidden forest. Every step was on the brink of fear and despair. Behind them, the giant wolves, suppressed by star imprisonment, forbidden technique, whimpered resentfully like a soul-chasing horn, and the wolf howl from deeper within, full of primal savagery and warning, was like a cold noose, tightening around the trio's necks. Faster. Even faster, Hermione shrieked with all her might, her arm supporting Lynn trembling slightly from the exertion. She could clearly feel the heaviness and coldness of his body. Each breath was accompanied by suppressed pain and burning heat. Lynn's left arm hung limply over her shoulder, most of his weight pressing against her, while his right arm desperately pressed against his wildly buzzing, glaring red wristband, trying to forcibly suppress the terrifying backlash. His face, in the pale moonlight filtering through the gaps in the tree canopy, was as white as fragile paper, and the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth were shockingly vivid. Each faltering step tugged at Hermione's heart. Ron stumbled and scrambled behind them, his face no better than Lynn's, his legs driven purely by fear. His mind was a mess, the wolf fur and claw prints by the hollow, the terrifying giant wolves held by star imprisonment, forbidden technique, and that wolf howl. Fragments of a terrifying truth were piecing together, making him afraid to think deeper, only wanting to escape this nightmarish forest. Heavy gasps were exceptionally clear in the quiet forest. They could already see the faint light of the Hogwarts lawn ahead. Hope was right before their eyes, however, just a dozen meters from the light, as they passed through the last patch of twisted, withered trees with branches reaching like ghostly claws towards the sky, an indescribable, 100 times more intense stench than any beast before, carrying a suffocatingly brutal aura, suddenly swept over them from the front side. Roar, a deafening roar, filled with endless pain, wildness, and pure desire for destruction, exploded like thunder above the trio's heads. The violent sound waves almost tore their eardrums. The light ahead was instantly obscured by a huge, lightning-fast, terrifying figure. It was a huge silhouette, somewhere between human and beast. In the dim moonlight, one could only see it covered in thick, coarse fur that glowed with an eerie silver gray in the moonlight, and a pair of eyes burning with inhuman, pure madness in bloodthirsty green light. It was on all fours, but its movements carried chilling power and agility. Each scrape of its huge claws kicked up large chunks of decaying leaves and dirt. Its target was clear. It lunged straight for Ron, who was running at the front and closest to it. Ron! Watch out! Hermione's eyes were bloodshot as she shrieked. She instinctively wanted to point her wand at the monster, but both hands were fully supporting the almost helpless Lynn, making it impossible to cast a spell. Ron was completely frozen with fear, his mind blank, only able to watch as the huge, stinking shadow and gleaming fangs lunged at him. The cold breath of death instantly engulfed him. Just at this critical moment, as Ron was about to be torn apart, a figure, faster than Hermione's scream, more resolute than the monster's pounce, it was Lynn. Before Hermione's cry escaped her lips, at the moment Ron was enveloped by the shadow of death, a chillingly resolute light, almost burning with life, suddenly erupted from Lynn's gray eyes, which had dimmed from overexertion. He violently broke free from Hermione's support, used his last ounce of strength, and forcefully pushed Hermione to the side and back. At the same time, he shot forward like an arrow from the bow, erupting with superhuman speed, and fearlessly crashed into the terrifying silver shadow lunging at Ron. No. Lynn. Hermione stumbled from the push and fell to the ground, watching as that solitary figure rushed towards destruction. Her heart shattered as a scream tore through her throat. Time seemed to stretch. The moment Lynn lunged, his right hand's 5 fingers suddenly spread open, disregarding the sharp buzzing from his left wristband, like a dying whale, and the frantic, ultimate red flashing. A silver light shield, far more condensed and brilliant than when he had imprisoned the giant wolves before, as if the entire night sky's starlight had been compressed and gathered, instantly opened before him. Defend, a hoarse whisper, full of a will to perish together. Almost in the same millisecond the light shield formed, the huge, silver-gray wolf shadow, carrying a violent force capable of tearing steel, slammed heavily into the brilliant starlight shield. Boom! A dull, heart-stopping thud exploded in the forest. As if 2 mountains had crashed head-on, blinding silver light and brutal green light fiercely intertwined and burst. The violent shock wave, like an invisible giant hammer, slammed into everything around. Branches of withered trees were instantly snapped, sending wood fragments flying. Decaying leaves on the ground were swept up, forming a small storm. PFFT, Lynn was like someone hit head-on by a speeding train. His body convulsed violently, and the blood he spat out was no longer a trickle, but a large mouthful of crimson mist. That brilliant starlight shield, while blocking this world-shattering blow, emitted a grating, glass-shattering crack as if it couldn't bear the weight. Countless spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered the light shield. The huge wolf shadow was also violently flung back by the formidable rebound force containing the power of the stars, letting out a pained, even more enraged roar. Its massive body staggered back a few steps, the madness in its green eyes intensifying, fiercely locking onto Lynn, who stood before it like a flickering candle in the wind. Lynn. Hermione scrambled up from the ground, rushing towards the tottering figure, tears streaming down like a breaking dam, blurring her vision. She saw the blood continuously gushing from his mouth, his body curled in agony, and the starlight shield, covered in cracks, its light rapidly dimming, as if it would shatter completely any second. She also saw his left wrist, where the monitoring wristband, having endured an extreme magical impact and backlash, flashed red frantically a few times, then emitted a short, sharp beep sound, and then, it completely went out. Fine cracks even appeared on its surface, the wristband, overloaded and burned out. This meant the Ministry of Magic's surveillance was temporarily disabled, but more importantly, it meant how terrifying the power Lynn had used in that instant was. And how tragic the price he paid. The huge wolf shadow shook its massive head, the madness in its green eyes seemed even more chaotic and painful from the impact, but the instinct for destruction still held sway. It growled. Arching its massive body, fangs bared, clearly preparing to launch a second, more lethal pounce. Lynn's body trembled violently, the starlight shield's glow flickered, as if it could go out at any moment. He tried to regather his strength, but his insides felt completely torn and hollowed out, the immense backlash sweeping over his entire body like a cold tide, his vision starting to blur. He could feel Hermione rushing towards him from behind, her heart-wrenching cries stabbing into his heart like knives. He couldn't let Hermione come over. Absolutely not. He suddenly bit his tongue, the sharp pain bringing a brief moment of clarity. He used his last bit of strength to try and push Hermione away again. However, this time, Hermione did not retreat. Like a completely enraged lioness, with desperate resolve and towering fury, she suddenly rushed in front of Lynn. Even faster than Lynn's attempt to push her away. She spread her arms, using her slender body to fiercely block between Lynn and the giant wolf shadow. Her wand was held high, its tip pointed directly at the terrifying monster, though her hands trembled violently, her eyes burned with an unprecedented flame, capable of incinerating everything. Get out, Hermione shrieked with all her might, her voice distorted by extreme anger and fear, yet carrying a desperate, perish-together aura. The magic within her, due to extreme emotional fluctuations and her protective obsession for Lynn, surged and boiled like a volcano. An invisible wave of magic, carrying a strong mental impact, suddenly spread with her roar. The giant wolf shadow, which was about to pounce, was actually forced to pause by this sudden mental impact, imbued with a strong will to protect. In its beastly eyes, burning with mad green light, a fleeting glimpse of human pain and struggle seemed to flash. It was a confused consciousness originating from the depths of its soul, awakened by a familiar, warm presence. This brief pause bought the two of them precious time to catch their breath. Just then, from deep within the forbidden forest, another wolf howl, even more high-pitched, more urgent, and filled with a sense of command, suddenly rang out. Like thunder, it pierced the chaotic night sky. The giant wolf shadow, preparing to attack again, suddenly trembled all over. The brief struggle in its eyes was instantly replaced by deeper pain and a forceful summons. It let out a threatening growl at Hermione and Lynn, who stood in its way, then cast a wary glance at the starlight shield in front of Lynn, which, though covered in cracks, still exuded stellar pressure. Finally, it abruptly turned, pushing off with all four limbs, transforming into a swift silver-gray lightning bolt, and, carrying a chilling stench, plunged into the deeper darkness of the forbidden forest, disappearing from sight. The deadly crisis, at the last moment, was forcibly halted by that mysterious wolf howl. Chapter 97 Broken Starlight on a Moonlit Night, Part 2. It wasn't until the terrifying aura completely vanished from her senses that Hermione's nerves, stretched to their limit, suddenly relaxed. Her legs gave way, and she almost collapsed to the ground, but she immediately forced herself to stand, turning to pounce on Lynn. Lynn. How are you? Don't scare me. She knelt beside Lynn, her trembling hands cupping his face, which was as pale as paper. His breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible, the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth were shocking, and his body was frighteningly cold. The tattered starlight magic shield in front of him flickered a few times, then finally extinguished completely, dissolving into points of silver light that dissipated into the air. The burnt bracelet on his left wrist silently recounted the tragic cost of what had just happened. Lynn's gray eyes were half closed, his gaze unfocused, as if he didn't even have the strength to focus. He could feel Hermione's warm tears falling on his face, hear her broken sobs, and feel the uncontrollable trembling of her hands as she cupped his cheeks. He wanted to say, "I'm fine," and wanted to raise his hand to wipe away her tears, but his body was as heavy as if filled with lead. He couldn't even move a finger. Resisting the werewolf's full-force attack just now had almost drained the last shred of his life's potential. "Hold on, please, hold on." Hermione's words were incoherent. Gripped by immense fear, she fumbled frantically through her small bag for any essence and any useful potion. She tore open the lining of her robe, and with trembling hands, dabbed the liquid, carefully wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Trying to stop the seemingly endless flow of blood, warm tears mixed with cold potion dripped onto his icy skin. My own. Lynn's lips moved ever so slightly, emitting an almost inaudible breath. I'm here. Don't speak. Conserve your strength." Hermione immediately leaned closer to him, gripping his cold hand tightly, trying to warm him with her own body temperature. Go, it's dangerous. Lynn used his last shred of consciousness to utter a few difficult words, his gray eyes filled with worry for her safety. Even in this state, he was still thinking of getting her out of this dangerous place. No. I'm not leaving. Hermione's tears flowed even more fiercely. She shook her head vigorously, pressing his hand tightly against her tear-streaked cheek, her voice choked but incredibly firm. If we go together. I'll carry you. I'll carry you out of here, she said, and was about to help him up. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from outside the Forbidden Forest, accompanied by anxious shouts. Miss Granger. Mr. Stone. Mr. Weasley. Where are you? It was Professor McGonagall's stern and worried voice, and Hagrid's booming shout, like a great bell. Lynn. Hermione. Ron. Answer me. Immediately after, several luminous lights from wands pierced the darkness, rapidly approaching their location. It was reinforcements. Hermione's taut heartstring finally loosened a little, and a wave of immense fatigue and lingering fear washed over her. She clutched Lynn's cold hand tightly, as if it were the only piece of driftwood keeping her from collapsing, and facing the direction of the light, she screamed with her last ounce of strength, Here. Professor. Hagrid. We're here. Lynn. Lynn is injured. Very badly. The footsteps rapidly approached Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, and a grim-faced Professor Snape rushed over first when they saw the scene before them. Even the well-traveled Professor McGonagall gasped. Lynn lay on the ground, unconscious, his face ashen white, his mouth and the front of his robes covered in shocking blood, and a burnt silver bracelet on his left wrist stood out starkly. Hermione knelt beside him, her face streaked with tears, her robe torn, her hands stained with blood, clutching his hand tightly, her eyes filled with the fear of a narrow escape and deep-seated heartache. Ron sat slumped by a tree root not far away, his gaze vacant, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Merlin's beard, Hagrid exclaimed, his massive body immediately crouching down to check on Lynn's condition. Professor McGonagall's face was extremely grave. She quickly waved her wand, checking Lynn's vital signs. Professor Snape's gaze was as sharp as a hawk, sweeping over the burnt bracelet on Lynn's wrist, over the residual traces of powerful magic clashes on the ground, and the lingering, unsettling beastly aura and starlight magic aftershocks in the air, finally settling on Hermione's face, etched with fear and protectiveness. His thin lips pressed into a cold, straight line. Take Mr. Stone to the hospital wing immediately. Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall decided without hesitation. Hagrid, please carry him. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, follow. Professor Snape, please ensure the area is safe. Hagrid carefully picked up the unconscious Lynn, as if cradling a fragile treasure. Hermione immediately stood up, following closely beside Hagrid, her gaze never leaving Lynn's pale face. Her hand still clutched Lynn's cold fingers tightly, as if to transfer all her strength and warmth to him. Professor Snape watched their retreating figures, then glanced towards the direction where the werewolf had disappeared into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, his eyes as deep as the coldest abyss. He waved his wand, and several silent detection spells shot into the darkness. Then he turned, his black robes billowing, like a bat merging into the night. Following the group, the moonlight still shone palely on the Forbidden Forest, illuminating the residual werewolf fur, massive claw prints, shattered starlight magic traces, and the striking, scattered bloodstains belonging to Lynn, silently recounting the fierce and tragic protection that had just taken place. The familiar smell of disinfectant in the hospital wing now brought a sense of relief. Madame Pomfrey gasped when she saw Lynn being carried in by Hagrid, immediately directing him to be placed on a bed, her wand moving swiftly as a series of diagnostic and healing spells enveloped him. Hermione was asked to sit on a nearby chair to rest, but she couldn't sit still. She stood by the bedside like a soulless puppet, staring unblinkingly at Lynn, her hands clasped tightly together, her fingernails digging deep into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks that she didn't even notice. Hagrid's large frame paced uneasily by the door. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape stood aside, their faces grim as they conversed in low voices. After an unknown amount of time, Madame Pomfrey finally stopped her wand, letting out a long sigh of relief, but her brows remained tightly furrowed. How is he, Poppy? Professor McGonagall immediately asked. Very bad, Minerva. Very bad. Madame Pomfrey's voice was filled with weariness and lingering fear. Severe magical backlash. Multiple internal organs damaged by the shockwave. His magical circuits are almost depleted. His mental energy is overdrawn. Merlin's beard. He practically burned his own life essence to fight. That power. She glanced at the remnants of the burnt bracelet on Lynn's wrist and shook her head. It was too overbearing. He needs absolute rest. a large amount of potion for magical replenishment, and time. He cannot use any magic in the short term, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing life essence and unimaginable consequences, Hermione's body swayed sharply, her face even paler than Lynn's on the bed. He'll be alright, won't he? Hermione's voice was choked with sobs, her eyes pleading humbly as she looked at Madame Pomfrey. As long as he's obedient, rests well, and cooperates with the treatment, he will recover, child. Madame Pomfrey looked at Hermione's distraught appearance, her tone softening with a hint of comfort. But the recovery period will be long, and it will require very meticulous care. I'll take care of him, Hermione blurted out almost immediately, her tone resolute and without any hesitation. Madame Pomfrey looked at her, then at the unconscious Lynn on the bed, and finally nodded. Very well, Miss Granger, but you must promise to rest yourself. I don't want another one collapsing. She turned to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, I need some unconventional, potent magical replenishment potions, and the professors discussed the follow-up treatment plan and the potion ingredients needed in low voices. Hermione didn't listen to those anymore, having received permission. She immediately and carefully sat by Lynn's bedside. He was still unconscious, his breathing faint but finally a bit more stable. The deathly gray on his face seemed to have faded slightly. She reached out, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably, and very gently, little by little, wiped away the residual bloodstains from his face. Her movements were so careful, as if she were wiping a priceless, most fragile piece of porcelain. Then, she gently took his uninjured, still cold hand. She spread his palm open, carefully enveloping it with her own hands, trying to transfer the warmth from her palms to him. His fingers were cold and weak. Hermione lowered her head, gently resting her warm forehead on their clasped hands. Scalding tears silently streamed down, dripping onto the back of his hand, then sliding down his skin. Idiot, her heavily choked whisper was almost inaudible in the silent ward. Who told you to play the hero? We agreed I would take the risk. Her words of blame were filled with endless heartache and lingering fear. She sat there quietly, holding his hand, feeling his faint breathing, warming his cold fingertips with her own body temperature. It was as if this simple action was the only pillar supporting her world at this moment. The moonlight outside the window streamed through the glass, falling on her downcast, tear-stained profile, outlining a silhouette that was both fragile and incredibly resilient on the bed. Lynn's finger, enveloped by Hermione's warm palm, seemed to curl ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Chapter 98 Betrayal and Brand. The air in the hospital wing was thick with a bitter scent of disinfectant and potion. Pale moonlight streamed through the high windows, casting long, distorted shadows on the cold stone floor, and illuminating the almost frozen figure by the bedside. Hermione had been in that position for a long time. She sat on the low stool by the bed, her body slightly leaning forward, her hands tightly clasping Lynn's uninjured, still cold hand. Her forehead rested on their clasped hands, the warm tears long dry, leaving faint marks. Fatigue pressed on her eyelids like heavy lead, but she dared not sleep, nor even close her eyes for too long. Every almost imperceptible rise and fall of Lynn's faint breath tugged at her nerves. Time crawled slowly in the silence. Madame Pomfrey had come once in between, giving Lynn a potent magical replenisher that smelled faintly of bitter almonds, and checking his vital signs, her brows still tightly furrowed, still in a deep coma. His magic circuits are severely depleted. It's all up to him now, she whispered to Hermione, her eyes filled with pity. Hermione merely nodded silently, gripping Lynn's hand as if it were the only rope she could hold on to, proving he was still there after an unknown amount of time, perhaps minutes, perhaps hours. Lynn's cold fingers, enveloped in Hermione's warm palm, seemed to curl ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. This subtle movement, like a stone dropped into a stagnant pool, instantly created a huge ripple in Hermione's heart. Lynn, she suddenly lifted her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on his face, her voice trembling with disbelief and cautious hope. Lynn? Can you hear me? Lynn's eyes were still tightly shut, but his brow furrowed ever so slightly, as if he were fighting some deep pain. His lips were dry and pale, moving faintly, but no sound escaped them. Only the hand Hermione was holding, its fingertips curled faintly again, gently scratching her palm. Like an unconscious response, a huge wave of bitterness and unspeakable joy instantly rushed to Hermione's nose and eyes. Tears streamed out again, but this time, with the searing warmth of having survived a great ordeal. It's good, it's so good, she choked, almost incoherent. She no longer cared about anything else, carefully cupping his hand with both of hers, lowering her head, and repeatedly, reverently rubbing his cold hand and fingertips with her warm, tear-streaked cheek as if to use her body temperature and presence to pull him completely back from the cold abyss. I knew you would wake up, she whispered, Her voice broken but full of strength, she freed one hand and very gently used a damp soft cloth to carefully wipe the cold sweat from his temples. Her movements so soft as if afraid to shatter a dream. She even reached out a finger to gently brush aside a few strands of black hair on his forehead, wet with sweat, revealing his pale, overly serene brows and eyes. Even in his coma just then, bang, the hospital wing doors were violently flung open. The loud noise shattered the deathly silence. Ron Weasley, like an out-of-control brute, his face pale and eyes bloodshot, stumbled in. He was clutching a cloth-wrapped bundle that was still squirming slightly, his face a mixture of extreme fear, collapsing anger, and a hysteria bordering on madness. Hermione. Hermione. Look. Look. Ron's voice was hoarse and distorted. With a sob and uncontrollable tremor he rushed to Hermione, recklessly tearing open the bundle in his arms. Inside the bundle, clearly, was the pet rat that had been missing for days, Ron's treasured Scabbers. But Scabbers' condition at this moment was extremely bizarre. He was no longer the old, harmless-looking rat. Instead, his gray-black fur stood on end, his small body twisted and struggled frantically in Ron's hands, and his beady black eyes were filled with extreme fear and pain. He let out sharp, piercing squeaks as if enduring some unspeakable torment. Even stranger, his front paw, missing a toe, was twitching violently and uncontrollably. He was in my pocket just now. He suddenly went crazy. Biting me. Trying desperately to run, Ron babbled incoherently, tears and snot smeared across his face, the huge psychological shock almost making him collapse. He couldn't bring himself to voice the terrifying suspicion, only staring at Hermione with eyes full of extreme fear and a plea for help. Hermione's heart sank. She immediately realized what had happened. She abruptly looked at Lynn on the bed. Sure enough, the moment Ron burst in, his emotions violently fluctuating, Lynn seemed disturbed by the loud noise and chaos. His tightly shut brows furrowed even deeper, and his body trembled ever so slightly. And with his unconscious emotional fluctuations and the instinctive stress response of the star power within him, an extremely faint, yet invisibly powerful silver-white starlight, like uncontrolled ripples, suddenly spread from within his body, although it was just a fleeting moment, instantly retracting back into him. That star radiance, originating from the essence of life and carrying an absolute suppressive power, swept through the entire hospital wing like an invisible storm. The first to bear the brunt was the frantically struggling rat in Ron's hand. Scabbers, squeak. The moment the starlight's pressure swept over his body, Scabbers let out an unprecedented, piercing wail that sounded nothing like a rat. The sound was so sharp it almost pierced eardrums. His small body stiffened abruptly as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Immediately after, a blinding, chaotic, and distorted gray-black magical light erupted from him. Impossible to look at directly, this light carried an extremely uncomfortable, foul, and viscous aura, forming the sharpest contrast with Lynn's pure star power. It flickered violently, as if making a futile and painful resistance against that powerful pressure. No, Ron was terrified by this sudden change and instinctively tried to let go, but it was too late. Under Ron's horrified gaze, amidst the chaotic and distorted gray-black light in his hand, the old rat's body began a horrifying, uncontrollable swelling and deformation as if being inflated, the crackling of bones stretching, the ripping of fur tearing, and a sickening gurgling sound, as if mucus was churning, mixed with the inhuman wails of pain from Scabbers, or rather, that thing, exploded in the silent hospital wing. The gray-black light flickered violently, twisting and elongating. In just 1 or 2 seconds, thud, a short, fat, bald, wretched-looking man in old, dirty clothes, replacing the rat, fell heavily onto the cold floor of the hospital wing. He was curled up, coughing and gasping violently, snot and tears smeared across his face, his small eyes filled with shock and extreme fear, and his hand, missing a finger, was still twitching nervously. Dead silence, absolute dead silence. Ron was frozen in place as if hit by a petrificus totalis, his pupils dilated to the extreme, his mouth unconsciously agape, all the color instantly drained from his face. He stared fixedly at the man on the ground, then looked down at his empty hands that had just been holding Scabbers, as if he didn't recognize them. A huge sense of absurdity and the towering rage of being deceived for 12 whole years, like ice and fire, clashed wildly within him, finally erupting into a heartbreaking, collapsing, and desperate roar. Ron's body shook violently, his vision blurred, and his stomach churned. He could no longer stand, his legs gave way, and with a he bent over and began to vomit violently. He was not only throwing up his dinner but also his shattered worldview and utterly trampled trust. Hermione also gasped in shock at this unexpected revelation, although she had been mentally prepared. Witnessing this live animagus transformation, especially in such a painful and forced manner, still sent a chill down her spine. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lynn's hand, as if it were her only support. She could feel Lynn's fingers curl fatally again in her palm, seemingly also disturbed by this huge upheaval. Just then, the light at the hospital wing door dimmed. Snape, in his black robes, appeared silently at the doorway like a ghost. His cold black eyes swept over the prostrate, disheveled Wormtail on the ground, over the collapsing and vomiting Ron, and finally rested on Hermione, who was tightly holding Lynn's hand by the bedside, equally pale, and on the unconscious Lynn on the bed, who had just unconsciously triggered this dramatic change. Snape's thin lips, very rarely, curved into an extremely cold, almost cruel arc. His gaze was like someone admiring a meticulously planned play that had finally reached its perfect conclusion. He said nothing, only silently raised his wand. Stupefy. A precise red light instantly struck Wormtail, who was trying to struggle to his feet on the ground. Peter Pettigrew didn't even whimper, completely losing consciousness. Scourgify. Snape waved his wand again, and Ron's vomit instantly vanished. Having done all this, Snape finally turned his cold gaze to Ron Weasley, who was still immersed in the enormous shock, as if his soul had been sucked out, his voice like ice scraping over stone. Mr. Weasley, it seems your taste in pets is truly unique. His words were like a poison dagger, stabbing fiercely into Ron's broken heart. Now, put away your cheap tears and vomit. Come with me to the principal's office. I imagine Headmaster Dumbledore will be very interested to hear the story of your good pet of 12 years. Snape's gaze finally swept over the bed, pausing for a moment on the burned, cracked remains of the monitoring bracelet on Lynn's wrist, then sweeping over Hermione's tightly clasped hand on Lynn's, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Then, as silently as he had arrived, he turned, his black robes billowing, signaling Ron to follow. Ron, like a walking corpse, dazed and stumbling, followed Snape out of the hospital wing, not even sparing a glance at the unconscious Wormtail on the ground, nor at Hermione and Lynn. His world had completely collapsed. In those few seconds the hospital wing returned to dead silence, with only the heavy breathing of the unconscious Wormtail remaining. Hermione let out a long, trembling sigh. As if all her strength had been drained, she looked down at Lynn, noticing that at some point, his brow seemed to have relaxed a little, and his breathing had become slightly more stable. The chaos and the burst of Starlight's pressure earlier seemed to have consumed his last bit of reactive energy, instead plunging him into deeper, but seemingly less painful, slumber. Her gaze fell on their still clasped hands. She gently lifted Lynn's hand, wanting to adjust their posture to make him more comfortable. The moment she lifted his palm, by the moonlight, she suddenly discovered, in her own palm, the ancient runic imprint that had once been faintly visible, left when she formed the pact of protection with Lynn, was now emitting an extremely faint, yet incredibly clear silver-white light. The light flickered like breathing, carrying a gentle warmth, as if resonating strangely with the coldness of Lynn's fingers in her palm. This was the power of the pact, activated by his unconscious burst of star power. Just now, Hermione's heart leaped, and a strange warm current and an unspeakable sense of connection emanated from the imprint in her palm, inexplicably calming her nerves, which had been tense from witnessing Wormtail's transformation. She no longer hesitated, gripping Lynn's cold hand even more firmly, even more gently, pressing her own palm, along with the faintly glowing imprint, tightly against the back of his hand. She lowered her head, leaning close to his pale ear, and in a whisper only they could hear, with the fatigue of having survived a great ordeal and a new, even stronger belief in protection, she softly murmured, "Sleep, it's all right. I'm here." Under the moonlight, the girl held the unconscious boy's hand, the imprint in her palm glowing softly on the ground. The traitor's true form lay like dirty refuse, silently telling of 12 years of lies and conspiracy. The core of the storm, in the silent protection of Starlight and the pact, had temporarily fallen into tranquility. Chapter 99 Blood and Tears Testimony. Hermione had no idea what happened in the principal's office. She only knew that when the hospital wing door was pushed open again, it was no longer a distraught Ron who entered, but Professor McGonagall, whose face was as grim as iron, and behind her, the stout man, Wormtail, who was still unconscious and firmly bound by magical ropes. Madame Pomfrey immediately directed Wormtail to be isolated on the innermost magically restrained bed in the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall said nothing more, only taking a deep look at Lynn, who was still unconscious on the bed, and then at Hermione, who was holding his hand tightly, her face pale. She left with a single sentence, "Take good care of him, Miss Granger," and then hurried away, the air thick with the tension of an impending storm. Hermione's heart was heavy. Wormtail's exposure was just the tearing of a corner of a huge conspiracy. The real storm had only just begun. She could feel the imprint of the pact of protection on her palm warming slightly, as if echoing her inner unease. She gripped Lynn's cold hand even tighter, as if trying to transmit her strength to him, and also to draw stability from his presence. Time passed in oppressive waiting. Lynn's breathing was still weak, but seemed a little more stable than before. Hermione stayed by his side, feeding him water, wiping him, and changing the cold compresses, her movements gentle and focused. Each time her fingertips brushed his pale skin, each time she felt his weak but definite pulse, it eased her anxious heart. A little late at night, the hospital wing door was silently pushed open. Headmaster Dumbledore walked in, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles carrying an all-knowing wisdom and a hint of imperceptible fatigue. Behind him followed Professor Lupin, his expression complex and filled with deep worry. And walking last was Harry Potter, his face pale, but his eyes burning with an almost insane obsession. His gaze swept past Dumbledore and Lupin, fixed intently on the unconscious Wormtail in the isolation bed, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, knuckles white, his body trembling slightly from the immense emotional shock. Miss Granger, Dumbledore's voice was still gentle, but carried an undeniable power. We need to move this guest to a more suitable place for conversation. How is Mr. Lynn? Still unconscious, Principal, but Madame Pomfrey said his vital signs are stable. Hermione immediately stood up, blocking Lynn's bedside, watching them warily. She instinctively shielded Lynn's hand behind her, as if afraid they would disturb him. Very good. Dumbledore nodded, his gaze turning to Wormtail. Remus, if you old. Professor Lupin took a deep breath, stepped forward, and with a flick of his wand, several binding spells reinforced Wormtail, then carefully levitated the unconscious man. Harry, Dumbledore's gaze fell on Harry, with both comfort and admonition. Stay calm. Truth needs to be faced with reason. Harry bit his lower lip, nodding forcefully, but the fire in his eyes did not extinguish. His gaze swept over Lynn on the bed, then quickly moved away, finally locking onto the levitated Wormtail. The group silently left the hospital wing. Hermione's heart pounded. She knew where they were going, the Shrieking Shack. The only safe place, and Sirius Black's only hiding place. She couldn't follow, she had to stay with Lynn, but the immense worry made her restless. Time passed minute by minute, as if stretched. In the hospital wing, there was only Wormtail's heavy breathing and Lynn's faint breaths. Hermione forced herself to calm down, sat back beside Lynn, and gripped his hand, trying to sense his condition through the warm imprint on her palm. Suddenly, an extremely intense mental fluctuation, filled with endless pain, anger, injustice, and 12 years of dark torment, erupted like an invisible tsunami from a distant corner of the castle, precisely from the direction of the Whomping Willow and the Shrieking Shack. That mental power was so vast and chaotic, filled with destructive negative emotions, that even across the vast distance and thick castle walls, Hermione in the hospital wing instantly felt a surge of heart palpitations and dizziness. Ugh! Lynn on the bed let out an extremely painful groan. His tightly closed brows were furrowed, and his body trembled violently, uncontrollably. It was as if that violent mental shock directly acted upon his fragile soul. The burned remains of the bracelet on his left wrist even flickered with a faint red light, as if in a death throe. Lynn, Hermione was horrified. She immediately realized that the source of this terrifying fluctuation could only be Sirius Black. He must have learned of Wormtail's capture in the Shrieking Shack, and the monstrous injustice and pain accumulated over 12 years had instantly erupted. Lynn was already in a state of extreme mental exhaustion, like a fragile, cracked vessel, utterly unable to withstand such a direct and violent mental assault. He struggled, seemingly trying to break free from a nightmare, his face twisted in pain, and a trace of fresh blood even spilled from the corner of his mouth. Again. No. Hold on. Look at me. Lynn. Hermione's eyes instantly welled up with tears in her urgency. She recklessly leaned down, cupping Lynn's sweat-soaked face tightly with both hands, forcing him to face her. Her forehead pressed against his, trying to soothe him with her own mental power and block out the violent impact. It's me. Hermione. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Look at me, she called out again and again, her voice choked with tears and immense determination. The imprint of the pact of protection burned intensely in her palm, clearer than ever before. A warm and resilient protective force, carrying her entire will, flowed continuously into Lynn's on the verge of collapse mental world. Through their touching foreheads and clasped hands, it felt like spreading a flexible net in a raging storm. trying to catch a small boat about to capsize. Hermione could clearly feel the chaos and pain in Lynn's mental world. Countless violent fragments of Sirius's negative emotion struck him like sharp blades. She gritted her teeth, building a thin barrier with her protective will, blocking the sharpest impacts, while simultaneously trying to transmit warmth and stability. Didn't listen. Don't be afraid. I'm here, hold on to me. Her whispers echoed like the gentlest spells in the channel of their mental ink. Under her full protection, Lynn's violent trembling seemed to calm down a little, and his tightly furrowed brows also relaxed slightly. Although still in pain, he was no longer unconsciously sinking. His unfocused gray eyes seemed to struggle immensely, trying to focus on Hermione's face, which was so close, and his lips moved silently. Just then, that violent mental shock seemed to reach its peak, and then, it receded like a tide. A muffled, tear-filled roar came from the direction of the shrieking shack, eventually fading into silence. The mental storm had temporarily subsided. Hermione, as if utterly exhausted, was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, almost collapsing onto Lynn. Her mental power was greatly depleted, but seeing Lynn's pain lessen and his breathing stabilize again, immense relief instantly overwhelmed her. It's okay, the storm, it's over, she gasped, her forehead still pressed against his, feeling the faint warmth return beneath his skin, her voice hoarse but full of strength. Lynn gasped very faintly, his gray eyes half closed, his gaze still a little unfocused, but he seemed to have regained a bit of consciousness. He could feel the warm touch on his forehead, feel the slight trembling of the hands cupping his face, and feel a warm and resilient power, like a trickling stream, continuously flowing from their clasped hands, from where their foreheads met, into his dry and depleted magical circuits and mental core, bringing a faint but incredibly real warmth and vitality. It was Hermione. She was using the power of the Pact of Protection to heal him. This realization sparked an indescribable tremor deep within Lynn's cold and heavy consciousness. He tried, with extreme difficulty, to muster a trace of almost negligible intention, carefully reaching out along the source of that warm power. Hermione trembled all over. She clearly felt an extremely faint, cold intention, carrying a hint of tentative dependence, like a newborn cub, clumsily touching the core of her protective power. It was Lynn. He was actively responding. Immense joy and an unspeakable bittersweetness instantly overwhelmed Hermione. Tears surged out again, falling onto Lynn's cheek. "Oh, idiot, don't move around, rest well," she choked, gathering her protective power even more gently and firmly, carefully enveloping and nurturing that faint intention belonging to Lynn. Their spirits, through the bridge of the Pact of Protection, achieved such a clear and gentle link for the first time in this post-calamity tranquility. Just then, the hospital wing door was pushed open again. Dumbledore, Lupin, Harry, and a figure appeared at the doorway. It was an extremely gaunt, emaciated tall man. He wore an obviously ill-fitting, old and dirty prison uniform, his disheveled black hair almost covering half his face, revealing skin that was a pale, long unseen sunlight color. But in his deep-set eye sockets, there now burned a heart-stopping, complex light mixed with ecstasy, sorrow, fatigue, and an almost pious gratitude. He was Sirius Black. Harry stood beside Black, his face still streaked with tears, but the fire in his eyes had been replaced by a new, heavy sense of relief and sadness. His gaze towards Black was filled with complex emotions. Black's gaze immediately fell on the two people embracing on the bed. Hermione was practically lying on Lynn. His eyes swept over Lynn's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, over the burn bracelet on his wrist, and finally rested on Hermione's tear-streaked face, which was itched with determined protection. His cracked lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Dumbledore slowly stepped forward, holding in his hand an irregularly shaped, pigeon egg-sized crystal that was emitting a soft, silvery white glow. Inside the crystal, countless flowing light and shadow and an unspeakable, heavy emotion seemed to churn her. "Lynn," Dumbledore's voice, with a peculiar penetrative quality, gently rang out, his gaze falling on Lynn, who seemed to have regained a trace of consciousness. "Though the timing is quite inappropriate, I must thank you on behalf of Harry, and on behalf of a soul whose injustice has been cleared." He held up the crystal in his hand. "When you endured Mr. Black's uncontrolled mental shock, you unconsciously activated this." He pointed to an item Lynn had placed on the inner side of the bed, unnoticed by Hermione. It was the memory crystal Lynn had used to record the truth during the Shrieking Shack incident. At this moment, that memory crystal was emitting a resonating glow with a crystal fragment in Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore continued, "It not only automatically recorded Mr. Black's just now, tear-filled testimony, but more importantly, it captured and preserved, in a unique way, the most primal and unforgeable, soul-level pain and injustice, that Mr. Black erupted with at that moment. He looked at Black. This soul imprint is more convincing than any words. The Ministry of Magic cannot deny it. Black's body trembled violently. He looked at the softly glowing crystal, which seemed to carry his 12 years of purgatory. Large, turbid tears silently rolled down from his sunken eyes, splattering on the cold floor. He bowed deeply, deeply, towards the bed, his once proud, now ravaged, spine bending. It was a silent, yet immensely heavy, "Thank you." Lynn seemed to hear Dumbledore's words. His gray eyes slowly shifted, his gaze vaguely sweeping over the glowing crystal, then returning to Hermione's face, so close, still with tears on it. His lips moved very faintly, as if he wanted to say something. Hermione immediately leaned closer, pressing her ear to his lips. My own. The voice, as faint as a wisp of smoke, carried the weakness of surviving a catastrophe and a hint of an unspeakable warmth. "I'm here. I've always been here." Hermione nodded forcefully, tears rolling down again, but this time, with an arc of joy. She gripped his hand even more firmly, the imprint of the pact of protection on her palm, as if in response, emitted a clearer, gentle glow. Moonlight streamed through the high window, falling on the two people clinging tightly to each other on the bed, also illuminating the memory crystal carrying blood, tears, and truth, and the emaciated figure who had finally straightened his spine, tears streaming down his face. The weight of truth, at this moment, forged by pain, witnessed by protection, and remembered by starlight. Chapter 100, Cold Night Siege and Starlight Barrier. Wormtail's exposure and the evidence of Sirius Black's exoneration were like a giant boulder thrown into the seemingly calm lake of the wizarding world, stirring not ripples, but monstrous waves. At Dumbledore's instruction, the Daily Prophet published on its front page a portion of the memory crystal content, verified by the Wizengamot and containing the imprint of soul pain, causing public uproar within the Ministry of Magic. Undercurrents surged, and Fudge's authority faced an unprecedented challenge. However, the beast of power is often most ferocious when cornered. 3 nights later, Hogwarts Castle was enveloped in silence. Warm yellow light spilled from the hospital wing windows, where Hermione carefully spoon-fed a warm, magical tonic to Lynn. His face was still pale, but his eyes had regained their clarity, though an unshakable weariness and weakness lingered in his brows. Madame Pomfrey had strictly forbidden him from using even a trace of magic, as the depletion of star power was far from something ordinary potions could quickly replenish. Slowly, Hermione whispered, her fingertips inadvertently brushing his cool lips, sending a slight shiver through him. She quickly withdrew her hand, her ears feeling warm. Lynn's gray eyes quietly observed the faint dark circles beneath her eyes, marks left by days of sleepless care. He raised his uninjured left hand, very slowly and with a hint of cautious probing, gently covering her hand placed by the bed. The moment their skin touched, a faint yet incredibly clear warmth flowed back, along the slightly warm pact of protection imprint on Hermione's palm, comforting his cold spirit. "Thank you for your hard work." His voice was low and hoarse, yet imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. Hermione's heart ached, and she turned her hand to grip his tightly, shaking her head. "Just get better quickly." Her words were cut short. Woo! A shrill, icy horn blast, as if capable of freezing the soul, suddenly tore through Hogwarts' tranquil night sky. The sound was not a physical vibration, but directly impacted the spiritual plane, filled with an ominous declaration of death. Immediately following, the ancient protective magic barrier around the castle erupted with an unprecedented, blinding golden yellow light, like a colossal, translucent golden bowl inverted over the castle. The light flickered violently, emitting a heavy humming sound as if under immense strain. On the barrier surface, countless shadowy Dementor figures, clad in tattered cloaks, clung densely to the light curtain like carrion vultures drawn to blood, frantically gnawing and crashing against a barrier with their cold, decaying mouths. Each impact made the entire castle ground tremble. The temperature in the air plummeted, thick frost instantly condensed on the glass windows, and bone-chilling cold and an aura of despair permeated everywhere. Enemy attack. All staff and students, attention. Now combat personnel immediately return to your respective common rooms. Teachers and prefects, defend your assigned positions. Dumbledore's aged yet incredibly steady, magic-infused voice instantly echoed through every corner of the castle, dispelling some of the chill brought by the Dementors. Hermione's face instantly turned ashen. She lunged to the window, only to see a large number of wizards in dark red uniforms and grotesque metal masks appearing in the shadowy fringes of the forbidden forest outside the castle. The elite strike force of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Their wands were raised high, mercilessly unleashing blinding crimson spells like a torrential downpour onto the tottering castle shield, and at the very front of the strike force's ranks, a plump figure in a well-tailored striped pajama, covered by a minister's robe, was particularly conspicuous. Cornelius Fudge. His face no longer held its usual smooth cunning and timidity, only the desperate ferocity and madness of someone going all in. He's mad. He dares to attack Hogwarts with Dementors. Hermione's voice trembled with anger and fear. She immediately turned, wanting to move Lynn to a safer place. However, Lynn was faster than her. The moment the horn sounded, the fatigue in his eyes was instantly replaced by an icy sharpness. It was as if a sleeping lion had been forcibly awakened. He abruptly threw off the covers, stumbling slightly due to weakness, but Hermione quickly caught him. Don't move. Your magic. Hermione anxiously tried to stop him. The barrier won't last much longer. Lynn's voice was resolute, his gray eyes fixed on the dense Dementors and crimson spell torrent outside the window. He broke free from Hermione's support, forcing himself to stand by the window. Although his left wrist was no longer bound by the monitoring bracelet, that deep-seated weakness lingered like a shadow. He tried to mobilize the remaining star power within him, but only a needle-like prickling pain and a nearly depleted void responded. Just then, boom, a deafening roar came from the direction of the castle's main gate, accompanied by countless crumbling stones and the ear-splitting wail of the magic barrier completely shattering light glass. The golden yellow light curtain dispersed into countless points of light. The barrier is broken. Terrified screams echoed from all over the castle. Having lost their last obstacle, hundreds of Dementors, like a black tide of death, swept in with suffocating cold despair, shrieking as they poured into Hogwarts courtyards and corridors. Wherever they passed, walls froze, lights extinguished, and even the air was filled with a desolate stillness. Several older students attempting to organize the evacuation of younger students on the lower floors were the first to be enveloped by the Dementors' icy aura, their eyes becoming hollow, their faces losing all color. And they fell straight backward. No, Hermione cried out, instinctively wanting to draw her wand and rush out. A cold yet incredibly firm hand pressed tightly on her shoulder. It was Lynn. He still stood by the window, his face paler than the frost on the glass, his body trembling slightly from forcibly suppressing pain and concentrating his will, but his eyes, like the never-extinguishing cold stars of the polar regions, burned with a destructive, resolute light. Stay here, he commanded, his voice hoarse and undeniable. He abruptly pushed open the window. Bone-chilling wind, mixed with a Dementor's nauseating stench of decay, rushed in. Hermione saw that in the courtyard below, several Dementors had already spotted the target at the hospital wing window, rapidly floating up towards their floor as if sensing the most delicious prey. The mouths beneath their hollow hoods silently opened, greedily sucking in the lingering warmth and hope in the air, their target fixed on Lynn, the star essence who had once severely wounded their kind. Lynn. Don't. Hermione was terrified. In his current state, he couldn't possibly withstand the Dementor's onslaught. Lynn didn't look back, facing the surging darkness. He slowly raised both hands, fingers spread, palms facing out a window. This simple action, however, seemed to drain all his strength. His forehead was instantly covered in large beads of cold sweat, and a trace of fresh red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His depleted magic circuits wailed within him. The backlash from forcibly squeezing out the last trace of his life essence was like 1,000 steel knives churning inside his body, but the light in his eyes grew even more intense. No spells, no starlight chains or shields, only an invisible star power pressure, originating from the deepest part of his soul, imbued with a will to protect, like the breath of a sleeping giant dragon, suddenly spread out from Lynn, centered on him, towards the window. This pressure was no longer dazzlingly bright, but rather restrained and heavy, like the whisper of the ancient starry sky, carrying an indifference and repulsion towards the essence of death and despair. Buzz! The first few Dementors rushing forward were as if they had slammed into an invisible wall of size. Their decaying cloaks were violently torn by an unseen force, emitting silent, painful shrieks. Their floating movements suddenly froze, as if caught in thick mud. Their mouths, greedily sucking happiness, were forced shut. They instinctively wanted to retreat, to escape this aura that made their very essence feel uncomfortable, even fearful. However, more Dementors, pushed by their companions below and driven by Fudge's command, still surged forward fearlessly. Lynn's body swayed violently. The forcibly released pressure was like drawing out his bone marrow. The intense pain made his vision darken. His supporting hands trembled like a candle in the wind, and blood dripped down his chin, blooming into a dazzling red plum on the cold floor. He couldn't hold on much longer. Lynn. Hermione's tears burst forth. Without any hesitation, she lunged behind him, spreading her arms, and tightly embraced him from behind with her slender body. She pressed her cheek tightly against his icy, bone-chilling back, her hands passing under his armpits, intertwining her fingers tightly with his raised arms. The imprint of the pact of protection in her palm erupted with an unprecedented, warm and firm silver-white light. That light, flowing along their touching skin and clasped fingers, like the toughest silk threads, surged wildly into Lynn's collapsing body and spirit. This time, it was no longer one-sided protection. Hermione poured her mental power, magic, and even her entire will to live, without reservation, through the bridge of the pact, into Lynn's body. She felt the coldness and trembling of his body, felt the almost tearing pain in his spiritual world, and with her warmth and steadfastness, she became the strongest to share, to support. I'm here. I'll help you. Together, Hermione shrieked in his ear, her voice tearful but full of rock-solid conviction. Lynn's whole body shook violently, an indescribable warmth, carrying Hermione's unique scent, like warm spring water, forcibly injected into Lynn's dry and cracked magic circuits and spiritual core. This power was not mighty, but incredibly resilient and pure, imbued with unreserved trust and the obsession to protect. It did not replace star power, but rather acted like the most compatible adhesive and catalyst, instantly stabilizing his crumbling will and miraculously reigniting and connecting the last vestiges of star essence within him that were previously unmobilizable. Lynn let out a low growl, and an astonishing radiance erupted in his gray eyes. Using the power transmitted by Hermione, and with their clasped fingers as a medium, he suddenly pushed outwards that peculiar energy, a fusion of star power pressure and the power of the pact of protection. It was no longer mere repulsion, an invisible mental barrier, faintly shimmering with starlight, rippled outwards from the two of them, instantly covering the entire tower area where the hospital wing was located. The barrier was invisible, yet carried an absolute will. Despair is forbidden here. All Dementors that rushed into this range were as if burned by a scorching hot iron. They emitted silent, even more agonizing shrieks, wisps of white smoke rising from their decaying cloaks, instinctively retreating and fleeing frantically. It was as if that area shrouded in starlight was an absolute forbidden zone they could not trespass. The hospital wing tower, in this black tide of despair, stubbornly held up a warm island. Impossible. In the courtyard below, Fudge, heavily protected by the strike force, saw the two figures embracing in the tower window and the eerie sight of the Dementors retreating like a tide, and shrieked hysterically, "Seize them! Grab those two mudbloods for me!" Dead or alive, the strike force immediately turned their wands, and crimson stupefy and binding spells shot towards the tower window like venomous snakes. Just at this critical moment, "Fudge! You have crossed the line!" A thunderous roar sounded. Dumbledore's figure appeared on the highest spire of the main castle tower, his silver-white hair and beard whipping wildly in the cold wind, his elder wand erupting with a sun-like dazzling white light. A colossal phoenix apparition, burning with golden flames, soared from his wand tip, letting out a clear cry. Wherever it passed, Dementors melted like ice and snow, shrieking as they dissolved into black smoke. Simultaneously, powerful magical lights illuminated from all directions of the castle. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration turned courtyard flagstones into charging stone lions. Professor Flitwick's precise spells rained down on the strike force. Professor Sprout's giant venomous tentacles burst from the ground, ensnaring enemies. Snape's wand unleashed vast swathes of black fiend fire, precisely devouring the evil curses flying towards the tower. Further away, at the edge of the forbidden forest, several swift figures appeared with the explosive sound of apparition. Leading them was a man with a wild, lion's mane-like hair and eyes burning with rage, Sirius Black. Beside him were Lupin and several members of the Order of the Phoenix. They plunged into the flank of the strike force like a sharp knife. The counterattack's horn was officially sounded by the Guardians of Hogwarts. At the tower window, Lynn could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he fell backward. Hermione held him tightly, using her body as a cushion, and they both fell to the cold floor. She still maintained her embrace from behind, her arms like the toughest vines. Holding him securely in her embrace, she was breathing heavily. Sweat soaked her temples, and her face was pale from the immense exertion, but her brown eyes shone with astonishing brightness, filled with the relief of surviving a catastrophe and no regrets. Lynn's head rested weakly in the hollow of her shoulder, each breath bringing a burning pain and weakness, but he could clearly feel Hermione's heartbeat from behind, rapid yet full of vitality, and between their tightly clasped, still unseparated fingers, there was the lingering, starlight-like warmth of the pact of protection imprint. The cold night wind poured in through the broken window, mixed with the fierce magical explosions from below and the Dementor's shrieks before dissipating. But in this small space, supported by the two of them, there was only their heavy breathing and intertwined heartbeats. Hermione lowered her head, gently rubbing her cheek against Lynn's cold, sweaty forehead, her voice hoarse from the ordeal and with a barely perceptible tremor, yet falling clearly on his ear. "This time, we blocked it together." Lynn closed his eyes, not answering, but used his last ounce of strength to very faintly squeeze her hand, which she had never let go of, on the cold stone floor. Their embracing figures, in the flickering magical lights outside the window, were like a lonely boat clinging tightly in a storm. Fragile, yet containing a glimmer of light strong enough to pierce the darkness. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.